Chapter 24-25. Why do you deserve it? He admitted it. He admitted, exclaimed those people around suddenly. Jin Wushuang admitted that he had passed the 8th trial bridges test before many genius disciples. It really is you. Pang Tao's face flushed red. Jin Wushuang flipped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. These 2 jade slips are the items I obtained after crossing the 8th trial bridge. The first jade slip is Purple Blood Saint's insights on sword principle, while the second jade slip is the Purple Blood Sword skill, which was self-invented by Purple Blood Saint. I have all of it here, but why should I give you these 2 jade slips? What makes you think you deserve it? What makes you think you deserve it? These simple 7 words made everyone around him stagnate. So what if Jin Wushuang had admitted to it? He won the 2 jade slips through testifying his strength, so he was the rightful owner. Why should he give it away to Pang Tao for nothing? These 2 jade slips belong to me. These 2 jade slips are the reason I came into Saint's tomb, and I have absolute confidence that I can pass the test of the 8th trial bridge. You have the time advantage because I spent a little longer in the outer area of the tomb and came in late. Now, I want to get back what rightfully belongs to me, said Pang Tao coldly. He sounded extremely confident, but the disciples around were not fools. Contemptuous rose in their hearts when they heard of Pang Tao's claim. What a joke. Did he think it was easy to pass the 8th bridges test? If it was so easy, it would not have remained till today. Although Pang Tao was talented in sword skills and his master was Fan Jianxian, 99% of the people still did not think that he could easily pass the 8th trial bridges test. They thought it was funny that Pang Tao flagrantly claimed the 2 jade slips were meant to be his. As expected, before Jin Wushuang could say anything, Zhong Yi from Narcissus Island rebuked, Pang Tao, you are the core disciple of the Great Compassion sect and one of the 12 minor kings. How can you carry yourself in such a manner? Opportunities have always resided with the one who is well prepared and competent. Let's not mention that even if you were given the chance, you will never be able to pass the 8th trial bridges test. Now that the opportunity has fallen into junior brother Wushuang's hands, it rightfully belongs to him, keeping to the order of arrival. That's right. Pang Tao, how insolent of you to say that. Su Tong added, did you just call me insolent? Ha. Pang Tao smiled coldly as he threw frivolous looks at the surrounding disciples. Their expressions changed as the genius disciples from various sects met Pang Tao's gaze. They came from many different sects, and they were also arrogant to a certain extent, but they became timid in the face of Pang Tao. The reverence was not only because of Pang Tao's power, but also due to the Great Compassion sect where Pang Tao belonged. As the top sect in the Wuxia wilderness, the Great Compassion sect had a transcendent existence and was recognized as an overlord. The sect had always acted somewhat overbearing and arrogant, which the other sects had long gotten used to. Usually, the other sects would try to avoid the Great Compassion sect and tolerated it. No one had the guts to challenge them head-on. Although they witnessed the incident, they felt it had nothing to do with them. Even when they saw Pang Tao acting unscrupulously because of his terrifying background, no one dared to speak out for Narcissus Island. Pang Tao took in all of their expressions and scoffed before speaking again. Very well, since you call me insolent, I will not push you to dead ends. Jin Wushuang, I can't allow you to make a copy of the contents in both jade slips, but you have to hand over the 2 jade slips to me. How about that? Pang Tao looked down at Jin Wushuang with a touch of loftiness in his words and actions. When the people around heard him, their lips secretly pouted in disgust. However, in Pang Tao's opinion, he was being very kind to allow Jin Wushuang in making a copy of the contents. The corners of Jin Wushuang's mouth curled up with a strange arc when facing the cold stare from Pang Tao. With a flip of his palms, both jade slips returned into his interspatial ring before folding his hands and casually asked, what if I don't agree? Pang Tao's face turned dark. You don't agree? Then you'll have to die here. Really? Perhaps I should try. Jin Wushuang kept his smile. Jin Wushuang, Zhong Yi, Su Tong, and the others were surprised by his response. Although Pang Tao was being unreasonable, it was no joke if he were to duel with Pang Tao. Young boy, it seems that you really wanted to die. Pang Tao's voice was harsh and a faint murderous intent rose in his eyes. Before he threw out any moves, Pang Tao, what do you want to do? A stern voice emerged, followed by several figures rushing in quickly, appearing in front of Jian Wushuang in a blink of an eye, blocking Jian Wushuang behind their bodies. They were the disciples of the ancient Star Temple headed by Zhuo Bing and Ling Dan. It's the ancient Star Temple's Ice Queen and Ling Dan. Ling Dan is one of the 12 minor kings. Someone immediately pointed out the identities of Zhuo Bing and Ling Dan. Brother, are you okay? Zhuo Bing turned and looked at Jian Wushuang. Big sister, am okay? Why are you here? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. We were already in the inner area and were just nearby. Senior brother Ling Dan and I rushed over immediately when I heard that Peng Tao was finding fault with Narcissus Island. Don't worry, big sister is here. He'll not let anyone hurt you, said Zhuo Bing in a deep voice. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. His big sister really treated him well. However, were those people from the ancient Star Temple able to stop Peng Tao? Ling Dan, this matter has nothing to do with the ancient Star Temple. You should leave. Peng Tao stared at Ling Dan with cold eyes. As for Zhuo Bing, she was not a threat at all. Among the younger disciples of Wuxia Wilderness, the 12 minor kings were the most outstanding group. Although some other young cultivators had powers that were close to the 12 minor kings, there was still a gap between their strengths in a real battle. There were many talented disciples standing in front of Peng Tao, but only Ling Dan, one of the 12 minor kings, got his attention. He did not care much about the others. Sorry, Jian Wushuang is my junior sister Zhuo Bing's brother. If you're looking for trouble with him, I can't pretend to not see it. Ling Dan looked at Peng Tao solemnly. Ling Dan ranked lower among the 12 minor kings, as neither his strength nor status were as good as Peng Tao. He would not fight against Peng Tao unless necessary. However, he would never let Peng Tao hurt Jian Wushuang for the sake of Zhuo Bing. Chapter 24-26. The Big Fight. Ling Dan, do you mean you want to bear the brunt of the attack? Do you think you can stop me? Peng Tao coldly challenged. Well, let's find out. Ling Dan was not too afraid. If that's the case, they'll first maim you, then kill the kid. Peng Tao aimed his first shot as soon as he finished speaking. Swoosh! A phantom-like figure swept around violently and dived down along with the emergence of a remarkable sword essence. The sword essence dissipated far and wide as it instantly covered the entire area, just as though a huge ocean of sword essences filled the area between the heavens and earth. Everyone was immersed within that sword essence ocean. This sword essence is not bad. Jian Wushuang secretly nodded. Just from his sword essence alone, he could see that Peng Tao's sword principle understanding had already reached the profound sword principle realm. In fact, he had been at that level for some time, and was not far from achieving complete sword principle realm. Peng Tao's figure suddenly appeared from the sword essence. The moment he appeared, slash, 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 3 beams of sword lights gleamed. Those 3 sword light beams were dazzling, each of them obscuring the heavens and the sun, attracting the attention of everyone present. So glaringly bright. Are these sword lights? Why do I feel like there are 3 suns? It's so dazzling and very powerful. Many had to close their eyes as the sword light flashed and blinded their sights. Senior brother Ling Dan, Zhuo Bing's complexion slightly changed. Peng Tao's strength had exceeded her expectations, and she was worried about Ling Dan. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ling Dan smiled confidently and stepped forward. He flipped his palm, and a rather unusual weapon appeared in his hand. It was nearly a 2 meters long trident. The trident's 3 prongs were extremely sharp. It exuded a faint cold light as the sword light's glitters reflected on its surface. As Ling Dan's divine power exploded out, his trident stabbed ahead and beams of divine power shot out at the speed of lighting from all 3 trident tips, which happened to collide with the 3 sword lights from Peng Tao. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud noises crackled almost at the same time. As divine powers came sweeping down, Ling Dan and Peng Tao's figures clashed into each other again. Swoosh, swoosh, clang, clang. The sounds of wind breaking and collisions between weapons continuously reverberated. Both Peng Tao and Ling Dan were swiftly moving around. Those people around could only notice 2 ghostly figures colliding, but were unable to discern their moves. Judging from appearances, those 2 seemed to be evenly matched. So powerful. Is this the strength of the 12 minor kings? The people around were awe-stricken. Both Pang Tao and Ling Dan were first-class divine demons, but being one of the 12 minor kings, their combat powers were far better than an ordinary first-class divine demons. Even Jian Wushuang was secretly nodding in approval. Although Pang Tao is not a righteous person, he is indeed powerful. His combat powers should have reached the level of peak divine demon realm. He might stand a chance to win if he fights against a true peak divine demon. As for Ling Dan, his strength is still a far cry from Pang Tao, mumbled Jian Wushuang to himself. It may seem that those two were evenly matched, but Jian Wushuang had sharp observational skills. He noticed that Ling Dan had tried his best, but Pang Tao was still going easy on him and had not even displayed his full force. True to his observations, a scornful smile appeared on Pang Tao's face after a while. Ling Dan, is this just what you are capable of? Ling Dan's face changed. You think about stopping me with this level of power? It's ridiculous. Pang Tao sneered. His figure that was already moving at high speeds instantly doubled upon being engulfed by the power of laws. Pang Tao was already moving at a terrifying speed before when fighting against Ling Dan, and it was already hard for everyone around to see his silhouette. In spite of that, he still doubled up his speed. What was going on? In terms of speed, Pang Tao had completely surpassed Ling Dan. Swoosh! Pang Tao's figure instantly burst out and was too fast for Ling Dan to react. A sword shadow quietly appeared beside Ling Dan. No good. Ling Dan's face drastically changed. He quickly withdrew his trident to resist, only to find that not only had Pang Tao sped up in his movements, but his sword moves were also much faster than before. It was too late for Ling Dan, trident to parry off the attack. Chuck! A beam of sword light pierced through Ling Dan's body. It went into his body with a huge, impactful blow, which was transmitted to Ling Dan's divine body through his battle armor. Puff! Ling Dan directly spouted a big mouthful of blood and fell into an embarrassing state. Pang Tao smiled coldly at the sight. He wasted no time and turned towards Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! The terrifying speed erupted again, but it was aimed directly at Jian Wushuang this time. Ling Dan could not stop him as he had not even recovered from the last attack. Pang Tao was aiming to kill Jian Wushuang. Zhuo Bing was tremendously shocked by the scene, yet she immediately looked at Zhong Yi and Su Tong next to her. Let's join forces and stop him. Okay. Zhong Yi and Su Tong exchanged looks and both nodded solemnly. They came from Narcissus Island and were in the same sect as Jian Wushuang. It was only natural for them to protect Jian Wushuang from Pang Tao's attack. Zhuo Bing, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong attacked at the same time. All three of them were first-class divine demons and were powerful in combat. Together, they were confident that they could manage Pang Tao for a while. When Pang Tao saw the three of them taking action, he contemptuously smiled. Such confidence. Boom. Pang Tao increased his speed again by nearly 30%. One should not take the 30% lightly, as it had completely caught Zhuo Bing, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong by surprise. Zoom. A fierce and swift sword light cut away all obstacles in front of him. Zhuo Bing, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong, the three first-class divine demons, were completely thrown aside. Though all three of them were already giving their best shot, they were still crushed ruthlessly by the sword light. Pang Tao maintained his speed and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Nothing was in his way this time. I was going to spare your life initially as long as you obediently hand over those 2 jade slips, but now, you can't blame me. Even if you're a genius, you would be no different from a useless piece of log after you die. 1. Pang Tao's eyes were chilly. 1. Tan Cai, genius, and Fei Cai, a useless piece of log, both have the same pronunciation on the second word in Chinese, a kind of wordplay by the author. Hence, it's a common saying to call someone gifted genius, which is Tan Cai, and refer to someone weak as Fei Cai. Chapter 24-27. Long Zishan Jian Wushuang had stood at the same spot, observing Pang Tao injuring Ling Dan before Zhuo Bing, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong continued with their collaborative attacks after Pang Tao had dispersed them. Despite all that, his face remained incredibly calm and still, but concealed deep in his eyes was a sharp shining beam of light. Whoosh! In a flash, Pang Tao had already appeared before Jian Wushuang. Die, kid. Pang Tao's viciousness was overwhelming and coupled with his terrifying speed. He was about to cut off Jian Wushang's head with the sword in his hand. Stop! A sudden yell exploded in the air. Every single person's heart trembled as that was a yell that did not allow disobedience. Even Pang Tao could not help but to stop his motion when hearing that explosive yell. He looked behind himself and saw a young man in purple armor. It's Long Zishan, third-ranked, one of the 12 minor kings from Great Compassion sect. People around immediately recognized the man in purple armor. Senior brother Zishan? Pang Tao's face changed. If he was someone else, Pang Tao would have completely ignored him. However, Long Zishan was not only his senior brother, but also someone he very much respected. What are you doing, Pang Tao? Long Zishan's expression was stern. Senior brother Zishan, the 8th trial bridge has been broken through by Jian Wushuang. He now possesses the relics that Purple Blood Saint had left behind. I only want to take back what's rightfully mine, replied Pang Tao. What a joke. The rules have always been such that the relics belong to one with good morals. Purple Blood Saint's legacy naturally goes to him since the trial has been broken through by this junior brother from Narcissus Island. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to rob? Or are you trying to bully others? You've embarrassed all of us in the Great Compassion sect. Long Zishan did not save Pang Tao's face at all as he scolded him in front of everyone. Senior brother Zishan. Pang Tao's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He also felt a little angry inside and was ready to express it. Step back immediately. Long Zishan quietly growled, but secretly gave Pang Tao a look. Pang Tao understood the signal and stepped back, even though he was not satisfied. Seeing that Pang Tao had listened to him, Long Zishan sighed in relief and immediately looked over at Jian Wushuang with his attitude becoming a lot warmer. You must be junior brother Wushuang from Narcissus Island? My hot-headed junior brother Pang Tao recklessly took action just now. Sorry for offending you. Hey, race an interspatial ring with plenty of elixirs inside it. Please take it as a token of apology. We hope you and all the friends from Narcissus Island will forgive us. Long Zishan tossed over an interspatial ring that he had prepared towards Jian Wushuang as he was speaking. Jian Wushuang grabbed the ring but did not look inside it. He deeply looked at Long Zishan with a strange light in his eyes. All those disciples around started praising him in their minds. Among the 4 minor kings in the Great Compassion sect, Long Zishan was considered the most mild-mannered and enjoyed the highest acclaim. His appearance today proved the saying to be true. Long Zishan was a very reasonable person judging from his apologetic actions. He was also a very good representative of the Great Compassion sect, causing everyone to feel a sense of respect towards them. However, Pang Tao's expression was extremely uneasy. He did not say anything but had already sent a message through his token and asked Long Zishan, Senior brother Zishan, what's happening here? Pang Tao was slightly puzzled. Long Zishan secretly replied to him, Junior brother, you have gone a little overboard today. It's true that the Great Compassion sect is the largest sect in Wuxia Wilderness, the most powerful existence. We can usually do whatever we want in Wuxia Wilderness, and others would have let us have our way even though we're being a little reckless. They would even swallow their pride to not offend us, but that's also on the basis that we could find certain excuses or reasoning on our side. As for today, if you found even just a little bit of reasoning or excuses, you could have done whatever you wanted. Even if you killed Jian Wushuang, so be it. You could have even killed Zhong Yi of Narcissus Island and Ling Dan of Ancient Star Temple without fear, and the Great Compassion sect would back you up after you've done it. The problem here is that you're obviously being unreasonable. The 8th Trial Bridges challenge was broken through by Jian Wushuang with his very own abilities, and now you're asking for what he has earned. That's simply robbery. In addition, you're being so reckless in front of everyone. At this moment, a few elders from Narcissus Island outside have already reached Senior Brother Tu Qianqing and a few of our elders, questioning the thieving behavior of Great Compassion sect's disciples. Our elders from the Great Compassion sect understood that we're in the wrong and could not give a convincing answer, hence the reason they sent me here to stop you. Is that so? Pang Tao finally understood. He knew that Senior Brother Zishan was usually more conniving and often acted as unreasonable as they were, sometimes even more reckless. Senior brother Zishan had always let him be, but he was there to represent the sect and scolded him in front of so many people. Listen, junior brother Pang Tao, as long as we have reasons or excuses, you can do whatever you want. That's the Great Compassion sect's way of being. However, if what you do doesn't come with a reason and was simply because you want to destroy someone, that's fine as well. However, you will have to do it in the dark and not out in public. You can't be so careless, especially right before all these sections. Do you understand? Long Zishan advised. Understood, senior brother Zishan, but that Jian Wushuang, Pang Tao still did not feel satisfied. You fool, you definitely can't kill him in front of so many people, but you can always wait a little while. When the 6 positions appear, all disciples from every sect would definitely try to frantically fight for it. It would be a bloodbath at that time, and you wouldn't have to worry anymore. Wouldn't it be easier to kill Jian Wushuang then? Long Zishan giggled. Pang Tao felt a little excited inside. Yes. Now I understand. When we're in the midst of a battle, they'll stand by Jian Wushuang and wait for my chance. If Jian Wushuang was also going to fight for a position, they'll kill him with the most thorough methods. Even if he doesn't partake in the competition, I could still find ways to push him into the battlefield, which would be merciless at that point. Narcissus Island probably wouldn't dare to say much if I accidentally killed him then. At most, I would apologize to them afterward. Apologize? Since it's on the battlefield, getting killed in chaos would only be due to his own inadequacy. Why the need to apologize? Long Zishan sneered frostily. Pang Tao's anger was completely under control after hearing what Long Zishan had said. He raised his head again and looked at Jian Wushuang with his icy cold eyes. Chapter 24-28. News spreading, senior brother Zishan is right. I have lots of opportunities to kill him. They'll let the kid live for a few more days since that's the case, Pang Tao told himself. However, what he did not know was that Jian Wushuang looked at him with a touch of ridicule. In Pang Tao's mind, Jian Wushuang had managed to live because of Long Zishan's arrival. On the contrary, the person Long Zishan had rescued was actually in fact Pang Tao himself. During that split second, Jian Wushuang had the intention to kill Pang Tao. If Long Zishan had not arrived in time, Pang Tao would have turned into a corpse. However, neither Pang Tao, Long Zishan, nor anyone around knew that. At the surface, Long Zishan was still scolding Pang Tao. Junior brother, you're really too reckless this time. Prepare for your punishment when you go back. Understood. Pang Tao nodded without any feeling of dissatisfaction. Come with me, said Long Zishan, who led Pang Tao and the rest of his group to leave this place. All the disciples from Narcissus Island gave a huge sigh of relief after watching Long Zishan, Pang Tao, and the rest left this place. They're finally gone. Zhong Yi and Su Tong both felt a burden unloaded. Pang Tao alone had already given them an immense amount of pressure. They could not imagine how terrorizing it would be if Long Zishan joined in the mix. Little brother, are you all right? Zhuo Bing went up to Jian Wushuang. I'm fine, but I feel bad getting senior brother Ling Dan involved. Jian Wushuang looked at Ling Dan. Ling Dan was the first one who tried stopping Pang Tao but got injured instead. His face was still pale. He'll live. It's more important that junior brother Wushuang is all right. Ling Dan smiled after noticing Jian Wushuang was looking at him. Jian Wushuang was Zhuo Bing's younger brother, therefore he wanted to do his best to protect Jian Wushuang in front of Zhuo Bing. Unfortunately, his ability was not up to par. Luckily, not all disciples from the Great Compassion sect are bullies. At least this Long Zishan is reasonable and knows his place, said Zhuo Bing. Reasonable? Know his place? He's just smarter, that's all. Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. It was true. Even though they were both core disciples of the Great Compassion sect and one of the 12 minor kings, Long Zishan was a lot smarter than Pang Tao. At the very least, in terms of his behavior and mannerisms, Long Zishan had a good reputation on the surface. However, who knew what kind of person was he in the dark? Junior brother Wushuang. All the disciples from Narcissus Island walked up to him. Zhong Yi and Su Tong both looked at Jian Wushuang with mixed emotions. Junior brother Wushuang, was what Pang Tao just said true? The rest of the disciples also looked at Jian Wushuang, waiting for an answer. Although they believed a big part of it, they still felt it was hard to believe, hence they needed to hear it from Jian Wushuang himself. Looking at everyone's answer-seeking eyes, Jian Wushuang laughed. That was a very long time ago. It's no big deal. Jian Wushuang sounded extremely calm, but the fact he had admitted it remained. At that point, all of them, Zhong Yi, Su Tong, and all the Narcissus Island disciples on site, gasped, feeling even more stunned. They finally understood why Elder Wujian would defend Jian Wushuang with all his might and send him into Saint's tomb. It turned out that it was not due to any special relationship between them, but because Elder Wujian knew of Jian Wushuang's background as a rarely seen superior demon. A superior demon such as him should deserve to get the highest level of nurturing. Zhongyi took a deep breath and continued asking, Junior Brother Wushuang, there's something that I don't quite understand. When Bai Yu and Elder Wujian invited you at the same time, why did you reject the Great Compassion sect to become the personal disciple of Fan Jianxian? Instead, you chose to become a regular outer disciple on Narcissus Island? The rest of them also had the same question. People tend to move up to higher places. Anybody would wish to join sects that were stronger to get more resources and have more improvement space. Perhaps it was understandable that Jian Wushuang refused to join the Great Compassion sect out of dislike for them. However, what was incomprehensible was that he happily became an outer disciple when he could have easily become a Narcissus Island core disciple or even the Lord's personal disciple. Jian Wushuang laughed and said, The reason is simple. I just didn't want too many constraints. That's it? Everyone was surprised. That is it. Jian Wushuang nodded again. The core disciples from Narcissus Island speechlessly looked at each other and shrugged in the end. All of them could only assume that a superior demon like Jian Wushuang's thought process was different from theirs. Little brother, at this moment, the genius disciples in the entire Saint's tomb have already known about you inheriting the relics left behind by Purple Blood Saint. There are bound to be people with inconceivable ideas. You need to be careful from now on, especially that Peng Tao. I've got a feeling he won't just stop here, said Zhuobing solemnly. Yes, I understand. He'll be careful, said Jian Wushuang. The field very soon became quiet. The many various sects disciples who came to watch had also left. The news spread like wildfire as well upon their departure. It did not take long before every sect's genius disciples in Saint's tomb knew that Jian Wushuang had the items left behind by Purple Blood Saint. At the same time, the story of Jian Wushuang's terrifying talents had also spread to every corner of Saint's tomb. All of a sudden, there was a huge quake among the people in Saint's tomb. It could not be helped because Jian Wushuang's battle records were too incredible. There was nobody who was unmoved by that story when they heard it. His name began to spread among the sects for the very first time as Jian Wushuang, an ultimate demon who lived among people. In a hidden room within Saint's tomb, Crimson Stone Saint's remnant consciousness had always been there, and that consciousness was extended into every corner of the tomb. Anything that happened within could not escape his knowledge. Naturally, he had noticed when Peng Tao and his gang were picking a fight with Jian Wushuang. The person he was interested in was not Peng Tao, but Jian Wushuang instead. Anyways, he had always been interested in Jian Wushuang. Crimson Stone Saint had also heard everything Peng Tao said, the various information about Jian Wushuang. Profound achievement in sword principles at 16 years old. Killed third-class divine demon with the level of chaotic realm, and overpowered 2 second-class divine demon head-to-head at 19 years old. Achieved completion in sword principles as a peak stage chaotic realm, passed the 8th Trial Bridges challenges, and obtained the relics left behind by Purple Blood Saint this year at 21 years old. Haha, this little boy called Jian Wushuang really is not just talented, huh? Chapter 24-29. Joining hands, even Crimson Stone Saint exclaimed after knowing about Jian Wushuang's story. He was a well-respected undying saint, and had witnessed various genius experts amidst traveling throughout the ancient god domain when he was still immortal. Among them, there were some truly mesmerizing demons and monsters. Even so, he had never heard of a 16-year-old demon achieving profound achievement, regardless of how impressive that 16-year-old was. As for an early-stage chaotic realm that could go head-on and overpower a second-class divine demon, that was even more unbelievable. If not hearing it directly from Gold Cauldron sects, not Xianyuan, even Crimson Stone Saint himself would have trouble believing it, not to mention genius disciples from various sections. Even Crimson Stone Saint himself had never seen or even heard of such a monster. Crimson Stone Saint became even more curious about Jian Wushuang after discovering it. If he could overpower second-class Divine Demon while still being an early-stage Chaotic Realm, his ability must have gone up a whole lot, now that he's at the peak stage Chaotic Realm and also had achieved a breakthrough in his sword principle cultivation level. I suppose his battle strength is perhaps comparable to a peak Divine Demon? I wonder where he is positioned in comparison to those few geniuses in the tomb. In a few more days, I want to observe in detail when the competition for those 6 positions begins. After that, it was extremely peaceful in the saint's tomb. Genius disciples from all sects tried breaking through those challenges on the Bridge of Trials with nobody else creating any more troubles. As for Jian Wushuang, although everyone knew that he possessed Purple Blood Saints relics and some felt slight greed to possess them, all of them held back with nobody daring to take any actions. Almost in the blink of an eye, Saint's tomb had been opened for almost a month. In the fields where Narcissus Island disciples gathered, the disciples from Ancient Star Temple had chosen to station there as well. Zhuo Bing, Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong gathered together. It's almost time. If nothing's out of expectations, the competition for those 6 positions will begin these few days, said Ling Dan, Feng Tian Scroll. For all of us, it's such a precious opportunity to be able to study Feng Tian Scroll. Hence, when those 6 positions appear, there's bound to be a bloodied fight over it, mumbled Zhuo Bing. Zhong Yi and Su Tong, I gather you're both interested in those positions as well? Ling Dan looked at them. That's for sure. Zhong Yi and Su Tong simultaneously nodded. Why don't we join hands since that's the case? Ling Dan suggested. Joining hands? Zhong Yi and Su Tong both felt surprised. It's such that if there is a position token that appears near our area when the competition begins, all 4 of us could use our full might to fight for it. However, if any among us successfully obtains a position token, the other 3 should not fight for it, and have to do their best to help him fend off genius disciples from other sects instead, said Ling Dan. Hearing that, Zhong Yi and Su Tong looked at each other and nodded without much hesitation. Sure. It would be exceptionally difficult to get one position token relying only on junior sister Su Tong and myself. However, if we join forces with Brother Ling Dan and Miss Zhuo Bing, we might be able to get one if luck permits, said Zhong Yi. Well then, it's decided. For my investigation today, even though there are many sects surrounding us in this area, there aren't many who are very skilled. Furthermore, in the only 12 Minor King, if we 4 join hands and a position token really appears around here, there shouldn't be anyone qualified to fight against us over it. Ling Dan smiled. However, as soon as he spoke, there were a few black dots dashing towards them from the void not far away. They soon had appeared within their sight. These are people from the Great Compassion sect? With Peng Tao leading? What is he doing here? Zhuo Bing, Ling Dan, and the other Narcissus Island disciples were stunned. However, Peng Tao did not come up to provoke them this time. They instead stopped somewhere rather close to them. Afterward, the 10 Great Compassion sect disciples led by Peng Tao found a place and settled down. Damn it, this Peng Tao also plans to wait in this area? Ling Dan said quietly. Saint's tomb was very large, and even though the inner area was not as big as the outer area, it was still not a small place per se. Those 6 position tokens that symbolize the right to study Feng Tian Scroll could appear at any time on any corner of the inner area. They could appear anywhere, so it was largely luck dependent on whether one could find them. All the various sects' genius disciples were scattered in different places within the inner area, waiting patiently for their opportunities. However, no sects wished for any opponents who could form a threat to lurk around the area they were in. It would only mean that a strenuous fight would occur with such an opponent around, should a position token appear in that area. Peng Tao from the Great Compassion sect was undoubtedly a strong opponent in the eyes of disciples from Narcissus Island and Ancient Star Temple. Previously, Ling Dan thought that if Ancient Star Temple and Narcissus Island joined hands, they could dominate that area, and no other sects could withstand them. However, now that Peng Tao had appeared, the situation was completely different. This Pang Tao, he's most probably here for us, said Zhongyi coldly. Correct. When he was taken away by Long Zishan, I could see how dissatisfied he was and would look for a chance to make a move on junior brother Wushuang. And now he simply settles close to us. As soon as the competition begins, he would have the chance to do something to junior brother Wushuang. Su Tong agreed. Little brother. Zhuo Bing's expression turned cold and called out. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting on a broken rock studying purple blood sword principle, gradually opened his eyes and walked over. Big sister, what is the matter? Jian Wushuang smiled. Look over there. Zhuo Bing signaled Jian Wushuang with her eyes. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the direction she was gazing at, noticing Pang Tao and the others from the Great Compassion sect. Oh, they're camping close by. Looks like he's looking for a chance to get me. Jian Wushuang smiled. It's good that you know. He wouldn't make a move since the competition for those token positions hasn't begun. However, the inner area will be incredibly chaotic once it starts. If such a token appears in our area, all of us, including Pang Tao, will fight for it. You need to retreat to the battlefield's edge and not join in or stay too close to avoid getting dragged into it, so that Pang Tao couldn't find a chance. Understand? Zhuo Bing advised. Gotcha. I'll be careful. My life is extremely precious after all. Jian Wushuang smiled mildly, with not the least bit of worry in his mind. Chapter 24:30. The frenzy began. Crimson Stone Saint flipped his hand in the hidden space, and a white-colored token suddenly appeared. He mysteriously smiled while looking at the white token. It's about time, let's begin. The first position token. Kid, we'll see how you fare. Crimson Stone Saint swung his hand as he exclaimed, turning the white token into a flash before it vanished. Gong. The giant structure of the saint's tomb shook. The tremors were very violent, as if the grounds were shattering and mountains moving. The sudden changes startled those genius disciples in the inner area. Is it starting? Many disciples' eyes were burning with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the area where Jian Wushuang was located, Narcissus Island, Ancient Star Temple, Great Compassion sect led by Pang Tao, and disciples from many other sects were gathered there and waited calmly. Jian Wushuang immediately stood up with everyone when the saint's tomb started trembling. It's coming. I wonder where the first position token will appear. Zhuo Bing, Ling Dan, Zhongyi, and Su Tong felt fanatically excited. All of them were truly looking forward to it. Right then, a roaring rumble tore through the air. The ground suddenly broke open in the area where Jian Wushuang and his companions were, shooting up a blinding white light beam from below. In the blink of an eye, the white light moved into the middle of the void and appeared in front of all those disciples. The genius disciples on the scene were all stunned. That's a position token? The first position token. A number of them could not recover from the amazement. One should know that the inner area was extremely large, and the place those 6 position tokens would appear was random. Those genius disciples from various sects could only rely on their own luck. Obviously, none of those disciples expected such good fortune to have the first position token appearing in their local area. It was a short surprise which became chaotic the next moment. Do it. Grab it quick. The token is mine. Shouts suddenly filled the air. The total number of genius disciples was around 100, and in that instant, other than a small number of second-class divine demons, most disciples dashed towards the floating white token in the void. For example, Pang Tao from the Great Compassion sect did not miss a beat, taking the lead with 2 first-class and 7 second-class divine demons from his sect following right behind him. Pang Tao's face was stern as he had set his mind in seizing the white token. Little brother, stay far away and don't get involved in the battle. After Zhuo Bing advised Jian Wushuang, she turned to her companions. Everyone, let's do this. Right. Move. Ling Dan, Zhongyi, Su Tong, along with the more capable second-class divine demon disciples from Narcissus Island and Ancient Star Temple sprung into action. Lines of figures charged rapidly towards the white token. As for Jian Wushuang, he did not take action at this first moment. He stood there at the same place and observed calmly instead. The fight had begun. Haha, it's mine. The first token is mine. A young man in an elegant sky blue long robe laughed maniacally. He was a second-class divine demon that was physically the closest to the white token. Hence, he was the first to arrive and naturally held the white token in his hand. However, as soon as he caught the token and was about to keep it in his interspatial ring, "Watch out!" somebody suddenly shouted. The warning came from a first-class divine demon who was also from the same sect as the young man. The young man's face changed, but he could not react in time as a strange scarlet light beam went through his body and instantly ended his life. A petite young lady in red with a frosty expression was right next to the young man, and the strange scarlet light was actually her cold-looking spear, which was currently floating in front of her. She immediately reached out to grab the white token upon killing the young man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fatal attacks were directed right at her. 2 of those attacks were sent by 2 second-class divine demons. However, the third stroke was released by a first-class divine demon. Damn! The young lady in red clenched her teeth, forcibly halted her steps, and dashed sideways at the same time to avoid those attacks. A ghastly dark figure appeared next to the young man's body and extended his large hand to take the young man's interspatial ring and white token. Gong! A giant mountain appeared out of nowhere above the darkly clad figure, and more than 10 attacks were sent out from around him at the same time. No! The darkly clad figure got stunned. Although he was quite a capable first-class divine demon, it was just too difficult facing so many attacks from every direction. Boom! 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 Noises of impacts were heard. The darkly clad figure gave his all, but still could not ward off all the attacks. Finally, his body suddenly collapsed after getting hit by a few attacks. Thus ended the life of a first-class divine demon. Just in such a short time, 2 divine demons, a second-class and a first-class, respectively died under a crowd of attacks. However, that was only the beginning. Following that, kill. I'll kill whoever seizes the token. The position token is mine. Anybody who dares to take it will receive no mercy. Manically shouts filled the edge of the skies. The competition started as soon as the position token appeared, and so were the killings. This is pretty crazy. Jian Wushuang stood idly at the edge of the battlefield and observed everything that was happening. Those sect geniuses could still coexist peacefully, not only in the outer area but also in the inner area when trying out the challenges on the Bridge of Trials. However, they started their bloody fights as soon as the position token appeared. This only showed the importance of the position token and the strong desires of all disciples from every sect over the Fengtian scroll. However, due to the extremely crazy competition, more than 10 disciples fell shortly after the battle started, and one of them was even a first-class divine demon. After all, first-class divine demons usually had a safety token and would break it as soon as they encountered a crisis. Up to that point, nobody had the chance to store the white token into their interspatial ring. As soon as someone got close to the white token, people around would issue coordinated attacks and kill them on the spot. Hence, the white token was still floating midair and illuminating its white light, stirring greed in all of the disciples there. In such a frenzied competition, even first-class divine demons who were extremely capable did not dare to be reckless. Chapter 24:31. The seas there were as many as 100 genius disciples from various sects surrounding the white token in that area, but no one dared to take it. Even Pang Tao, who was considered the strongest among all. Pang Tao gathered with a few disciples from the Great Compassion sect. "Senior brother Pang Tao, aren't we taking it?" asked a first-class divine demon disciple. "If we do it now, we'll immediately become everyone's target. Be patient and give it some time." Pang Tao waved his hand. Meanwhile, Zhuo Bing, Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong also stood together. "What now?" Su Tong frowned hard. "We're obviously at a deadlock right now. No one has the guts to step up, because doing so means he'll be attacked by everyone. Even Pang Tao doesn't dare to make a move." Zhong Yi gazed at Pang Tao once and said coldly, "This can't go on forever. Somebody has to break the deadlock." Ling Dan's expression turned gloomy and looked at Zhuo Bing next to him. Junior sister, Zhuo Bing could understand Ling Dan's mind through that look. She nodded slightly but still reminded him, "Be careful. Don't worry, worst comes to worst, they'll just use the safety token." Ling Dan plainly smiled and suddenly dashed out. Whoosh! Ling Dan rushed towards the white token at breakneck speeds. In that situation, everyone was keenly watching the white token and being very cautious of each other. As soon as Ling Dan took action, he attracted everyone's attention. Kill him. Die. A large number of the surrounding disciples, including tens of second-class divine demon and a few first-class divine demons, came rushing towards Ling Dan. At that juncture, no one cared who he was or what was his background. So what, if he was one of the 12 minor kings? He would receive no mercy since he dared to touch the position token. Ling Dan's expression turned gloomy upon noticing the wave of attacks rolling towards him, but he did not stop. Just when all the attacks were about to fall on him, there was a loud ring and a thick layer of golden light rose from his body. The golden light suddenly formed into a golden turtle, wrapping Ling Dan completely within it. All the attacks fell on the golden turtle and made continuous clashing noises. After a wave of clashing noises, the golden turtle broke apart and Ling Dan's body suffered some injuries with blood streaming down a corner of his mouth. Even so, he had withstood the strong waves of attacks. Zhuo Bing had also taken actions when everyone frenziedly attacked Ling Dan. She was incredibly fast and arrived next to the white token in the blink of an eye. She swiftly waved her hand, and the white token that had been floating in the void had finally been kept in her interspatial ring. That sight simply made all the genius disciples roll their eyes wide with jealousy. No. Let go. Let go of the token. Drop dead. Ling Dan appeared next to Zhuo Bing in the first moment. The golden turtle rose from his body once again, but it was a lot dimmer this time. Zhuo Bing had a solemn look on her face, and her body was also glowing with a layer of golden light. They joined hands to fend off those disciples' attacks while propelling themselves towards the direction of Narcissus Island disciples. "Friends, please give us a hand," said Ling Dan with a low tone. "No problem." Zhong Yi and Su Tong did not hesitate. Before the fight started, they had agreed to join hands. After joining hands, regardless of who seized the token, the other three would do their best to give a helping hand to that person. Zhong Yi and Su Tong would naturally do everything they could to help since Zhuo Bing and Ling Dan had obtained the white token. Zhong Yi and Su Tong immediately made their moves. That triggered the anger of everyone surrounding them. It'll be damned. Narcissus Island is joining hands with Ancient Star Temple? Narcissus Island and Ancient Star Temple each have 2 first-class divine demon. That's a total of 4, and among them is Ling Dan, a 12 minor king expert. So what? They dared to take the token, so they deserve to die all the same. Kill. Don't let them get away. The rest of the genius disciples from various sects agreed and surrounded the 4 of them. Zhuo Bing and company made up a coalition of 4 first-class divine demon, with the second-class divine demon disciples from Narcissus Island and Ancient Star Temple were also trying their best to assist from the sideline. In such a situation, they could more or less withstand the attacks from the rest. Their next step was to break out from the crowd. As long as they broke out of it, the various sects' genius disciples would find it difficult to do anything to them. Careful. Quickly this way. When the 4 first-class divine demons joined hands and continuously withstood the crowd's attacks, Zhuo Bing also tried getting close to the edge of the crowd. Hey, race a chance. Zhuo Bing felt a little excited. From the look of this situation, the 4 divine demons coalition could very possibly break out of the crowd. However, all of a sudden, "Junior sister, watch out!" shouted someone. Zhuo Bing immediately looked ahead and saw a piercing light sweeping towards her. That was a sword light, an extremely blinding sword light. Tracing back the source of the sword light was Pang Tao, who was projecting a strong energy tide. Together with him were another 2 great compassion sects, first-class divine demons. Zhuo Bing's face changed, and the long red staff in her hand suddenly turned into a long snake, furiously charging outwards. However, when the red staff and blinding sword light collided, that staff which supposedly carried a heaven-shattering fury had been deflected, and Zhuo Bing had to take several steps backward. The few retreating steps caused her to fall back into the crowd. Kill. Everyone around her took the opportunity and charged towards her. Damn it! Zhuo Bing could not hide her frustration. Pang Tao finally can't stay still anymore. Ling Dawn's eyes were incredibly gloomy. Supposedly, with 4 first-class divine demons joining hands, meant that they could take over the area and had a very big chance of seizing the token, but with Pang Tao's appearance, the abilities that Pang Tao displayed could completely crush all 4 of them. Ice Queen, give me the token or you will die. Pang Tao stared at Zhuo Bing coldly. Himph, are you trying to scare me? Do you think I would be shaken? Zhuo Bing humphed frostily. She had a safety token with her. If she really came across a crisis, she could always escape directly with the safety token. Want to kill her? Pang Tao did not have the skills to do so. You're looking for death. Pang Tao was furious and immediately dashed out. Terrifying energy and power suddenly pressed against Zhuo Bing. Although she was an extremely capable first-class divine demon, when facing Pang Tao, who was one of the 12 minor kings, her mind still felt immense pressure. Chapter 2432. Purple Light Phantom Whoosh. 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 The blinding sword light flashed again. Obviously, Pang Tao had no mercy towards a lady as he completely exerted his sword skills. His speed had reached its very limit, along with his non-stop attack strokes raining down on Zhuo Bing. Facing such sword skills, Zhuo Bing could only give her all to ward off those attacks, but it was incredibly difficult. Junior sister, I'll block him. Ling Dan rushed over and immediately blocked Pang Tao. Are you sure you can? Pang Tao chuckled. Suddenly the power and speed of his hands surged even more. Zhuo Bing and her coalition were already under immense pressure with only Pang Tao himself, not forgetting to mention that Pang Tao was not the only person she had to worry about. There were other disciples around who also wanted to take her down. Zhuo Bing and the rest could not hold on much longer under their collective assaults. No, we can't hold on much longer, growled Su Tong quietly from the side. Damn, do I really have to forego the token that I have already acquired? Zhuo Bing's face turned frosty. The position token right then was kept inside her interspatial ring. She would surely not want to give up something that she had already obtained. However, the 4 of them had already fallen inside a deadly circle which was almost impossible to break out. In such a situation, if she did not release the token, she would perhaps have to break the safety token and leave Saint's Tomb. Even if they escaped, they would still have to leave the position token behind. We have no choice. Junior sister, give it up for now. Let's wait for another chance to take it back. Ling Dan sent a message to Zhuo Bing. He was the one who had to endure the biggest pressure among the 4 of them, as he had already taken some injuries when he tried helping Zhuo Bing to obtain the token. After that, he not only had to face Pang Tao, but another first-class divine demon from the Great Compassion sect was also targeting him. He was being completely overpowered and was just barely hanging on. If this continues for another short moment, he would have no choice but to break the safety token. Seeing that was the case while still feeling extremely unwilling, Zhuo Bing gritted her teeth and made up her mind. As long as the verdant hills remained, there would be no shortages of firewood. Zhuo Bing had made up her mind to let go of the position token. However, just as Zhuo Bing and her coalition were being pushed to the edge, no one realized that Jian Wushuang had already disappeared from where he stood outside the battlefield. Jian Wushuang was already in the middle of the crowd at the battlefield's center when he reappeared, standing right behind Zhuo Bing. Big sister, need help? Without any fair warning, Jian Wushuang's voice sounded next to Zhuo Bing's ear. Zhuo Bing shuddered and looked at Jian Wushuang. Little brother, what are you doing here? Zhuo Bing was shocked. She had advised him many times not to get involved in the fight for the positions, not to even get too close to the battlefield in order to avoid giving Pang Tao any opportunity to attack him. Jian Wushuang promised her during that time as well. If that was the case, why did Jian Wushuang directly appear on the battlefield? Go. Leave now. Zhuo Bing yelled. However, Jian Wushuang did not move. On the side, Pang Tao had also noticed Jian Wushuang's arrival. Haha, this kid came into the battlefield like an idiot, trying to help his big sis? Pang Tao could not hide his excitement. Right on. I was still wondering when I could kill him, and now he presented himself as a gift? Just as the saying goes, you choose not the paved path to heaven, but break into a gateless hell 1L. Pang Tao's eyes were also shining with a thick light of greed. He immediately made up his mind after seeing Jian Wushuang. You two, keep Ling Dan busy, instructed Pang Tao. The other two first-class divine demons from Great Compassion sect immediately went up and kept Ling Dan in a tight web of attacks. With his hands being free, Pang Tao went straight to Jian Wushuang. Pang Tao, stop. They'll give you the position token. Zhuo Bing shouted. Pang Tao sneered. Position token? The position token would need time to fight over it, but Jian Wushuang is standing right in front of me. Pang Tao had no hesitation in his mind. He had already calculated that there would still be enough time to fight for the position token after killing Jian Wushuang and obtaining Purple Blood Saint's relics. Little brother, run. Run now. Zhuo Bing shouted in a frenzy after seeing Pang Tao charging at Jian Wushuang with full ferocity. However, Jian Wushuang did not have any intention to escape. He looked straight at Pang Tao. The Blood Mountain sword had appeared with a flip of his palm. Jian Wushuang then immediately shifted his figure and took the initiative to charge at Pang Tao. You want to die. Not only did Pang Tao not feel any anger, but he also laughed in return, with his facial expression becoming vicious. Boy, you're the one who's seeking death. Don't blame me. Die. With a ring, a blinding sword light lit up. It was like a little sun, shining across the lands. Many people around shut their eyes because of the sword's brightness. That stroke had contained Pang Tao's killing intent and hatred, which were absolutely terrifying. Most importantly, his speed was incredibly fast. It was so fast that nobody around could offer assistance. Little brother. Zhuo Bing opened her eyes wide, feeling desperate. However, Jian Wushuang, who was floating calmly, had also moved the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Swing, a poignantly beautiful sword light flashed. The sword light contained a mild purple that looked incomparably gorgeous as it sliced through the void. The purple sword light was not blinding, but incredibly demonic, as if the shadows of a purple-colored phantom flying by. The energy from it was calm and leisurely, not as devastating as Pang Tao's stroke. However, it was such a stroke that made Pang Tao's pupils slightly shrink when the beautiful purple light flashed by. This stroke doesn't seem usual. Right when Pang Tao noticed something, Jian Wushuang and Pang Tao had passed by each other. Jian Wushuang stood behind Pang Tao with his sword in one hand. Sword like shadows. Sword like spirits. Drive the sword with shadows. Drive the sword with spirits. So very beautiful, like the shadows and spirits. In the Purple Blood Sword principle that Purple Blood Saint created, the third form, Purple Light Phantom, is actually the most beautiful stroke. Jian Wushuang wore a mild smile on his face and mumbled to himself as blood was dripping on the tip of his Blood Mountain sword, as if time and space were frozen. The many genius disciples, including Zhuo Bing, Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong, had all stopped their motions and looked at his direction. Shock filled their eyes. Many people did not see clearly what actually had happened. They could only see that Pang Tao stood like a statue in one place, frozen. His eyes were hollow but filled with absolute horror and with even more disbelief. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but those two words were all he could let out. Phew. A gust of wind blew by and a sizable head went flying. Chapter 24:33. Fearful Silence. The huge battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The various sects' genius disciples on the battlefield instinctively stopped dead in their tracks, with all their eyes fixed on the head that flew out with astonishment. They were stunned exactly because all of them knew full well who the owner of that head belonged. The fight had been going on with many sacrificed, and it made no difference if another person died. However, it was still shocking that Pang Tao, who ranked 6th among the 12 minor kings, was dead. Dead. Pang Tao is dead? How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. The scene sent everyone into a state of stupor. Countless sets of eyes turned towards the young man who walked towards Pang Tao's body. The young man who held a sword in one hand was only exuding the divine powers of a peak chaotic realm. Nevertheless, everyone witnessed that Pang Tao was beheaded by this man in peak chaotic realm. Jian Wushuang soon arrived next to Pang Tao's headless body. He swept his eyes over the body and noticed a token which was held tightly in his palm. That token was Pang Tao's safety token. A moment ago, Peng Tao sensed danger while exchanging blows with Jian Wushuang. He reacted by taking out his safety token and was about to crush it. Unfortunately, his actions were too slow. He was just a small step away from saving himself by crushing the safety token in his hand. However, he died. Under Jian Wushuang's sword, he did not even have the chance to crush his life-saving safety token before dying. Even having a safety token can't save his life. Jian Wushuang smirked and took away Peng Tao's safety token and interspatial ring. He then waved his hand, and Peng Tao's body fell downward. The people around had yet to recover from their daze, especially Zhuobing and Zhongyi, who was even more shocked than ever. The disciples of the Great Compassion sect were the ones who reacted first. Jian Wushuang, you killed senior brother Peng Tao. Just wait. We from the Great Compassion sect will never let you go. A first-class divine demon from Great Compassion sect shrieked. Jian Wushuang raised his brows and gave the first-class divine demon a side-eye and scoffed. Life and death are normal in battles for opportunities. Are you suggesting that only the Great Compassion sect is allowed to wantonly kill someone from other sects, but disciples from other sects aren't allowed to retaliate? If you are so free to be up there talking nonsense, you might as well avenge Peng Tao now. Of course, it depends if you can do so. The first-class divine demon was stunned by Jian Wushuang's rebuttal and was at a loss for words. He indeed had no guts to fight against Jian Wushuang. He was not alone. The genius disciples from various sects around him were terrified of Jian Wushuang. It was no joke since even Peng Tao died in Jian Wushuang's hands. Peng Tao was killed almost instantly without a chance to crush his safety token and escape. What kind of power was that? Noticing the people's expressions around him, Jian Wushuang faintly smiled and went over to Zhuobing. Big sister, you haven't given away the position token, right? No, I haven't, replied Zhuobing. That's good. It's yours since you got it. They'll kill whoever that dares to snatch it. Jian Wushuang was obviously saying that to the genius disciples around him. Those genius disciples were greedy for the position token in Zhuobing's hand. After hearing Jian Wushuang's warning, all of them were hesitating if it was worth snatching. They were fearful of Jian Wushuang. Why is Jian Wushuang so strong? I heard that he was able to duel second-class divine demons at the early stages of the chaotic realm. Now that he has reached peak chaotic realm, he's definitely stronger than before. How come he is so strong? Even Peng Tao was killed with a single wave of his sword with no chance to crush his safety token. How terrifying is that? I also think that Peng Tao's combat powers are a bit too much for a peak chaotic realm to handle. Maybe Jian Wushuang was just lucky? Could it be that Peng Tao was careless? Yes, it's possible. Those genius disciples were whispering. Jian Wushuang's beheading of Peng Tao shook the world. The sword movement was so fast that only a handful of people could see it. It was inevitable that many thought it was by mere luck that he killed Peng Tao. Motivated by the opportunities that came along with a position token, none of those disciples wanted to give it up so easily. After a round of discussion, many people looked at Jian Wushuang with their cold and menacing eyes. They had to attempt. A dark light beam appeared behind Jian Wushuang without warning. The dark light beam did not only strangely appear out of nowhere, but was also extremely fast with overwhelming power. That sneak attack was made by a reputable first-class divine demon. He was overjoyed seeing that the dark light beam reached less than 10 meters behind Jian Wushuang. It's done. That first-class divine demon let out a low laugh as the dark light beam penetrated Jian Wushuang's figure. However, there were no traces of blood after it went through the figure, and in the next moment, Jian Wushuang's figure slowly dissipated. No good. The first-class divine demon's expression, who did that sneak attack on Jian Wushuang, turned ugly. He immediately took out his safety token and got ready to crush it. Whiz! A purple light flashed and disappeared quickly. No one knew when it appeared or where it came from. Immediately after the purple light disappeared, another head flew out. That first-class divine demon was also too late in crushing his safety token. Such a case was normal, as having the safety token would only allow one to have a life-saving chance in the tomb, but it did not guarantee that one would not die. In the end, a few moments were needed to take out a safety token and crushed it. Oftentimes, Crisis suddenly came so fast that one could not react in time and crush their safety token before being killed. In such cases, the safety token was left unused. On the other hand, Jin Wushuang's sword was fast approaching. The first-class divine demon that followed Pang Tao was also killed by Jin Wushuang, and both did not crush their safety token in time. A first-class divine demon was killed again with just a single movement of his sword. It dampened the spirit of those genius disciples around to snatch the position token. All of them appeared to be frightened by Jin Wushuang. If they thought Jin Wushuang was just lucky when he previously killed Pang Tao, everyone could now realize that it was not a mere coincidence with another first-class divine demon killed. Jin Wushuang had horrifying powers. Chapter 2434. 3 tokens, too powerful. He is too powerful. Even a first-class divine demon was instantly killed. Wouldn't I be seeking death if I go up now? Many genius disciples around were afraid. They were afraid of Jin Wushuang's power. If one had such strong powers, no one would dare to challenge him even if he had treasures that many wanted. Jin Wushuang was just that kind of a person. No one dared to snatch the position token in Zhuo Bing's hands with Jin Wushuang by her side. Of course, they were willing to give that up to a certain extent because it was only the first position token. There were a total of 6 position tokens, and the genius disciples around would have opportunities to compete for the other 5 tokens. There was no need to challenge that terrifying Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang noticed how the attitude of those people around him have changed. He knew that he had shown them enough to make them fearful of him and was pleased. "Big sister, let's go," said Jin Wushuang. The surrounding crowd immediately gave way to Jin Wushuang and the others. "Little brother," Zhuo Bing stared at Jin Wushuang incredulously. She even wondered if Jin Wushuang, who was standing in front of her, was really her little brother. She was worried sick when she knew that Pang Tao had targeted Jin Wushuang before, but who knew that Jin Wushuang was not bothered at all? Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong had weird expressions on their faces. Jin Wushuang smiled helplessly. "Everyone, I know you have a lot of questions, but we have to get out of here first." Yes. Zhuo Bing and the others agreed. Jin Wushuang and his group made their way out using the path that was opened up for them. However, someone was not going to let them leave so easily. In that hidden independent space, I'm surprised by this young man. That Pang Tao guy who was killed by him had the power of peak divine demon but had no chance to crush the token in his hand. Haha. It seems that was not enough to put pressure on Jin Wushuang. In that case, the Crimson Stone Saint smiled in a weird demeanor, and 2 white tokens appeared in his hand. Those 2 white tokens were instantly tossed out. Jin Wushuang, Zhuo Bing, and the others were about to leave the crowd as those genius disciples around had suppressed the greed in them. No one was going to do anything to stop them. At this moment, bang, bang, the ground underneath Jin Wushuang's feet suddenly cracked open and 2 bright white lights shot up. The 2 white lights appeared right next to Jin Wushuang, one on each side. Jin Wushuang frowned and subconsciously waved his hand, catching both white tokens. The sudden change of events caught Jin Wushuang by surprise. Zhuo Bing, the others next to him, and those genius disciples from various sects around were all stunned. The first token position which appeared before that everyone was fighting for had ended up in the hands of Zhuo Bing. No one dared to fight for that token because of Jin Wushuang. Suddenly, 2 more position tokens appeared at the same time, and both fell directly into Jin Wushuang's hands. The 2 tokens plus the one with Zhuo Bing added up to a total of 3 tokens altogether. Jin Wushuang had 3 tokens. Those genius disciples from various sects were consumed by jealousy. Jin Wushuang looked at the 2 position tokens in his hand and frowned. The position tokens were supposed to appear in every corner of the inner area, but now 3 of them appeared at the same time in the area where I'm located. It might be a coincidence for the first one, but these two were sent directly to me. How could it be a coincidence? It looks like I was intentionally put in this situation. Jin Wushuang seemed to have figured it out. His gaze became gloomy all of a sudden. He knew that all of this was deliberately plotted by someone, and there could only be one person who could control when and where these tokens appear in the tomb. Crimson Stone Saint. That old guy? Is he targeting me? Jin Wushuang murmured. Those people around who had given way for Jian Wushuang and his group to leave had once again encircled them. There were hundreds of genius disciples from various sects, and all of them with their fiery eyes were staring at the 2 position tokens in Jian Wushuang's hands. One of the first-class divine demons said, "Jian Wushuang, you are indeed strong. We will let go of that position token with the Ice Queen, but I hope you would hand over those 2 position tokens to us." The first-class divine demon was quite polite, or perhaps he was just cautious and did not take immediate action to snatch it. He hoped that Jian Wushuang would take the initiative to hand the tokens over. Yes, the first position token is fine, but these 2 must be given away. There are only 6 position tokens. You already have one. You can't be too greedy. Jian Wushuang, give it away. There were a few first-class divine demons around who acted as representatives, and all of them tried to coerce Jian Wushuang into giving up his tokens. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He knew that these genius disciples were horrified by his powers, hence they were willing to give up on a single token. However, to allow Jian Wushuang 3 position tokens which accounted for half of the 6 available seats, they were not going to let that happen. Little brother. Zhuo Bing and the others also looked at Jian Wushuang. They were calm. Although Jian Wushuang had attained 2 more position tokens, it was not something good. Jian Wushuang glanced at Zhuo Bing, but he was actually deep in his thoughts. Big sister is very keen at getting a seat to be enlightened by Feng Tian scroll, so the first position token must be hers. I also need a position token for myself. As for Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong, though they had not expressed their intentions, they are also extremely eager for those position tokens. Now that I have 3 tokens, the last token should be assigned to one of them, which currently is just. After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang had made up his mind. He needed all 3 tokens. How could he give them up? Big sister, give me your token, said Jian Wushuang. Zhuo Bing did not hesitate and immediately took out her token. Jian Wushuang took it and said, "All of you, get out of the battlefield." Get out from the battlefield? Zhuo Bing's expression changed. Chapter 2435. Besieged. Little brother, are you thinking of? Zhuo Bing frowned and looked at Jian Wushuang. She had figured out what Jian Wushuang was about to do. Just leave it to me and don't worry. I know what I am doing. Jian Wushuang gave her a reassuring smile. Zhuo Bing contemplated and sighed. Okay, but you must be careful. If it doesn't work, hand over 1 or 2 of those tokens. I know. I have Peng Tao's safety token now. If there's danger, we'll just crush the safety token and leave, said Jian Wushuang. Zhuo Bing finally gave in. Well, go now. Zhuo Bing signaled the rest and walked towards the battlefield's edge with Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong. Let them go. The crowd around immediately gave way. Those genius disciples were after the position tokens and saw Zhuo Bing giving hers to Jian Wushuang. They have decided to only deal with Jian Wushuang since all the 3 position tokens were with him. Hence, they could not wait for Zhuo Bing and the others to leave. After Zhuo Bing and the rest walked out of the crowd, they stood at the battlefield's edge and watched instead of leaving the area. Junior sister, are we really just watching from here? Ling Dan sought confirmation from Zhuo Bing. We can only place our trust in little brother. Besides, you've seen his strength and power. We may not be able to help much, said Zhuo Bing. Miss Zhuo Bing is right. Junior brother Wushuang has been hiding his true potential from the beginning. No one knows how strong he is exactly. Judging from his confident look, the many genius disciples might not be able to harm him at all. We just have to look from afar for now. Besides, junior brother Wushuang has Peng Tao's safety token. He can just crush it if he senses danger, added Zhong Yi. Zhuo Bing and the others had left the battlefield while Jian Wushuang remained encircled by those genius disciples from various sections. The 3 position tokens are in Jian Wushuang's hands. Those genius disciples present were greedily eyeing the 3 tokens. Jian Wushuang flipped his hands, and the 3 position tokens went into his interspatial ring. That provoked those genius disciples around with their expressions turning ugly. Jian Wushuang, we respect your ability and have agreed not to snatch the first token from you and your group. Don't push our limits. Yes, although you are capable, push past our limits and we'll go after you. When that happens, it will be your dead end. Jian Wushuang, I advise you not to be so full of yourself. A few first-class divine demons started yelling. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as he swept his gaze around. The 3 position tokens are indeed in my hands, but I can't hand over the tokens for nothing. If you really want them, come and grab it from me. So bold. Since you are so stubborn, you can't blame us. Let's kill him together. Kill him and all the 3 tokens will be up for grabs.
Attack.
About hundreds of genius disciples from various sects charged at the same time. Among them, there were nearly 10 first-class divine demons. They believed with their combined attacks a true peak divine demons, even a top-tier one would not be spared. Let's do it. Zhuobing and the others were solemnly watching from outside the battlefield with some worries in their hearts. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming attack came down on Jian Wushuang. The attacks came from all directions, and there were so many of them that Jian Wushuang could not avoid it all. Nonetheless, Jian Wushuang did not intend to avoid them at all. With the strength of his right arm, his blood mountain sword hummed softly, and a majestic sword essence manifested itself. With him achieving the complete sword principal realm, Jian Wushuang's sword essence was more powerful than before. The sword essence greatly influenced his surroundings. Jian Wushuang himself seemed to have evolved into a black hole that was able to consume everything. In the middle of the black hole, a bunch of sword lights came forth. The sword lights were ferociously firing out like a rain of swords. Those atrocious attacks that were aimed at Jian Wushuang were instantly drowned by the rain of swords. The attacks were soon sent scattering in all directions. That was Shinluo Sword's principle, the Qi Coalesce. Did he just parry off all our attacks with a sword principle? His swordsmanship is powerful. Be careful, don't let him escape. The many genius disciples around began to locate where Jian Wushuang was, albeit just recovering from the shock. After the sword rain dissipated, Jian Wushuang's figure magically moved. Wow! Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in a void. Nearly 20 genius disciples in the void's vicinity immediately reacted. Rumble, a series of attacks were fired. Nonetheless, Jian Wushuang did use any sword principle to resist these attacks. He submitted himself to the assaults instead. The attacks shuttled past his body without touching any substance. That was obviously not Jian Wushuang's body. He's there. No, he's there. There is also one here. A series of exclamations sounded, and the many geniuses who besieged Jian Wushuang discovered that 5 Jian Wushuangs appeared on the battlefield at the same time. Adding in the one that they had just launched an attack on, there should be a total of 6 images. Those 6 Jian Wushuangs were exactly the same in appearance and demeanor. They could not tell which one was real. These are space-time shadows. Only those who had learned and apprehended space-time law could do this. Goodness, and he can create 6 space-time shadows at the same time. He must have a great understanding of space-time law. Perhaps he's very close to the first stage space-time apparition. Space-time apparitions can only trick the naked eyes, but not one's soul. With Soul Power 1, you can discern which of these 6 are merely shadows. Those genius disciples released their soul powers in the direction of Jian Wushuang. However, what their souls found, all 6 are shadows. How could that be? There, his real body is there. An exclamation sound came abruptly, and everyone looked around only to find that on a hill at the edge of the battlefield, a young man holding a sword was watching them with interest. That person was Jian Wushuang. While they were busy identifying which of these 6 shadows was Jian Wushuang, he had already broken free from their siege and went to the battlefield's edge. Chapter 2436. You've pissed me off, too. Too fast. Junior brother Wushuang's apprehension of space-time law has probably already been infinitely close to the first stage. None of these genius disciples could keep up with him. Zhongyi and the others were shocked. They were worried that Jian Wushuang would not be able to face so many genius disciples single-handedly, but Jian Wushuang's speed had thrown them off by surprise. With such terrifying speeds and such high-level apprehension of the space-time law, no wonder Jian Wushuang was not afraid of these disciples' siege. Keep on attacking. Kill him. Although the 100 genius disciples saw Jian Wushuang's terrifying speed, They were not about to give up. Their attacks came firing like swarms of bees. Previously, Jin Wushuang could easily cope with their siege. It was an extravagant hope for those people to attack him when he had already broken through their siege. Not giving up yet? All right, they'll play along. Jin Wushuang smirked. His figure evolved once again. Whiff, 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 whiff. 6 space-time shadows appeared at the same time, and their speeds were fast. Where is he? Find him quick. The genius disciples roared and relied on their soul powers to again locate Jin Wushuang's real body. At the same time, Jin Wushuang's body appeared in another void some distance away from them. He was already halfway sitting down in that void with his brows jumping like he was having fun. Damn, he's too fast. We can't keep up with him. No, I can't catch up to him at all. He's just playing with us. What do we do now? Those genius disciples finally understood what was going on. Among them was a first-class divine demon from one of the big sections. He was a strong man with a solid back and tapered waistline. That man was holding a giant axe while keeping an eye on Jin Wushuang with raging anger. Despite his anger, that man kept his sense. He's too fast. We can't do anything to him at all. We can only kill him if he fights us head-on instead of avoiding us. The strong man snorted. He turned his gaze slowly towards Shuabing and the others who were not far away. The Ice Queen is his eldest sister. If we can capture her, we can force Jin Wushuang to face us. The strong man wore a cold and hard expression and had secretly made a decision in his heart. Everyone, let's capture the Ice Queen first. As long as the Ice Queen is in our hands, we don't have to worry about Jin Wushuang not handing over the position tokens. The strong man yelled as he dashed towards the direction of Shuabing and the rest. The many genius disciples around were startled when they heard the strong man bellowed, and all of them immediately reacted thereafter. Yes, the Ice Queen is close with this brat. As long as we capture her, we can do as we wish. Haha, we can't do anything to Jin Wushuang, but we can target the Ice Queen. Hurry up, don't let the Ice Queen escape. Around 100 genius disciples turned around and zoomed towards Shuabing's direction. They knew they were unable to harm Jin Wushuang, who had a terrifying speed, but the Ice Queen was not as fast. Damn it! Shuabing, Lingdan, and the rest saw what was coming as their facial expressions drastically changed. Shameless! Shuabing cursed. Junior sister, run quickly! Lingdan repeatedly cried. Shuabing turned around and left without hesitation. She did not want to fall into the hands of those mad genius disciples to be used as a bargaining chip against Jin Wushuang. However, while Shuabing turned and fled, Jin Wushuang, who had been sitting in the void, took everything in with his cold gaze. His body instantly came sweeping down. In just a split second, he passed those genius disciples and first appeared behind Shuabing. He stood protectively over Shuabing. Haha, Jin Wushuang. So you have finally decided to fight? The strong man laughed out loud. They intended for Jin Wushuang to fight them head-on instead of avoiding them with his shadows so that they could kill Jin Wushuang together. They had achieved their goal. Little brother. Shuabing's expression sank. She had never expected herself to become Jin Wushuang's burden. If she had known any better, she would have listened to Jin Wushuang and went off as far as she could, away from the battlefield. Jin Wushuang had to fight head-on with those genius disciples because of their siblings' relationship. Just when those genius disciples were delighted by Jin Wushuang's will to fight, Jin Wushuang raised his eyes and locked them on those disciples with a horrifying flash. Congratulations to guys, because you have pissed me off. Jin Wushuang's cold voice echoed throughout the area. One his face resembled Shura, one as he was ready to kill. He had not intended for a massacre. After all, there were 100 genius disciples from various sects in the Wushao wilderness in front of him. Most of these sects were not powerful, but there were several big sections. If he had killed any of them, it could have resulted in him declaring war on those sections. Although they were all fighting for the position tokens, being subject to the fate of life and death, they tried not to make any unnecessary moves. Therefore, if it was not necessary, Jin Wushuang would not want to kill. When he faced the siege of 100 genius disciples, he had only relied on his speed to break through the circle and simply played a trick on them. He was hoping that they would just admit defeat and give up on fighting. Jian Wushuang thought that he was being kind and merciful. Who would have thought that those disciples took his kindness for granted and went directly for Zhuo Bing to threaten him? Zhuo Bing was his big sister. Although they had only met for the first time in Saint's tomb, Zhuo Bing took care of him and even tried to stand up for him. She offered him her own safety token, which moved Jian Wushuang very much. That was the true affection of a family member. Jian Wushuang would not tolerate those unscrupulous genius disciples who wanted to harm his family members. That was the last straw. It had angered Jian Wushuang and awakened his desire to kill. It was ridiculous that those genius disciples were blinded by their desire for the position token that they could not feel Jian Wushuang's wrath. They would not be bothered even if they felt it. Let's fire together. The strong man shouted, and once again, the 100 genius disciples attacked. Chapter 24:37. Massacre. There were 100 genius disciples, and among them were 10 first-class divine demons. With such a huge lineup, even a peak divine demons would admit defeat and flee. Due to that, those genius disciples were extremely confident in facing Jian Wushuang. So what if you're powerful? I don't believe alone you can face off 100 of us? The strong man had a wide grin. Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the void in front of him, transformed into several shadows. The strong man curled his lips. Do you still want to run away from the fight? I'll hunt down the Ice Queen if you run away. As soon as that strong man finished his sentence, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in the crowd without a warning. The void filled with a sense of bone-chilling atmosphere that they even spotted snow falling. At the same time as the falling snow, a dreamy sword light lit up. The sword light completely integrated with the void snowflakes. The first style of purple blood sword skill, falling snow. A sword light swept across and 13 heads instantly flew out at the same time. All 13 heads still had that crazed, ferocious look when they were being decapitated from their necks. What? The people around him were shocked. There was no way that 13 heads could be thrown out at the same time. Such a scene was rare. The sword light fell along with falling snowflakes and Jian Wushuang's figure disappeared once again. When he appeared again, Jian Wushuang was still in the crowd, and in front of him stood more than a dozen genius disciples, including a first-class divine demon. Jian Wushuang wielded his sword. It was just a simple front stab across with his sword, and there was an instant rumbling. The void was filled with blood, and the whole world seemed to have completely plunged into a sure-ass hell with blood everywhere. Jian Wushuang, the sword in his hand, and even the sword technique that he used were completely turned into blood. That was the fourth style of purple blood sword technique, Blood Demon. The first-class divine demon was the first to react to Jian Wushuang's sword. Hurry up, let's act together and block his sword. The first-class divine demon was terrified. If he was alone, he would not have dared to parry off Jian Wushuang's sword, but it was different when there were more than a dozen of them together. Hearing his shouts, more than a dozen genius disciples around immediately took action. A series of brutal attacks superimposed on top of each other and bombarded Jian Wushuang's bloody sword. Boom! There was a loud noise when the two forces of attacks collided. The area was completely reduced to a sea of blood. In the center of the blood sea, a defense formed by more than a dozen genius disciples collapsed. The blood-red sword light crushed everything and penetrated into the group. Numerous smaller blood-colored sword lights came out from the larger sword light and formed a huge blood-colored sword net. The net had more than a dozen genius disciples within it. Damn it! The expressions of those genius disciples drastically changed. Swoosh! The sound of those small sword lights entering their body came repeatedly, and more than a dozen genius disciples, except for the first-class divine demon who crushed the safety token and escaped at the nick of time, had their divine bodies cut into several pieces or even dozens of pieces by the sword net. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Those genius disciples were ruthlessly killed in a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure disappeared again. When he appeared again, he was in front of the strong man who shouted fiercely before. There was another first-class divine demon who stood beside that strong man. For Jian Wushuang, There was no difference between first-class divine demons and second-class divine demons. Jin Wushuang drew out his sword. In that second when his sword was swung across, ripples appeared in the void. Time seemed to be completely frozen. That was Jin Wushuang's self-invented space-time sword technique. The first style, cutting snow. That strong man had a feeling like never before. He knew that death was near. His eyes were filled with terror, and without any hesitation, he grabbed his safety token. Just when he was about to crush his safety token, boom! A huge blow of soul power penetrated into his consciousness and bombarded his soul. It was a soul attack secret technique, 3 golden divine light. Jin Wushuang's soul attack skill was not strong. After all, he had yet to recover his power to the level of a divine demon realm. His soul attack skill was just detrimental to ordinary second-class or third-class divine demons. Luckily, although that strong man was a first-class divine demon, his soul power was not strong and probably only at the level of a second-class divine demon. In addition, he was defenseless as he was not prepared for an attack on his soul. That made him miss the opportunity to crush his safety token. Swoosh! The blurry sword light swept across and cut that strong man's head off. Before breathing his last, the strong man was in a state of stupor. He's not only skillful with a sword, but also good at launching soul attacks? The strong man died. The first-class divine demon who was beside him saw that the situation was no good. Hence, he crushed his safety token and fled. Jin Wushuang took away the strong man's interspatial ring before his body disappeared again. Whoosh! 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 Jin Wushuang's figure repeatedly disappeared and reappeared among the crowd. He was too fast, making it almost impossible for those genius disciples to catch hold of him. Every time he appeared, he was accompanied by a terrifying sword light. The sword light was invincible. No one could resist it. Regardless of first-class or second-class divine demons, those who had a safety token instantly crushed it to save their own lives. Those without one would be dead in no time. Whoosh! 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 His repeated appearances sent heads flying. Those headless bodies fell down like raindrops. In an instant, Jin Wushuang had disappeared and appeared about 7 times, back and forth, which was enough to scare the remaining genius disciples witless. Run! Run now! The genius disciples who were still alive screamed and frantically fled into the surrounding void at top speeds. Everyone was running for their lives. They did not stop until they were in the void, which was further away from the battlefield. After that, with horrified eyes, they turned and looked towards the battlefield ahead. Chapter 2438. Big Trouble. The battlefield looked like an inferno itself. Blood covered the grounds, reflecting its crimson colors to the sky. Headless bodies were scattered everywhere, and they were already considered pleasant-looking. There were many other corpses that were slashed open by the sword with its blood and flesh splattered across. One could not even put their body parts back together. The thick stench of blood filled the air, making it nauseating. Among those who were lucky enough to have survived, there were many genius disciples who had seen a lot in their lives, but they still could not help but felt shaken by such sight. In the center of the battlefield, Jin Wushuang was floating at a low altitude with his blood mountain sword's tip pointing towards the ground as blood glided and dripped down his sword. At that moment, he was like the god of death's statue. In such a short time, his figure had only disappeared and reappeared 7 times. However, he had killed at least 70 or 80 genius disciples during his 7 reappearances. Bear in mind that the total number of genius disciples was only up to 100 people. In that brief moment, he had already slaughtered more than half of them. Only 30 to 40 lucky geniuses escaped. He's the devil himself? Someone shouted in horror. The word devil also appeared in everyone's minds. Some people were horrified, some were stunned, and some were almost mortally devastated. Junior brother. Senior sister. Screams of anguish turned up one by one, and the entire battlefield was filled with incomparable sadness. Jin Wushuang, you dare kill our disciples from Snow Sun sect? Just you wait, we from the Snow Sun sect will never let you get away with this. A second-class divine demon disciple from Snow Sun sect pointed his finger at Jin Wushuang. screaming in extreme devastation with his slightly trembling voice. It was understandable why he felt that way. The Snow Sun sect was a big sect after all, and had 8 disciples who entered Saint's tomb. Among them were 2 first-class divine demons. However, in that short massacre carried out by Jian Wushuang, only 2 of them survived. That's right, we from Sky Shadow sect will also avenge our dead disciples. Jian Wushuang, be prepared for your death. With such mindless killing of various sects' disciples, not even Narcissus Island could back you up. Growls were continuously heard. The geniuses that were lucky enough to survive stared deadly at Jian Wushuang. Due to their distance from Jian Wushuang, they were not afraid that he would come and slaughter them. Hence the fear in their hearts began to disperse to be replaced with surging hatred and grudge. Jian Wushuang raised his head slowly, looking at all those geniuses' facial expressions and hearing those words that they shouted at him. The corners of his mouth curved upwards and gave a smile of disdain. Jian Wushuang truly did not care. Geniuses? A bunch of amateurs like that could be regarded as geniuses? What a joke. Jian Wushuang retracted the Blood Mountain sword, not wasting another moment to glance at the so-called geniuses. He turned around and walked towards Zhou Bing and the rest. As for those disciples, although they were still yelling and shouting claiming that they wanted vengeance, none of them dared to take action or even took a step forward. The reason being they would probably die under Jian Wushuang's sword if they went up. Seeing that Jian Wushuang did not pay attention to them, their shouts got even more heated. It was certain that they had also reported those occurrences to their respective elders and experts. Little brother, junior brother Wushuang, Zhuobing, Lingdan, Zhongyi, Sutong, and all the disciples from Narcissus Island and Ancient Star Temple came before Jian Wushuang. The way they looked at him was filled with respect and even fear. The way Jian Wushuang was killing just a minute ago not only terrified those genius disciples who attacked him, but also made those from his side horrified. Even Zhuobing, who was Jian Wushuang's own sister, had a slight fear in her eyes at that moment. She had only first met Jian Wushuang in Saint's tomb. After a few days of coming in contact with him, Jian Wushuang had left her an impression of being soft-spoken, sophisticated, easy to talk to, and a very calm temperament. Not only her, but all the disciples from Narcissus Island also felt that way. However, who would have thought that as soon as he started killing, he could be so terrifying? He was simply a devil, an ultimate god of death. Most importantly, he had his massive abilities to rely on. Little brother, are you all right? Zhuobing asked carefully. I'm okay, just got into some small troubles. Jian Wushuang smiled. Towards those geniuses who tried to kill him, he was the ultimate god of death or devil, but towards Zhuobing and those close to him, Jian Wushuang was still as soft-spoken, sophisticated, and modest. Little troubles? Zhuobing and the rest smiled wryly. Zhongyi exclaimed, Junior brother Wushuang, the mess you've gotten into is not little. You've got yourself in big trouble. You killed 70 to 80 people in just an instant. These people are genius disciples from various sections I had counted. Among the ones you killed were disciples from close to 20 different sections. Although most of them are not from very powerful sects, there are still quite a few big sects among them. Most importantly, you had killed Peng Tao. Zhuobing, Lingdan, and Su Tong's faces turned gloomy. Yes, Peng Tao. That was crucial. Peng Tao was not only one of the 12 minor kings. Most importantly, he was also one of the most outstanding genius disciples from the Great Compassion sect. His teacher was the top elder from the Great Compassion sect, the #1 sword cultivator of Wuxia Wilderness, Fan Jianxian. Having a disciple like that died under Jian Wushuang's sword, how could the Great Compassion sect ignore it? How would that be possible? Although this is Saint's tomb, one should not have been blamed for killing another while competing for the position token where life and death were all up to fate. What you have done is really too big of a deal. Even we of Narcissus Island may not be able to endure pressures from so many sects, including the Great Compassion sect's fury, continued Zhongyi. Besides, even if we were strong enough to bear it, the Great Compassion sect and other sects must feel dissatisfied in their minds. They'll do whatever they can to deal with you. If they're not able to deal with you in the open, they would use all kinds of underhanded tricks. Anyway, What I wanted to say is that I'm afraid your forthcoming days will not be pleasant, junior brother Wushuang. Senior brother Zhong Yi is right. Those sects all look holier than thou. They certainly would not let this go easily. Su Tong joined in as well. Perhaps, but I wouldn't be too worried. Let them come. It's useless to feel regretful now since I've already done it. Jian Wushuang smiled with a relaxed look as usual. He never regretted killing. Besides, killing one or many were both acts of killing. The only difference for him was whether they deserved to be killed. In fact, he was trying to be merciful at that time. But those geniuses from various sects were seeking death. Jian Wushuang could only comply with their wishes. Chapter 2439. Fury Ling Dan looked at Jian Wushuang. Junior brother Wushuang, you don't seem to be worried at all. If I were you and got in such big trouble, I would have probably been scared to death and wouldn't dare to stay in Wuxia Wilderness, let alone Ancient Star Temple. Jian Wushuang gave out a big laugh. Haha. As a matter of fact, the situation isn't as bad as you think. After all, the people that I've killed were those drooling over the position token in my hand. They were killed because they tried to take it from me. In Saint's Tomb, life and death in those battles for opportunities have always been up to fate. Those sects won't be able to point fingers. However, what senior brother Zhong Yi just said reminded me that it's easy to dodge an attack out in the open, but harder to prevent one in the dark. If those sects are looking for trouble with me, they'll just endure it. There's nothing to worry about. However, I'm more worried about them playing tricks, such as making a move on my parents just for revenge. Father, mother? Zhua Bing's face changed. Her father, Zhua Yunfeng, was only in half-step divine demon realm, and her mother Luo Xinqin was only had a common chaotic realm cultivation level. If those sects intended to seek revenge and sent any of their divine demons, the Zhua couple would not be able to withstand them. Little brother, what should we do? Zhua Bing looked over. Jian Wushuang squinted. Father and mother live in Anjiu Commandery. It would take time for even the nearest sect to do anything to them. In a minute, they'll request Elder Wujian to send people over to Anjiu Commandery to protect our parents. It would be best if they could relocate, or simply be brought to Narcissus Island. That's right, that's right. They must be protected immediately. Zhua Bing kept nodding. Junior brother Wushuang, am now preparing to report what happened here to the second elder. Why not let me make the request for you? Said Zhong Yi. No need to be hasty. You don't need to report what happened to them because they will soon come over to find us. Jian Wushuang smiled. Zhong Yi paused for a moment and immediately understood. At the same moment, in the wide glade outside of Saint's Tomb, those leading elders from various sects of Wuxia Wilderness had gathered there and were quietly waiting. In one of the corners, Haha, Lingyi, looks like your Narcissus Island has produced a freak. Truly, he could fight a second-class divine demon during early-stage chaotic realm, and now he had passed a trial bridges challenge in Saint's Tomb, obtaining the relics of Purple Blood Saint. This kid, Jian Wushuang, has a bright future ahead of him. Wujian, I heard that you were the one who brought Jian Wushuang onto Narcissus Island. That kid was also invited to join the Great Compassion Sect at the same time, and Fan Jianxian from the Great Compassion Sect had even intended to take him as his personal disciple. You are truly something to be able to bring that kid under such conditions to Narcissus Island. Some elders from certain sects were surrounding the 3 Narcissus Island elders and casually chatting with a sense of flattery in their tones. When the word about Jian Wushuang's background started spreading in Saint's Tomb, the elders from various sects naturally knew about it. Such an incredible demon had inevitably become the hottest topic among those elders. The elders from various sects felt envious, even jealous, toward Narcissus Island. They were jealous that Narcissus Island had such an unbelievable genius in sword principles. Given some time, this sword genius could probably jump up the ranks and hold a status among the gods. He could even progress towards becoming an undying saint after that. Such would obviously make those elders envious. The 2 elders from Narcissus Island and Elder Wujian were delighted from listening to those various sects experts giving flattering words. Elder Wujian wore an obvious pride on his face and even looked over at the 7th elder next to him. Previously, The seventh elder had a few conflicts with him, especially when he gave Jian Wushuang the elder token and recommended him to participate in Saint's tomb. The seventh elder made things extra difficult for him, as he did not look highly upon Jian Wushuang at all at that time. However, this seventh elder now kept quiet, stood in, and dare not look at Wu Jian at all. It was understandable, as the seventh elder himself felt really agonized as well. That kid, he's obviously an outer disciple. Who would have thought that he is such a big freak? Plus, he is a low-profile big freak who concealed his abilities and talents. Who would have known that with such terrifying talents, he was content to be only an outer disciple? If no one exposed his true background, I'm afraid all of the superiors on Narcissus Island would still be in the dark, except Wu Jian. The seventh elder secretly exclaimed. He acknowledged that he had been short-sighted over the issue of Jian Wushuang and was unable to recognize his talents. Hence, he had nothing to say when Wu Jian pridefully showed off at him. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of joy and excitement. At the end of the day, he was an elder from Narcissus Island, and thus felt happy that they had such an amazing disciple. However, just when the three Narcissus Island elders were feeling joyful, rumbling and horrifying energy suddenly exploded on the glade. As the energy blew up, it caught the attention of all the experts on the glade. Various pairs of eyes looked over at the direction of where the energy exploded, and that was where those experts from the Great Compassion sect were. Swish, 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 swish. 5 figures had risen from the ground. Of those 5 people, 4 of them were elders from the Great Compassion sect who led the disciples. The 5th person was widely regarded as the #1 genius of the Great Compassion sect, as well as Wuxia Wilderness, the first-ranked 12 minor kings, Tu Qinqing. At that moment, they looked extremely furious with horrifying energy emitting from 5 of them. Lingyi, your Narcissus Island disciple has such audacity. That explosive shout came from a Great Compassion sect elder whose cultivation level was at peak divine demon. Following that shout, the 5 experts directly appeared in front of the 3 elders from Narcissus Island. 5 bolts of peak divine demon energy had completely locked on them. That scene had made all the experts from various sects dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? Why are the experts of the Great Compassion sect so angry at Narcissus Island? Maybe it is because those Narcissus Island disciples had some run-ins with those from the Great Compassion sect? However, it doesn't seem like those Narcissus Island disciples would have the galls to seek trouble with those from the Great Compassion sect. The experts were all puzzled. Not only them, but even the 2nd elder Lingyi, Wu Jian, and the 7th elder from Narcissus Island were also completely stunned. My friends from the Great Compassion sect, what has caused such anger in you? Perhaps our disciples from Narcissus Island had offended you in Saint's tomb? Elder Lingyi asked with a tone of modesty. You still didn't know why we're so furious? The experts from the Great Compassion sect had their faces flushed red, obviously trying hard to suppress their anger. Chapter 2440. Resolution, Gentlemen, we honestly don't know how we could have offended your sect. Could you please explain in detail? Elder Lingyi said. One of the Great Compassion sect's old men who were in purple robe coldly said, Humph. Your disciple from Narcissus Island killed our genius disciples in Saint's tomb. It would be another matter if it was only a regular genius disciple, but Pang Tao was the one who he killed. What? All of the experts from various sects were caught by surprise. Pang Tao? Even Elder Lingyi was dumbfounded. Pang Tao was one of the 12 minor kings who enjoyed great fame among the younger generation in Wuxia Wilderness. Naturally, all the experts from different sects knew about him. Elder Lingyi looked at the purple-robed old man. Mr. Hanyun, you've got to be joking. Everyone knows that Pang Tao is one of the 12 minor kings and was ranked 6th. His battle strength is definitely not below peak divine demon. Besides, such a genius disciple would definitely have a safety token with him. With his powerful ability and the safety token, who would be capable of killing him in Saint's tomb? The experts from other sects around them secretly nodded as well. It was indeed true that based on Pang Tao's abilities, even if he was besieged by many experts, he could always escape with his safety token the moment he realized he was in a life and death crisis. Killing him within Saint's tomb, unless Crimson Stone Saint did it himself, was almost an impossibility. I'm not in a mood to joke with you. Pang Tao is truly dead, and he was killed by Jian Wushuang, your genius disciple from Narcissus Island. Many people clearly saw that he killed Pang Tao with one sword stroke. Pang Tao didn't even get the chance to break his safety token. If you don't believe me, you could send a message out and ask. The purple-robed old man, Han Yun said coldly. Jian Wushuang, Elder Lingyi, Wu Jian, and the seventh elder looked at each other as their expressions changed, just as they were about to send a message to inquire. Lingyi, your disciple from Narcissus Island, has such a ruthless tactic. A furious shout broke out. Another few menacing bolts of expert energy dashed at the three Narcissus Island elders, and that was only the beginning. Narcissus Island. All right, Narcissus Island. We from Radiant Palace had a total of 8 disciples who went into Saint's tomb, and 6 of them died at Jian Wushuang's hands. Narcissus Island. We need a resolution. We from Crimson Heaven Sect also have 4 disciples that died at Jian Wushuang's account. We from Pinnacle Tower have also lost 3 disciples to Jian Wushuang. Those voices of fury continuously resonated one after another. One sect came after another. The stronger ones had extremely similar stature as Narcissus Island. The weaker ones also had a few peak divine demons in residence. At that rate, there were close to 20 sects that came directly at them. All of these experts were burning with rage while staring at the 3 of them. They have all just received news about the massacre carried out by Jian Wushuang and had many disciples who died under his sword. Elder Lingyi, Elder Wu Jian, and the 7th elder were stunned beyond words looking at so many sects coming toward them together. All those various sects experts around them were wearing extremely strange expressions as well. Haha, looks like we, the Great Compassion sect, are not the only ones who suffer a big loss to that Jian Wushuang. A great many other disciples have also died under his sword. Huh? Han Yun smiled coldly. His smile was as sharp as a blade's edge. Lingyi, all of us need an explanation from Narcissus Island, shouted Han Yu. Yes, there needs to be a resolution. Our disciples cannot die in vain. That Jian Wushuang is simply the devil. He killed so many genius disciples in one go without even blinking an eye. A person such as this cannot be kept alive in the world. Otherwise, he would bring major catastrophe to Wuxia Wilderness. The experts from multiple sects who came at them started voicing out. Elder Lingyi felt trapped. Although Narcissus Island was a big enough sect to be listed within the top 10 of Wuxia Wilderness, when faced with so many sects at once was not an easy task, especially the Great Compassion sect. Under the continuous bombardment from those experts, Elder Lingyi took a deep breath and finally spoke. Everyone, could you please give me some time and let me inquire what just happened so that I could give everybody an answer? Sure, you go and ask them yourself. It would be best to ask in detail to see if we lied about Jian Wushuang starting a massacre in Saint's Tomb and killing so many disciples from various sects, said Han Yun. Elder Lingyi did not hesitate and immediately sent an inquiry message. Of course, the person she asked was Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi soon answered her and explained the entire matter in great detail. After a long moment, Elder Lingyi finally gave a long exhale. Second elder, is it true what they have said? Jian Wushuang really killed Pang Tao and all these genius sect disciples? Elder Wu Jian and 7th elder both looked at Elder Lingyi. In their minds, they could not come to believe any of it. It was not that they did not believe Jian Wushuang had the guts to do such a thing. It was really because they did not believe he had such abilities. After all, Jian Wushuang was currently only in the chaotic realm. With a heavy expression and under the scrutiny of Elder Wu Jian and 7th elder, Elder Lingyi nodded. It's true. Both Elder Wu Jian and the 7th elder were dumbfounded. Lingyi, you can finally verify it, can't you? Han Yun once again looked over. Elder Lingyi raised her head to look directly at Han Yun and those experts from various sects who came at them before deepening her voice and said, Everyone, I've clarified what has happened. Jian Wushuang did kill Pang Tao in Saint's Tomb, as well as many of your genius disciples. However, the issue began with them coveting those 3 position tokens that Jian Wushuang had obtained. They took action and besieged Jian Wushuang in order to get his tokens. Other than that, Our disciple told me that Jian Wushuang did not intend to start a bloodbath. He was only planning to avoid fighting by relying on his own speed and finesse so that your disciples would retreat from the difficulty of targeting him. However, your disciples chose to attack his big sister in order to force Jian Wushuang to threaten him into battle and accept their challenges. It was only at that time when Jian Wushuang started killing. The fights for those positions in Saint's Tomb has always been extremely frenzied. Many genius disciples would lose their lives in every competition. Narcissus Island also suffered many huge losses over those position competitions in Saint's Tomb. It was a fair fight after all, and we left everything up to fate. Hence we had never blamed it on anyone, and neither had we ever thought of seeking revenge from the opposing sections. However, you can only blame their insufficient skills since your disciples were killed for snatching those position tokens from Jian Wushuang. How could you blame it on Narcissus Island, now? As for demanding us to offer a resolution, that's even more laughable. We of Narcissus Island will not offer a resolution. Chapter 2441. The target of all, we from Narcissus Island will not offer a resolution. Elder Lingi said with absolute firmness, and she had enough reasons to do so. It was because Narcissus Island was on the side of reason that she could stand her ground. Lingi, what do you mean by that? Are our sect geniuses meant to just die in vain? Han Yun growled softly. It's a shame that your disciples died, but they're to be blamed for not being skillful enough. Narcissus Island can't take the blame. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative to snatch Jian Wushuang's position tokens. He couldn't just not defend himself and present his head to the others, could he? Elder Lingi said. Hearing her words, they could not argue even though those experts were angry. The fact that they were coveting for what another person had obtained and tried snatching it away, but only to get killed instead due to their own technical deficiencies. That was not something they could blame the other person for. You're right, Lingi. The competition for position tokens has always been something we leave up to fate. Our disciples died from their own undoing and could only blame themselves. If that's the case, since Jian Wushuang possesses 3 position tokens, that would mean it's equally feasible for our Great Compassion sect disciples to kill him during the token snatching process, said Han Yun. Of course, it's a battle of opportunities, and there are bound to be occurrences of deaths, said Elder Lingi. Very well then, we're glad to have your word. Let's go. Han Yun waved his hand before those experts from the Great Compassion sect turned around and left. As for the remaining other sects experts, they could do nothing else but to follow suit after seeing that the Great Compassion sect leaving despite still feeling dissatisfied. Elder Lingi, Elder Wujian, and 7th Elder gathered immediately upon the departure of those experts. 2nd Elder, it's apparent that Han Yun wants Jian Wushuang to die in Saint's Tomb from his words. Why didn't you stop him? Elder Wujian frowned. Elder Ling's voice lowered. Stop him? How to stop him? Jian Wushuang had a run-in with so many sects at once and got into such a big trouble. It's fortunate that this happened over the fight for opportunities, and it wouldn't implicate Narcissus Island. However, if we still force our way through and defend him, how do you suppose we could negotiate with sects like the Great Compassion sect? Are we to just watch the Great Compassion sect destroy Jian Wushuang? Elder Wujian was not having it. It's something that can't be helped. He was the one who got himself into that mess and will have to bear the consequences. We from Narcissus Island could help him within our means. As for whether he could overcome this ordeal, it really depends on himself, said Elder Lingi. Elder Wujian kept quiet upon hearing that. Indeed, that was too big of an issue, making it impossible for Narcissus Island to completely defend Jian Wushuang. Wujian, you have the best relationship with Jian Wushuang among us 3, and also the only person who has his message token. Go ahead and have a good talk with him. Tell him what just transpired here, just so that he has some prior preparation, said Elder Lingi. Elder Wujian nodded slightly and took out Jian Wushuang's message token. Jian Wushuang, Elder Wujian immediately sent him a message. Elder Wujian, I knew you would immediately look for me. Jian Wushuang replied very soon with his absolutely calm tone. You've got into a big mess. Why are you not worried at all? Elder Wujian surprisingly said, wasn't that about killing just 1 or 2 genius disciples? What's the big deal? Jian Wushuang smiled. What do you mean 1 or 2? You've killed a total of 70 to 80 geniuses from close to 20 sections. That aside, the most important part is that you even killed Peng Tao. He's from the Great Compassion sect and the personal disciple of Fan Jianxian, said Elder Wu Jian. Jian Wushuang remained smiling. What's done is done. It's useless to regret. Elder Wu Jian, perhaps the reason you sent me a message is that you've been pressured by those other sects and the Great Compassion sect, am I right? Elder Wu Jian nodded. Yes. Just a while ago, the Great Compassion sect and those others came up to us. Even though we had sent them off, Narcissus Island can't forcibly protect you. After this, the Great Compassion sect and their lot will find every means to make a move on you in Saint's Tomb and avenge their disciples, especially the Great Compassion sect. You have to know a total of 30 Great Compassion sect disciples have gone into Saint's Tomb. Among them are 9 first-class divine demon, which includes Long Zishan and Yu Aoqing, who are both listed in the 12 Minor Kings. They will definitely join forces to avenge Peng Tao's death. Aside from that, I'm afraid every sect's disciples in Saint's Tomb has already caught wind of the 3 position tokens in your possession by now. Even if they have no enmity against you, they will still seek you out just to snatch those position tokens from you. Which means that you have probably become everyone's target in Saint's Tomb. Everyone's target, huh? Jian Wushuang reacted, but without any sense of surprise. Setting the sect's grudges aside, it was only natural that he would have become everyone's target for just having 3 position tokens in his hands. Jian Wushuang, you need to constantly be careful in Saint's Tomb from here on. We from Narcissus Island can't help you too much. You can only rely on yourself. If push comes to shove, just give up on those 3 position tokens. If the situation is worse than that, just use Peng Tao's safety token and protect yourself. Although that would mean missing your chance to access the most precious opportunity in Saint's Tomb, it's always better than throwing your life away, said Elder Wu Jian. Jian Wushuang nodded. Understood. Oh yes, there's something I would like to ask Elder Wu Jian for help. It's about my parents. Aha, you're right. The tactics that these sects used are sometimes not exactly honorable. If they couldn't get you out in the open, they might play dirty, like making a move on your parents. Don't worry, I shall send people to relocate your parents just to ensure they're all right, said Elder Wu Jian. Well then, thank you for your efforts, Elder Wu Jian. Jian Wushuang was relieved. He was not worried about his own safety, but of his current lifetime's parents. As long as his parents were protected, he would feel more settled. Inside Saint's Tomb, all the disciples of Narcissus Island and ancient Star Temple gathered around. How was it, little brother? Zhuobing and the rest looked at him. They knew that Jian Wushuang was communicating with an elder from Narcissus Island. It's as I predicted. Those sects couldn't involve Narcissus Island on this issue, but they would do whatever it takes to seek me for revenge. In addition, news of me possessing 3 position tokens has gone out. For the remaining period, they'll become the target of all in Saint's Tomb. My every move will be a difficult one, said Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2442. Staying in inner area, target of all? What should we do? Zhuobing panicked. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Well, it's actually not that big of a deal. My abilities are obvious, and also I have a safety token. How simple do they think killing me is? However, all of you would run into plenty of trouble because of me, so you'd better leave the inner area. Leave the inner area? Zhuobing and the rest were all stunned. Jian Wushuang turned his wrist and took out 2 position tokens. How about this? Out of those 3 position tokens, I'll keep 1. Big sister will take 1. As for the last one, senior brother Ling Dan, senior brother Zhong Yi, and senior sister Su Tong can make the arrangements. Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, and Su Tong were slightly tempted. They were filled with an eagerness for the position token. However, they knew full well that those tokens were obtained by Jian Wushuang alone, and he had borne a huge risk for that. Junior sister Zhuobing already has 1. I don't need it, said Ling Dan quickly, and without any hesitation. Senior brother Zhong Yi, I've gotten quite a few benefits in Saint's Tomb this time around. I think you should take the position token, said Su Tong. Zhong Yi kept quiet for a while and nodded a little. I shall take it then. Thank you, junior brother Wushuang. Jian Wushuang mildly smiled. Temporarily leave the inner area with those tokens and hide out there for some time. You can return when the fighting and killings in the inner area are over, along with the Feng Tian scroll opening up. In Saint's tomb, the outer area was much bigger than the inner area. If they left for the outer area, genius disciples from other sects would not be able to easily snatch their tokens. After all, it would be difficult to just locate their whereabouts. Every time Saint's tomb opened, a lot of geniuses who obtained those tokens would have chosen to hide in the outer area. Little brother, if we're going to the outer area, how about you? Aren't you coming with us? Zhuo Bing frowned. Jian Wushuang shook his head. I can't go. Besides, it's useless to go. Those sect's geniuses could still easily locate me. Why? Zhuo Bing and the rest could not understand. The outer area was a vast land. If Jian Wushuang hid there, would it not be impossible for those various sects' genius disciples to find him? However, Jian Wushuang smiled and explained, think about it. How did I manage to get all 3 position tokens at once? Jian Wushuang's words surprised them. It was only then that they remembered what they saw when Jian Wushuang obtained the 3 position tokens. The 3 tokens had appeared in the most strange and mysterious fashion. The inner area was so large, and the 6 tokens were supposed to appear one by one at different corners. However, 3 of those tokens appeared in the same area. The first token at least made sense as it was being pursued by everyone and fell into Zhuo Bing's hand in the end. However, the second and third tokens appeared simultaneously right next to Jian Wushuang, which was obvious that it was given directly to him. If they were supposed to randomly appear, that coincidence did not make sense. Junior brother Wushuang, do you mean he has something to do with it? Zhongyi frowned hard. Although he did not mention that person's name, everyone knew he was referring to the owner of Saint's tomb, Crimson Stone Saint. Although Crimson Stone Saint had long passed, his consciousness must have remained within the tomb in bits and pieces. Everything that happened in Saint's tomb was all within his control. The strange appearance of the 3 position tokens could have only one explanation. Crimson Stone Saint did that on purpose. He deliberately gave Jian Wushuang all 3 position tokens and made him the target for all, causing everyone to try and take it from him. Why? Why did Crimson Stone Saint want to do so? Zhongyi was puzzled. Who knows? Maybe he's only interested in me alone, or wants something from me. Whichever is the case, that old fart has really locked his sights on me. Under such conditions, it doesn't matter where I go. As long as I'm still in Saint's tomb, I wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Those geniuses could also easily find me with his hints. If that's the case, I'd rather just stay in the inner area instead of looking for a hideout and allow whatever needs to happen unfold, said Jian Wushuang calmly. Forget it then. Just be extra careful, said Zhuo Bing. What she could only do at the moment was to give a word or two of advice. Otherwise, there was nothing else she could have done to help. I will. All of you go ahead. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Zhuo Bing and Zhong Yi quickly led the many disciples from Narcissus Island and Ancient Star Temple to leave for the outer area. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold once they were gone. He looked around the void and coldly said, Hey old fart, I don't really know what you're trying to do, but if you're trying to find out my abilities or my background using those sex geniuses, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Jian Wushuang's voice resonated outwards, but there was not a soul around. It did not seem like anyone heard his words either. However, Crimson Stone Saint could hear every word he said in the hidden, isolated space. This kid's pretty smart. He knows my intention. I'll keep a close watch since that's the case. Crimson Stone Saint smiled as his consciousness was completely locked on to Jian Wushuang, watching his every move. In other parts of Saint's tomb's inner area, genius disciples from various sects were still waiting for the position token's appearance. While the frenzied fight for Jian Wushuang's 3 position tokens was occurring, only one other token appeared elsewhere and fell into the hand of Great Compassion sect's Long Zishan after an intense battle. On an open field, 10 disciples from the Great Compassion sect gathered. Their leader was the well-reputed Long Zishan. Senior brother Zishan, you're still better than the rest. You get the token as soon as you take action. Moreover, the other sects immediately stop when you get it. They dare not continue fighting you. What's with the empty words? Senior brother Zishan is ranked 3 on the 12 minor kings. Unless they want to die, How will those sect's genius disciples have the guts to fight with him? A few Great Compassion sect disciples were brown-nosing Long Zishan. Long Zishan slightly smiled over their praises and felt a little proud inside. What hilarity! Either his abilities as the 3-ranked 12 minor kings or his identity as a genius disciple from Great Compassion sect would have allowed him to do as he wished in Saint's tomb. Which disciples from regular sects dared to fight with him over the token? Right at that moment, the Great Compassion sect's top genius, Tu Qiancheng, who was staying outside of Saint's tomb, sent him a direct message. Upon receiving the message, Long Zishan's smiling face immediately froze while still sitting on the ground. Chapter 2443. Highly priced bounty, junior brother Pang Tao died? Long Zishan was in disbelief. What? The Great Compassion sect disciples around him were also dumbfounded. How's that possible? How could senior brother Pang Tao get killed in Saint's tomb? Senior brother Pang Tao had a safety token. Who was so skillful that senior brother Pang Tao couldn't even take out his safety token? Shouts rose one by one. The Great Compassion sect disciples were overwhelmed by surprise and even more fury. It's him, Jian Wushuang? Long Zishan squinted. The image of a weak-looking young man with only a chaotic realm cultivation level had appeared in his mind. Naturally, Long Zishan did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang, and Pang Tao unexpectedly died in his hands. I'm to be blamed. I shouldn't have let junior brother Pang Tao go to that area. Long Zishan's face wore a sense of regret and stood up the next moment. Elder Han Yun has an order. He wants us to do everything we can to kill Jian Wushuang and avenging junior brother Pang Tao. Let's go. Let's first regroup with junior sister Aoqing before looking for Jian Wushuang. Long Zishan and the rest of the Great Compassion sect disciples immediately moved out. Meanwhile, countless different sects' genius disciples in Saint's tomb received the news. Good God! 100 geniuses besieging Jian Wushuang alone had resulted in Jian Wushuang slaughtering more than half of them. Even Pang Tao from the Great Compassion sect died in his hand? Is Jian Wushuang's ability really that terrifying? I heard that the reason those geniuses attacked Jian Wushuang was that he took a total of 3 position tokens in one go. My goodness, we've been waiting here for so long and didn't even see 1 position token, and Jian Wushuang got 3 of them? No wonder he was attacked. After hearing the news, genius disciples from different sects were stunned by Jian Wushuang's horrifying ability and coveted over those 3 position tokens that he possessed. However, an update soon arrived. 2 of the 3 position tokens that Jian Wushuang possessed had been respectively passed to Ancient Star Temple's Ice Queen and Narcissus Island's Zhong Yi. Both of them went and hid in the outer area. This news was deliberately spread by Ancient Star Temple and Narcissus Island. Their goal was to lighten Jian Wushuang's burden. As expected, the genius disciples who were drooling over Jian Wushuang's position tokens had their greed decreased a great deal after receiving the news. Such was the norm, as it was a lot less tempting when there was only 1 position token. For instance, Long Zishan of the Great Compassion sect who also had a position token and many knew about it too, but no one really wanted to seek trouble with him. Those various sects' genius disciples would rather wait for the last 2 position tokens' appearance than confronting Jian Wushuang since his abilities were much more horrifying than Long Zishan's. Therefore, quite a bit of pressure on Jian Wushuang had been lifted. However, none of those sects were willing to let him off easily since he had offended them. After that news had gotten out, about 20 sects came together and posted a bounty. The subject was Jian Wushuang, of course. The reward, 10,000 drops of Ancient God Divine Power, 3 Pinnacle Ground Treasures, and 1 Divine Demon Nirvana Elixir Pill. That was only the reward for directly killing Jian Wushuang. Even if he could not be killed, by cornering him into desperation and escaping with a safety token, one would also be rewarded with 10,000 drops of Ancient God Divine Power and 3 Pinnacle Ground Treasures. It caused a sensation in the entire Saint's tomb as word went out. Nobody would have thought that those sects would come together and post the bounty. Moreover, it was such a highly priced bounty. The rewards were Ancient God Divine Power, Pinnacle Ground Treasures, Divine Demon Nirvana Elixir, Ancient God Divine Power was not as exclusive as it could restore or upgrade a cultivator's divine power. One of the opportunities in Saint's Tomb, the Divine Power Ocean, was solely built with ancient God Divine Power. Furthermore, Divine Power Ocean was personally built by Crimson Stone Saint. It contained an infinite amount of ancient God Divine Power at the cosmic scale. In comparison to the entire Divine Power Ocean, 10,000 drops of ancient God Divine Power were next to nothing. However, that only applied to super experts who were undying saints, such as Crimson Stone Saint. For regular cultivators, 10,000 drops of ancient God Divine Power was really not a small number. In the ancient God realm, cultivators most commonly bartered with each other using ancient God Divine Power. In normal circumstances, a rather wealthy first-class divine demon would own around 1,000 ancient God Divine Power, or even less. 10,000 ancient God Divine Power was a lot more compared to the possession of many peak divine demons. That was an enormous wealth to many genius disciples in Saint's Tomb. Ground treasures were mystical weapons. Even the most regular ground treasures were enough to catch the eyes of third-class and second-class divine demons. Pinnacle ground treasure could even make first-class divine demons drool. However, the rewards that those sects offered were a total of 3 pinnacle ground treasures. The aforementioned was still a secondary matter, though. The most precious and rare reward was the latter Divine Demon Nirvana Elixir. Divine Demon Nirvana Elixir was a priceless treasure to any divine demon. During Jian Wushuang's past life, when the old Dragon Master's Dragon Mount was killed by Emperor Bai, he used a Divine Demon Nirvana Elixir pill as a reward to seek revenge and had received the help of many divine demons. In order to obtain that pill, they agreed to his request without any hesitation. From that instance, one could see how important the Divine Demon Nirvana Elixir was. The elixir could help divine demons reach a breakthrough when they arrived at a certain juncture in their cultivation. For example, a second-class divine demon's breakthrough to first-class divine demon, or a first-class divine demon's breakthrough to peak divine demon. The elixir could play an important role even during a peak divine demon's breakthrough attempt to ultimate God. Therefore, many divine demons were naturally excited over it. The elixir was extremely rare and very difficult to produce. It was a strenuous affair for any Wuxia wilderness sects to even produce one. Those sects actually took out one divine demon Nirvana elixir as a reward to kill Jian Wushuang and avenge their disciples. That was enough to show that they were going all in to make sure Jian Wushuang had no survival chance. The results were obvious. The entire Saint's Tomb was in a stir as soon as the word had gotten out. Countless genius disciples from various sects went crazy over the high-priced bounty. Those who lost interest in Jian Wushuang and no longer had the intention of snatching from him his position token changed their minds after catching the news. That was understandable as the combined value of 10,000 drops of ancient God Divine Power, 3 pinnacle ground treasures, and a Divine Demon Nirvana elixir pill was equivalent to a position token. Once again, Jian Wushuang became the target for all the geniuses. Chapter 2444. The Reign of Terror, 1. Outside the Saint's Tomb. How impudent! How could they put a price on my fellow Narcissus Island disciples' head? These people are from reputable sects, yet they had the audacity to act so brazenly. Elder Wujian cursed with his voice reverberated across the glade. Second Elder, we from Narcissus Island have to do something about it, said Elder Wujian again. Elder Lingi said in a low voice, do something? What can we do? Should we just show up at their doors and question them? Even if we do that, what if they deny all responsibilities? Elder Wujian's expression turned grave. Deny? The news has traveled far and wide. How can they not admit to it? That's not necessarily true. Although news of the reward offer has been secretly circulated among the sects, none of those sects have publicly expressed their opinions. If they refuse to admit even when we question them, we will not be able to do anything to them either, said Elder Lingi. Bastards! Elder Wujian was furious, but he had to admit what Elder Lingi had said was reasonable. The current situation is beyond Narcissus Island's control. These sects have suffered such big losses in Jian Wushuang's hands. We can't do much if they placed a price on his head. Wujian, the only thing you can do right now is to inform Jian Wushuang about this, so that he can be prepared, said Elder Lingi. Elder Wujian's complexion flushed and helplessly nodded after pondering for a long time. Understood. Elder Wujian immediately acted and informed Jian Wushuang of the news. In a void inside the saint's tomb. Such a lucrative price on my head? 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power, 3 pinnacle ground treasure, and even a divine demon nirvana elixir. Haha, these sects really think highly of me. Jian Wushuang indifferently smiled. He was not worried at all. Big Sister and the rest deliberately spread the news that they have 2 position tokens in their hands in order to take away some pressure from me. But with this price on my head now, it has once again pushed me into the cusp of a storm. Well, now that I don't have any more scruples, they'll have some fun with these genius disciples. Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly, and there was an astonishing cold glare in his deep-set eyes. The atmosphere in the tomb turned cold. The cold wind unbridled blew. In the inner area, Jian Wushuang carried his long sword and wandered alone in the void. Many genius disciples from the various sects gathered in the small inner area. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang's wanton act made him exceptionally noticeable. That is Jian Wushuang. Yes, it's him and he's alone. They were the 8 genius disciples from the One Direction sect. Among them were 2 first-class divine demons and 6 second-class divine demons. Their eyes flashed with anger when they saw Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's head was worth 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power, 3 pinnacle ground treasure, and even a divine demon nirvana elixir. Senior brother, shall we do it? Asked a second-class divine demon. Nonsense. Of course we shall. If we could kill Jian Wushuang, it doesn't matter even if we don't get a seat to look at the Fengtian scroll. A first-class divine demon leading the group had a frenzy look on his face and could not hide his intent to kill Jian Wushuang. Remember, although Jian Wushuang is at peak chaotic realm, he's known to be extremely powerful. Even the Great Compassion sect's Pang Tao died in his hands for some reason. We have to do it, but we must not take it lightly. We have to give our all when we strike, exhorted the first-class divine demon. Yes. Those second-class divine demons' disciples nodded. Go! Under the command and guidance of the 2 first-class divine demons, those 8 One Direction sect disciples sprang out from the side and attacked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang paused and gave the 8 disciples who went right at him a sideways glance. His blood mountain sword was unsheathed behind him. Swash! Jian Wushuang's figure disappeared out of thin air. He was in front of the 8 disciples when he appeared again with 2 sword lights lit up. One of the sword lights was bright and dazzling while the other had a mysterious charm. They were both incredibly fast. They were too fast for the first-class divine demons to react. Swish! 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 It was the sounds of a blade entering their bodies. Jian Wushuang was back to the original place where he was first spotted. His expression was cold and stern as he stared at the 8 corpses who were falling downwards in the void ahead. 2 ordinary first-class divine demons and 6 second-class divine demons. How stupid of them to dream of killing me. Jian Wushuang smiled contemptuously and did not bother to take a second look at the 8 corpses before continuing his advance forward. Outside the saint's tomb, the latest news was that 8 Clear Moon Valley disciples fought against Jian Wushuang head-on, and none were spared. The 2 first-class divine demons disciples who possessed safety tokens also had no time to crush their tokens and were all killed. The news spread and caused a lot of commotion in the glade. Oh no! My condolences to the Clear Moon Valley. Jian Wushuang is indeed very powerful. He is ruthless and has no mercy. Many powerful experts from various sects were admiring Jian Wushuang's power. But shortly after the news came about, 6 Refining Fire Palace disciples and 7 Water Moon Pavilion disciples joined forces to fight Jian Wushuang. But the entire lineup was killed in merely 2 breaths of time. 22 disciples from Crimson Hand Sect, Purple Robe Division, and Everlasting Heaven Temple joined forces to kill Jian Wushuang. 21 disciples were killed on the spot, and only 1 fortunate first-class divine demon escaped by crushing his safety token. The 4 major sects, Fire Thunder Mountain, Purple Heaven Sect, Void Temple, and Dark Feather Sect joined forces but were defeated by Jian Wushuang with most of their disciples killed. The bad news kept coming one after another. The inner area was not spacious, and Jian Wushuang was bound to run into those genius disciples from other sects as he roamed freely in the area. Most of those genius disciples would join forces and launch attacks at Jian Wushuang. However, the results were depressing. Those genius disciples were like lambs, waiting to be slaughtered by Jian Wushuang without mercy. One sect, two sects, three sects. After the news about the reward was announced, Jian Wushuang had encountered dozens of besieges and a series of onslaughts within half a day. As a result, among the dozens of sects who went into the tomb, 13 were knocked out. Most of those disciples from the remaining sects were also killed. In just less than half a day, more than 150 various sects' genius disciples died in Jian Wushuang's hands. Chapter 2445. The Reign of Terror 2. It was outrageous. Jian Wushuang's horrifying killing spree. In less than half a day, more than 150 disciples were killed. Among those disciples, the weakest were not ordinary second-class divine demons, but genius disciples from various sections. All of them were treated as treasures in their sections. Every single loss was painful for those sects, but Jian Wushuang killed them like lambs. He's crazy. Jian Wushuang is simply a killing machine. I heard he's only in his 20s this year and already has strong murderous intent at such a young age. What would he become if he's allowed to live? Kill him. He must be killed. I must kill this demon to avenge my disciples who died. Many sects experts were enraged. If Jian Wushuang had offended more than 10 or even 20 sects in merely one of his massacres, he had offended more than half of the sects in Wuxia Wilderness after his half-a-day killing spree. Those sects could not wait to kill Jian Wushuang. In a corner of the plains, the three elders of Narcissus Island were put under more pressure as Jian Wushuang killed even more. Matters are getting out of hand and completely beyond our control, said Elder Lingyi coldly. I think Jian Wushuang did nothing wrong. Those people were after his head, so he didn't need to show them any mercy, commented Elder Wujian. That's true, but we have too many sects involved now. Jian Wushuang had offended most of the sects in Wuxia Wilderness. Even if Jian Wushuang could get out of the tomb in one piece, I'm afraid he will have to endure the assassination of various sections. I'm afraid that neither we nor Narcissus Island can protect him, said the seventh elder. The killings were so crazy with many genius disciples killed. Such matters had not occurred for a long time in Wuxia Wilderness. There was without a doubt that Jian Wushuang's crazy massacre had aroused public outrage. Under all of the sect's extreme anger and pressure, Narcissus Island was unable to defend Jian Wushuang. Now, that young man can only look out for himself. Elder Wujian sighed. He had never expected such a situation. Initially, he thought as long as Jian Wushuang could make it out alive from the tomb, Narcissus Island would protect him under its wings. It did not seem to be the case anymore. Jian Wushuang was sauntering inside the saint's tomb. He had no idea where he was heading, so he just kept walking and killing wherever he went. His expression remained calm and unwavering. In his previous life, Jian Wushuang had seen scenes that were countless times crazier than this. He had killed innumerable people to the point he was numb. Killing merely more than 100 genius disciples did not affect him at all. The disciples are getting smarter now. Jian Wushuang scanned the area with his soul power. He could sense that many disciples gathered in the void near him, but no one acted rashly. They were just tailing him and making sure he did not disappear from their sights. Anyway, nothing could be done. Initially, those sect's genius disciples wanted to rely on their own abilities to kill Jian Wushuang and monopolize the reward, but they had finally come to their senses after half a day. It was impossible to kill Jian Wushuang with merely one or two sects joined forces. They had to join forces with more powerful experts if they were going to take Jian Wushuang out. At least 10 sects had to join forces, and perhaps about 100 or even hundreds of disciples would have to besiege Jian Wushuang in an effort to kill him. Therefore, they could only wait to round up more people. Jian Wushuang was aware of their plans, but could not be bothered. As long as those disciples did not take the initiative to attack him, he would not want to start a fight. However, he would be merciless once his opponent struck the first attack. He would kill all of them if he could, regardless of which sect they belonged to or what kind of background they had. After all, he had already upset many sections. In his opinion, killing was still killing regardless of whether it was only one person or 10,000 people. Similarly, offending one sect or a few sects was anyhow still offending. If all the sects in Saint's Tomb tried to kill him in exchange for the reward, he would not hesitate to wipe all of them out. As time went by, more and more genius disciples gathered around Jian Wushuang. "I'm afraid it won't be long before people from the Great Compassionate sect arrive," Jian Wushuang muttered. During the half-day massacre, he killed too fast and had not come across people of the Great Compassion sect. However, as many sects had gathered around him, news about his location would have traveled fast. The Great Compassion sect would definitely be on their way as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang's expression changed as he lifted his head to look forward. There were 5 figures standing in his way in front of him. There was only one first-class divine demon, while the other 4 were only second-class divine demon. They were probably from an ordinary sect. What took Jian Wushuang by surprise was that they neither stepped aside nor attempted to kill him like the other ordinary sect disciples when they saw him. They merely stood in front of him and had no intention to move aside and give way to him. Jian Wushuang faintly smiled and moved forward to greet the group. "Senior brother, Jian Wushuang is here." A second-class divine demon among the 5 figures nervously quipped. "I know." The first-class divine demon among those 5 nodded heavily with a hint of terror in his eyes when he looked at Jian Wushuang. Who would dare to stand in Jian Wushuang's way? "Don't worry, we aren't his opponents." This first-class divine demon strived to maintain his composure. He immediately bowed and saluted when Jian Wushuang appeared before him. "Su Nan from Ice Fire God Palace has met Senior Brother Wushuang." Ice Fire God Palace? Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and he finally understood why the 5 people in front did not avoid him. "So, you are from the Ice Fire God Palace? How's my second brother doing in your place?" Jian Wushuang smiled. The Ice Fire God Palace was a small sect in the Wuxia wilderness. Jian Wushuang knew them because his second brother, Zhuopeng, was a disciple of Ice Fire God Palace. Chapter 2446. Trapped. Su Nan's group breathed a sigh of relief when Jian Wushuang acknowledged their sect. Zhuopeng is now undergoing cultivation training in Ice Fire God Palace and making great progress. He has mentioned you many times. Unfortunately, he's not here in Saint's Tomb as his cultivation level is still rather low, explained Su Nan. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly before waving his hand and taking out an interspatial ring. "There are many purple amulets in this interspatial ring which I've collected in the past half-day. I will now give it to you. I hope you will take care of my second brother in the Ice Fire God Palace." Su Nan took the interspatial ring. After glancing at it briefly, his face showed a pleasant surprise before he said, "Senior Brother Wushuang, don't worry. We as Zhuopeng's seniors will definitely assist in his growth." "I appreciate your efforts," said Jian Wushuang before he turned and left. Su Nan and his team of 5 were stoked upon watching Jian Wushuang leave. "I know that we can get lots of benefits if we look for Senior Brother Wushuang now. Isn't that true?" Su Nan said with a smile. Jian Wushuang must have accumulated many treasures after killing so many genius disciples in this short span of less than half a day. The number of purple amulets obtained was innumerable. Those rare treasures were useful, but there were just too many purple amulets. For the sake of his second brother Zhuopeng, he did not mind giving them some purple amulets. "Senior Brother Su Nan, you are smart. Is it all right if we accept Jian Wushuang's gifts in front of so many disciples?" asked a disciple of the Ice and Fire God Palace nervously. "It's Jian Wushuang who killed their disciples, not us. We'll just ignore them if they find fault with us. Let's go." Su Nan led those few Ice Fire God Palace disciples and quickly left. The other sect's genius disciples also ignored them. Jian Wushuang continued moving forward in the void, and he simply stopped when he passed a desolate hill. He sat cross-legged on the hill and closed his eyes. He stopped. The many genius disciples who followed Jian Wushuang around also stopped. "So, you aren't going to escape anymore?" "Himph! How could he escape under so many pairs of eyes? It's better to find a place to sit down, regain his strength, and prepare for the last battle." "Not necessarily. I feel that he never wanted to escape from the beginning. He's way too powerful, and we may not even be able to take him down on our own. Let's wait until the Great Compassionate Sect arrives. The Great Compassionate Sect is already on their way, and will be here soon. There were approximately dozens of sects which gathered around Jian Wushuang, and perhaps a total of more than 200 genius disciples. Even then, those genius disciples did not act rashly. They had no confidence to do it. All of them were scared witless by Jian Wushuang's crazy massacre. Many genius disciples who were first-class divine demons had been killed. None of them wanted to be sacrificed under Jian Wushuang's sword. Therefore, without absolute certainty, they dared not act on impulse. Wait. Although those genius disciples had an insatiable hunger for the position token on Jian Wushuang and his head, they could only remain patient and wait for the Great Compassion Sect disciples' arrival. Jian Wushuang was also patiently waiting. It did not take long. More than 20 figures appeared at an astonishing speed from a distance in the void. The Great Compassionate Sect is here. The eyes of those sect disciples who had been waiting for a long time instantly lit up. In just a brief moment, those 20 over figures appeared in front of the hill where Jian Wushuang was. They were led by a young man wearing purple armor, Long Zishan. Next to Long Zishan was a beautiful woman in a white robe who had a cold demeanor. That gorgeous woman was Yu Aoqing, another 12 minor kings belonging to the Great Compassion Sect, and was ranked 8th. Yu Aoqing 1, as her name depicted, was an extremely cold and proud person. Jian Wushuang. Long Zishan immediately darted his razor-sharp gaze directly at Jian Wushuang, who was on the hill when he appeared. Is he Jian Wushuang? Yu Aoqing also looked at Jian Wushuang, but both her eyes and expressions were extremely cold. As for the other Great Compassion Sect disciples, they were gritting their teeth with anger. The Great Compassion Sect had always been arrogant, and many were accustomed to their behavior. As that was the case, their disciples were used to being aloof before disciples of other sections. The other sect's disciples were usually submissive towards the Great Compassion Sect disciples, but this time they suffered a big loss in Jian Wushuang's hands. Besides several core disciples who were beheaded by Jian Wushuang, even Pang Tao was killed. That did not only instigated provocation toward the Great Compassion Sect, but also shamed their disciples. The shame could only be thoroughly washed away if Jian Wushuang was cut 1,000 times. When many Great Compassion Sect disciples arrived, Jian Wushuang, who was sitting on the hill, slowly opened his eyes. Finally here? You guys are really slow. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, but there was a trace of mockery in his voice. Jian Wushuang, I really admire you. You have offended all the sections. Each sect's genius disciples are chasing after you. You are just like a street rat being besieged, and you are still laughing? Long Zishan stared at Jian Wushuang. A street rat? This adjective is not appropriate. After all, have you ever seen a cat being wantonly slaughtered by a street rat? As for being trapped, that's not the case at all. At least, you people are not capable of doing that to me. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Long Zishan's gazes were extremely cold. Really? Jian Wushuang, I admit that I had underestimated you before. Even junior brother Pang Tao died in your hands. But do you think you will have another chance now? Junior sister Aoqing, you and I will strike together, whispered Long Zishan. Together? Yu Aoqing was surprised. Both of them were 12 minor kings with one ranked 3rd and the other 8th. They were both aloof and haughty at heart. Yu Aoqing was reluctant to join forces with Long Zishan as their opponent was a chaotic realm younger generation disciple. At one, Yu Aoqing Yuralqing, Al means arrogance or proud. Chapter 2447. War. Long Zishan explained as if he could read Yu Aoqing's mind. Jian Wushuang could so unscrupulously kill junior brother Pang Tao and many various sects' genius disciples. I'm 80% certain that his power is above mine. Not only you and I are going to join forces, but they will also have to launch an attack together. Long Zishan's final sentence was directed to the few Great Compassion Sect's first-class divine demons. There were a total of 4 Great Compassion Sect first-class divine demons apart from Long Zishan and Yu Aoqing who had just arrived. The 4 first-class divine demons nodded in unison after hearing Long Zishan's words. Yu Aoqing's eyes were locked on her target, and solemnly nodded. Let's go. Following Long Zishan's low command grunt, the 6 first-class divine demons concurrently aimed their attacks at Jian Wushuang. Long Zishan took the lead as the strongest among the 6. The purple armor on Long Zishan was glowing in a faint purple light, while a dark purple spear was in his hand. A cyclone from vague purple divine powers formed under his feet as he made his move, making it seem as though he was stepping on a purple dragon. He was moving extremely fast, appearing first in front of Jian Wushuang. Go to hell. Long Zishan's eyes shone like they were filled with electricity, and the dark purple spear in his hand instantly turned into a bolt of purple lightning and whizzed towards Jian Wushuang. Long Zishan is much more powerful than Pang Tao. Jian Wushuang murmured his admiration towards Long Zishan in his heart, after judging Long Zishan's skill when he made that attack. Jian Wushuang also reacted immediately. A sword in tint rose sharply. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered sharply as he drew his sword and swept it around. His actions were smooth and coherent. Swash! A poignant swordlight emerged. A very gorgeous and extremely enchanting faint purplish swordlight cut through the void, just like a purple phantom gliding past. Purple blood sword technique, purple light phantom. They were both purple, but one resembled a flash of purple lightning, while the other was a poignant purple sword light. The two instantly collided. Snap! A crisp sound rang in the void, followed by before a purple arc and sword lights filled the space. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently as the two collided before casually swiping across his blood mountain sword and dividing its sword in tint into 3 cold sword-light streaks that were directed at Long Zishan. Long Zishan was neither afraid nor perturbed. The dark purple spear in his hand shot out and pierced one after another. Clang! 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 All of Jian Wushuang's 3 sword-lights were impeded. At that instant, Jian Wushuang lunged forward and a surge of sword in tint spread out like waves in a boundless ocean, instantly oppressing Long Zishan's body and the surrounding void. A series of invisible sword lights appeared out of thin air, and those sword lights engulfed Long Zishan from every direction. Such a weird sword technique. Long Zishan's expression changed. Under the coverage of those sword lights, Long Zishan had to defend himself with all his strength as he retreated. The two were exchanging moves, and it was obvious that Long Zishan was at a disadvantage. However, Long Zishan was no longer Jian Wushuang's opponent. At the same time, while Jian Wushuang was fighting Long Zishan, that cold woman, Yu Aoqing, had disappeared. The moment Jian Wushuang repelled Long Zishan, he felt chills crept up his back. Jian Wushuang was instantly alerted. Swash! A cyclone was formed out of thin air, and in the center of the cyclone, a jet-black dagger came straight out. The dagger exuded an astonishing gleam of phantom-like chilliness and went straight for Jian Wushuang's back. Yu Aoqing, the dagger's owner, had an extremely cold expression on her face. Swish! The dagger penetrated Jian Wushuang's body, but surprisingly, it did not hit any tangible matter. Instead, it made an air-cutting sound. The dagger stabbed nothing but air. Was that just a shadow? That's fast. Yu Aoqing squinted her eyes slightly before instantly located Jian Wushuang's location and creeping up beside him. Jian Wushuang casually raised his hand and wielded his sword. It was an ordinary sword movement that seemed powerless, yet it had completely held Yu Aoqing captive. Yu Aoqing was unable to evade, forcing her to discharge her divine powers to parry off that attack. Clang! There was a low and muffled impact sound. Yu Aoqing's figure was slightly shaken. The dagger in her hand collided with the swordlight, resulting in its directional change, but she still managed to resist the sword attack. Swoosh! Yu Aoqing's figure backed away and pulled some distance apart from Jian Wushuang. Be careful, he is very fast. His sword techniques are also very strange and terrifying, shouted Yu Aoqing in a low voice. Long Zishan, as well as the other 4 Great Compassion Sect first-class Divine Demons disciples, had also noticed the same issues. Don't fight against him one-on-one. Use the 4-elephant formation, shouted Long Zishan. The 4 Great Compassion Sect first-class Divine Demons disciples exchanged glances and nodded. The very next moment, the 4 emanated their auras, which merged into a powerful entity under their formation. Swoosh! Those 4 first-class divine demons simultaneously moved. All 4 of them attacked, but Jian Wushuang felt like it was coming from only one person. Is that a formation? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He could not help but started to admire how incomparable the other sects in the Wuxia wilderness were to the Great Compassion sect. He had killed so many other sects' genius disciples in the past half a day, yet he had never encountered such a formation that could fully integrate a team's combat power as one and unleashed its full potential like how those 4 first-class divine demons had just done. The 4 had a tacit understanding of each other and worked well together, making the formation's power greater. The formation did not add up their combat power like 1 plus 1, but multiplied it by multiple folds. It was obvious that when the 4 first-class divine demons teamed up, they gave Jian Wushuang a much more terrifying feeling than ordinary peak divine demons. Long Zishan's combat power was no less than a peak divine demon, but the threat and pressure Long Zishan brought to Jian Wushuang were no greater than the current 4 first-class divine demons altogether. The 4 joined forces and didn't give me a chance to break them apart. That's quite smart, murmured Jian Wushuang while still being extremely relaxed. Kill him. One of the 4 murderous first-class divine demons waved a giant axe in his hand. Bang! A towering axe's shadow appeared out of thin air and went down full force on Jian Wushuang. This power has definitely reached the peak divine demon realm, exclaimed Jian Wushuang as his figure swayed and left a few space-time shadows behind. The axe cut through those shadows but never managed to land a hit on Jian Wushuang's physical body. Chapter 2448. Subdued, too fast. He was just too fast. We must impede his speed, otherwise our attacks will not reach him at all, said a first-class divine demon from the Great Compassion sect. Long Zishan looked at Yu Aoqing. Junior sister Aoqing, let me handle him. Yu Aoqing's face was cold. A gray gem that was exuding a strange aura miraculously appeared in her hand. The gray gem was filled with surging gray energies, and Yu Aoqing's divine power brought those gray mist out from the gray gem. The gray mist in a speedy manner covered the area far and wide. In just a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang was instantly engulfed in the mist. He could feel a strong force oppressing his movements. Is this the power of a domain treasure? Jian Wushuang stole a look at the gray gem before shaking his head thereafter. It's indeed a domain treasure, but a very low-level one. It's probably just an ordinary domain treasure, murmured Jian Wushuang. Domain treasures were extremely rare, both in the eternal chaotic world of his previous life and the ancient god domain of his current life. Such treasures were scarce. Although Yu Aoqing was the top genius in the Wuxia wilderness, she was still only a divine demon. It was hard enough for her to come up with such a rare domain treasure, let alone bringing out some extremely precious domain treasures. I'm afraid you can't limit my speed with just a domain treasure, sneered Jian Wushuang. A single domain treasure is of course not enough, but how about adding this? Yu Aoqing grunted, and a stream of black current flowed from her. It soon filled the area and combined perfectly with the gray mist. The pressures on Jian Wushuang's body greatly increased the moment both of them coalesced. Oh, a domain secret technique? Jian Wushuang's expression flickered. The gray mist was released from that gray gem treasure, whereas the black current erupting from Yu Aoqing's divine power was obviously a remarkable domain secret technique. The perfect combination of both had increased the domain's effect by multiple folds. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang tried moving around, but his expression turned grim after just 2 simple movements. My speed had been reduced by nearly 50%? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The reduction of his speed by half was equivalent to 1-fold. Himph! You can only blame yourself for being in a lowly realm and your insufficiently strong divine power. If you are as strong as a first-class divine demon, I might only be able to suppress 30% of your speed at most. Yu Aoqing stared at Jian Wushuang and scoffed. His speed has been limited, which is equivalent to breaking his wings. He'll die for sure. Attack! Long Zishan's expression turned ferocious as his killing intent intensified. Purple lights erupted from his body, while the purple cyclone got bigger under his feet. Boom! A fascinating bright purple light descended. Long Zishan appeared in front of Jian Wufang like a formidable god with his gleamingly dazzling purple light spear at hand. It's the purple thunder divine light spear. Long Zishan's spear pierced forward. Even the sky seemed to be perforated. Jian Wushuang frowned as his speed had been restricted, and he could not avoid the attack with only his current speed. He could only attempt to parry it with his sword. A head-on collision happened. Boom. Jian Wushuang fell backward. Haha, that's for sure. No matter how good you are, you're just a chaotic realm. Your divine power is after all far inferior to first-class divine demons. As long as your speed is restricted, you won't be able to display your sword techniques. In that case, you are not my match at all. Long Zishan let out a hearty laugh. An excited look appeared on the faces of Yu Ouching and the 4 first-class divine demons who formed the 4-elephant formation. They lunged forward to Jian Wushuang without wasting any time. Under the extreme speed limitations, Jian Wushuang was unable to perform his strange and terrifying sword techniques. He was completely subdued by those few people from the Great Compassion sect. Boom, boom, boom. The war began. A large number of various sects' genius disciples gathered somewhere near the battlefield as witnesses. Among the crowd was an extremely weak-looking girl in red who squatted there. Hong Luo. The girl heard a noise, turned towards the void's direction, and saw 2 figures rushing towards her. Oh, Huan Shun and Huayang. It's the 2 of you. What's the matter? The girl in red had a strange expression. Of course we have something to bring up. The young man in a white robe replied with a polite smile. That young man was called Huan Shun. Just like Huayang and Hong Luo, he was also one of the 12 minor kings. Huayang was ranked 10th among them. Hong Luo was ranked 5th. Huan Shun, who ranked even higher than Long Zishan, was ranked 2nd. He was the most powerful and terrifying among all of them. In Wuxia Wilderness, Huan Shun had always been regarded as the ultimate expert who was second only to Tu Qianqing. Tu Qianqing had not entered the saint's tomb because he had broken through and reached the peak divine demon realm. Due to that, Huan Shun should be the strongest among the disciples in the tomb. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had taken away his limelight. Hong Luo, don't tell me you are just going to stay here all this time and watch the great compassionate sect disciples behead Jian Wushuang, bagging both his position token and the rewards on his head, said Huan Qin with a smile. Well, that's my plan. Can I do that? Hong Luo gave an insouciant reply. Well, you can. It's just a pity in this case, as Jian Wushuang has caused too much trouble in the tomb and offended countless sections. Those sects have put a bounty on his head which has since increased. It seems that killing him will reap much greater benefits than getting a position token, commented Huan Shun. Huan Shun, just be frank and tell me what's on your mind. Don't go beating around the bush like this, said Hong Luo impatiently. Huan Shun was taken aback momentarily and then smiled. Then I'll be straightforward. I've already discussed this with Huayang. Later, when those great compassion sects people push Jian Wushuang to dead ends, we'll immediately take action before them and finish him off so that the position token in his hand and the bounty on his head would be ours. However, this is a heist against the great compassion. After all, Huayang and I are outnumbered. That's why we're here for you. Chapter 2449. Hidden Cards. So, you want me to join forces with you? Hong Luo's attention was piqued. Yes, Long Zishan could only suffer in silence if both of us join forces, as there's nothing he can do to us, even if we snatch Jian Wushuang's head from the Great Compassion sect. What do you think, Hong Luo? Huan Qin smiled. I refuse. Hong Luo curtly shook her head. Huan Qin's and Huayang's complexion changed. Hong Luo, are you worried about the Great Compassion sect? Huayang asked quizzically. The Great Compassion sect is rich, so they don't care about the bounty. They just want to kill Jian Wushuang, avenge Pang Tao, and save their faces. As for whether Jian Wushuang died in their hands, it doesn't really matter. We may irritate Long Zishan if we do this, but we'll never rub the Great Compassion sect wrongly. You don't have to worry about it, said Huan Che. I refuse to join not because I'm worried about offending the Great Compassionate sect, but I've never wanted to attack Jian Wushuang, said Hong Luo. What? Huan Shan and Huayang were startled. Well, Jian Wushuang did nothing to provoke me, and none of our sect's disciples was killed. Why should I kill him? Just for the bounty? Sorry, am not very interested in those rewards, said Hong Luo bluntly. If this is the case, so be it. Huan Chun and Hui Yang no longer lingered around and left. Hong Luo could not help but sneer in her heart as she glanced at Huan Chen's back. What a hypocrite. He's polite to everyone on the surface, but secretly is as cunning as a fox. Who knows what will happen if I were to join forces with him? Hong Luo could read Huan Chun like an open book. There were so many genius disciples in the saint's tomb that Hong Luo was spoiled with choices. Even if she was to join forces with someone, she would have never considered Huan Chen. Of course, Huan Chen's behavior was not the only reason Hong Luo refused, but the most important point was she never wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is simply a super monster. I'm afraid that's unprecedented in the Wuxia wilderness. Although he has become a target for many and seems to be cornered, yet judging from his expressions and demeanors, he's not panicking or nervous in the slightest. Instead, he is still wearing a confident appearance. Hong Luo squinted slightly, not wanting to miss a single expression on Jian Wushuang's face. He could maintain such calmness and confidence even in such a crisis. He must be either an idiot who does not know the complexity of the world, or still has a stronger trump card in his hand. It would be good if he died here. However, if he is to survive after this disaster, there will no longer be any sects in Wuxia wilderness that can threaten him. Instead, those sects will be shivering because they have got on his wrong side in Saint's tomb. I better stay away from such a monster. Hong Luo was extremely good at reading people, or rather very intuitive. Her instinct told her that she must not rub Jian Wushuang on the wrong side. The war continued on the battlefield. Those great compassion sect's 6 disciples, Long Zishan, who ranked 3rd among the 12 minor kings, was considered one of the top peak divine demons. His divine powers were extremely pure, and his spear skills were remarkable. Jian Wushuang was completely not his match if they were to fight head-on. On the one hand, Yu Aoqing was controlling 2 domains to completely limit Jian Wushuang's speed while at the same time. She was playing her skills and speed to their best. Her body was moving like a phantom, repeatedly appearing behind or beside Jian Wushuang when he was fighting against Long Zishan. Her dagger stabbed out over and over again. It could have easily caused Jian Wushuang a fatal injury if he was not careful. Lastly, there were the Great Compassion sect's other 4 first-class divine demons. Initially, those 4 first-class divine demons were Jian Wushuang's easiest opponents to deal with as he could rely on his speed to break their attacks previously. However, as the 4 disciples formed the 4-elephant formation, which was capable of both attack and defense, they had become extremely powerful, putting a large amount of pressure on Jian Wushuang. Under the Six's siege, Jian Wushuang gradually lost support, and his defeat seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Jian Wushuang, I thought your strength was amazing before, but it seems that it's nothing great now. As long as we restrict your speed, you'll not be able to fully display your strength and sword techniques. I see that you have a merely average peak divine demon realm combat strength. I'm afraid there was only an element of luck when you killed senior brother Pang Tao earlier. You will die today without a doubt. Long Zishan's sarcastic voice echoing within the space as his attacks towards Jian Wushuang with his spear was getting more swift and abhorrent. Jian Wushuang was wielding his sword with one hand, and with his somewhat solemn complexion, under the suppression of 2 domains, his speed was hampered such that even his strength was greatly reduced. It was tough for him to face 6 opponents at the same time. Young man, what are you going to do next? In that hidden independent space, the Crimson Stone Saint was observing his battle. He did not think that Jian Wushuang had been driven to a desperate situation. He could see that Jian Wushuang's composure remained calm since the beginning, without a trace of irritation. Now, show me what you've got. The Crimson Stone Saint was anticipating. Jian Wushuang sighed helplessly on the battlefield. Old man, looks like you're getting what you want, murmured Jian Wushuang. Of course, he was addressing the Crimson Stone Saint. He knew all along what Crimson Stone Saint's objective was, and being placed in such a situation, he had no choice but to show his cards. Otherwise, not mentioning the many sex disciples still hovering around and ready to take action against him at any time, Even his fight against the Great Compassion Sect's 6 disciples before him was proving to be difficult. Oh well, look closely since you want to see my cards. I wonder if you have the vision of Mu Xiao, sneered Jian Wushuang. At that instant, boom. The stellar strength within Jian Wushuang's body exploded. The stellar secret technique was awakened. The stellar strength had long been integrated into his Bodhis divine powers and even his blood. Now that he had released its strength, his divine powers instantly began to change. Everyone was keeping an eye on Jian Wushuang in the middle of the battlefield. Huan Xin and Hua Yang were ready to take action. Jian Wushuang's aura was getting thicker at an astonishing speed under everyone's gaze. Previously, he was only at the peak chaotic realm, or perhaps half-step divine demon realm. However, his aura was getting more and more powerful with the rapid changes he was undergoing. He had soon broken through and achieved third-class divine demon realm. His strength and power soared instantly. Chapter 2450. Heaven and Earth Aligns. Did his divine power energy just become more powerful? Everyone around noticed the changes in Jian Wushuang's energy. His cultivation level seemed to have increased. He probably performed a certain secret technique. Be extra careful. Long Zishan frowned before immediately looking towards those around him. Right at that moment, Jian Wushuang had already raised his head once again. A horrifying divine power had violently emerged with a rumble as he raised his head. The 2 layers of the domain that were pressing against him, the gray mist field and the black energy flow that covered the sky, were immediately affected by the divine power he was projecting, which greatly decreased its oppressive effects. No. Yu Aoqing was shocked. She had already sensed that the effects of her 2 domains on Jian Wushuang had been reduced quite a bit. Previously, she could at least suppress half of Jian Wushuang's speed, but at this moment she could not even suppress 20% of it. Jian Wushuang moved once again and exploded with much faster and more terrifying speeds than before. Careful, junior sister. Long Zikan warned quietly. Yu Aoqing immediately reacted and steadily gazed over. Jian Wushuang's figure had appeared before her with his long sword already swung out. A blurry sword essence swept outwards. The time and space around were immediately frozen as ripples formed within the void. Space-time sword technique, first form, cutting snow. His sword technique changed? Yu Aoqing's pupil shrunk slightly. Jian Wushuang had been using purple blood sword technique all the while when battling against them before. He pushed his speed to the limits with that absolutely strange technique. However, Jian Wushuang was using his own creation at this moment, the space-time sword technique. The sword technique he created was naturally his best and strongest sword skill. Ring. A sword shadow charged towards Yu Aoqing, and it was impossible for her to dodge it. However, in the end, she was still one of the 12 minor kings. Her black dagger had been pushed out in an instant, such that even the void formed into a swirl as a result from that stab. Clang. The sound of metals clashing was heard as a trace of fear flashed across Yu Aoqing's face. The dagger she was holding flew out of her hand as her figure instantly propelled backward. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening. At the same time, Long Zishan had already appeared on Jian Wushuang's side. Eat this, kid. Long Zishan's entire body was glowing bright with purple lights with traces of purple-colored electric bolts sparking out of his eyes. The long purple spear in his hand had turned into a huge purple lightning beam as it swept up with crackles and infinite power. Sure-ass God-eliminating spear. Long Zishan shouted violently as the crackling lightning beam shot straight at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang steadied his eyes and sent Blood Mountain sword flatly outwards. His stab directly went to the middle of the purple lightning beam as a unique samsara strength swept outwards. Ring, ring. The crackling purple lightning in the lightning beam had turned into purple-colored divine powers and dispersed towards every direction. What? Long Zishan was absolutely shocked. He did not expect that his most powerful strike was so easily dissolved by Jian Wushuang. At that instant, Jian Wushuang attacked with his sword again. Ring. A blurry sword light lit up and directly slashing at Long Zishan. The sword light was so incredibly fast that it was almost impossible to react to it. However, Long Zishan reacted very quickly by retracting his spear to block the attack in front of his face. Just as the sword light most touched his long spear. Something's not right. Long Zishan's heart skipped a beat as the purple battle armor he was wearing immediately projected a blinding golden lightning bolt and once again formed a purple lightning armor on the surface of his purple battle armor. There was no feeling of two weapons clashing, just as his spear made contact with the blurry sword shadow. Instead, a beam of mysterious sword light had slashed on the layer of purple lightning armor. Samsara sword technique, Samsara empty strike. Empty yet solid, illusionary yet real. As he took a frontal hit from Jian Wushuang, the purple lightning armor on the surface of Long Zishan's body immediately dimmed. At the same time, a mouthful of blood shot out from Long Zishan's oral cavity as his body flew out like a broken kite. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had warded off two experts, Yu Aoqing and Long Zishan. The four-elephant formation formed by those four great compassion sects, first-class divine demon, were the only ones left standing around Jian Wushuang like dumbfounded. Jian Wushuang's eyes seemed at a loss when he looked at those four. Although his eyes looked lost, the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was slowly raised. He swung his sword again. It was such a plain strike without sword lights or sword shadows bursting out of it, and also without any vibrations around. The world remained extremely calm and quiet. However, an extremely fast sword shadow suddenly slashed open the void under the silence. Ring. A blinding sword light appeared out of nowhere. The sword light seemed to connect heaven and earth together. It was absolutely stunning and extremely bright. The moment when it appeared, it became the core and the focus of the world. It had even become eternal. There were many genius disciples from different sects around the battlefield, and all of them were mesmerized by the sword light. That strike was so beautiful. 9 seas and 8 wilderness, heaven and earth align. Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. That stroke had connected time and space, yin and yang, life and death, all on a single point. Its name was Heaven and Earth Aligns. That stroke was something Jian Wushuang discovered when he was in the middle of his massacre at Saint's tomb. That stroke had included Jian Wushuang's understanding of the space-time law and was actually the second form of his space-time sword technique as well. Jian Wushuang had just created that form, and this was the very first time it had been displayed. Everyone around was immersed in the sword light's absolute beauty. However, the four great compassion sects, first-class divine demon in the middle of that sword light, had their living souls frightened out of their bodies. The sword light slashed everything open from the moment it appeared, breaking the connections between four of them. Their four-elephant formation was completely shattered. However, the sword light's full potential was not fully unleashed. Quickly, break the safety token. As one of the first-class divine demons spoke, the sword light had swept across their bodies before he could finish his sentence. Ring. The sword light had finally dissolved. Many disciples around the battlefield had finally snapped out of it. When they looked over again, they realized in the void where the sword light was at previously, those four great compassion sect first-class divine demon disciples had turned into badly decapitated corpses that were slowly falling downwards. The air had frozen at that moment. That, Huan Chun and Hao Yang were standing side by side on the edge of the battlefield, feeling incredibly stunned. They were planning to go forward and kill Jian Wushuang. However, who knew Jian Wushuang suddenly burst into action? Merely in the blink of an eye, Yu Aoqing was flown off after taking a frontal hit. Long Zishan suffered severe injury. The four great compassion sects, first-class divine demon disciples were eliminated directly. The table was completely turned. Chapter 2451. The Siege. The great compassion sects Long Zishan, Yu Aoqing, and four first-class divine demon disciples who formed the four-elephant formation were defeated while working together. Not only that, it was a devastating defeat. Long Zishan is badly injured. The four first-class divine demon disciples didn't even get the chance to break their safety tokens before they got cut down. The duration was too fast. Long Zishan and his group definitely had the upper hand a while ago, but the tables completely turned in only an instant. This Jian Wushuang is really scary. In the void surrounding the battlefield, there was already an emotional stir. The various sects' genius disciples were all stunned beyond words. Huiyang, let's do it. Huan Chun gave a soft cry.
Now,
Huiyang frowned. Their initial plan was to let Long Zishan and his group push Jian Wushuang to a corner and take advantage of the situation after that. However, Jian Wushuang's ability is beyond our imagination. We can't only rely on the Great Compassion sect disciples. We shouldn't wait anymore and must immediately take action. Only by working with Long Zishan and this lot could we have some hope to kill Jian Wushuang. Don't think too much. Let's do it. Huan Qin's voice was frosty. All right. Huiyang stopped hesitating. The two 12's minor king experts immediately moved. Many genius disciples from different sects besides them had similar plans like Huan Qin and Huiyang. However, the abilities Jian Wushuang unleashed were completely out of their expectations. They had no choice but to take action earlier than planned. Charge. We'll do it together. Only then can we possibly kill Jian Wushuang. Let's first kill Jian Wushuang. As for his head and the position token on him, that would depend on our individual skills. At that instant, dozens of individuals moved almost at the same time. All of those taking action were top geniuses from various sects, and every one of them was a first-class divine demon without a doubt. That was to be expected as ever since the intense battle started. All of them could see Jian Wushuang's abilities. Against such a terrifying opponent, it would mean instant death if those second-class divine demon participated. Only first-class divine demons were qualified to make a move on Jian Wushuang and pose some threats toward him. Therefore, those who took action at that moment were 50 first-class divine demons. It was safe to say that more than half of the first-class divine demons who entered Saint's Tomb partake in the attack. Their target was Jian Wushuang. In addition, even though they came from different sects, they had a tacit understanding to first kill Jian Wushuang together before fighting for the position token in his possession, as well as his head to be exchanged for those rewards. The tacit understanding came out of necessity since the abilities Jian Wushuang had shown were truly terrifying. Jian Wushuang continuously projected his soul power as he stood in the middle of the battlefield and immediately noticed when those 50 experts moved at the same time. Jian Wushuang raised his head, his eyes filled with a coldness like never before. Finally can't hold back? All of you want my head in exchange for the rewards? If that's the case, bring it on. He'll have a hearty fight with each of you today until the heavens change its color. His cold voice was like the deep growl of death which lingered for a very long time as it resonated across the entire battlefield, Saint's Tomb, and space between heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang's divine power surged like a great wave as his voice died down. The divine power swiftly concentrated and very soon formed a gigantic golden divine god hologram. One of the 5 most powerful secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sect, Divine God of Punishment. With Jian Wushuang's cultivation level upgrade and radically strengthened divine powers, the formed divine god hologram was no longer just 300 meters like before, but reached 1,600 meters. The 1,600 meters divine god hologram was definitely much stronger than the previous 300 meters, despite it still being within the divine god of punishment first stage. Jian Wushuang immediately gave out a furious growl as the 1,600-meter tall golden divine god hologram appeared. Sweeping out like rolling waves was a stern growl. In the void surrounding him, the gray mist and black energy flow domains were still suppressing Jian Wushuang. However, after that growl, the gray mist completely retreated while the dark energy flow utterly vanished. Both domain layers that previously were oppressing Jian Wushuang disappeared into nothingness. Jian Wushuang's abilities had already reached the highest peak possible at that time. There's still more to this guy? Yu Aoqing was utterly shocked and terrified upon seeing both her imposed domains had perished. As for those geniuses who were frenziedly charging towards Jian Wushuang, they could not care any less, despite seeing the golden divine god hologram and noticing the transformation of his abilities. At the end of the day, there were 50 first-class divine demons attacking at the same time. Each of them was geniuses with extremely solid battle strength. They even had a few 12 minor kings among them and many other individuals whose abilities were close to the 12 minor kings. Nobody could withstand the power of that many people who joined the siege unless a real god appeared. Hence, Jian Wushuang should not be able to do so either. Kill! Kill him! Cold voices shouted one by one as those geniuses' killing intent was surging like a tall wave. Kill! Jian Wushuang's eyes also had a trace of redness, with his killing intent also sweeping out of his body, like a Shura who emerged from hell. His figure was violently moving fast towards those geniuses around him. He wanted to accept their attacks head-on. Die! Huan Qin and Huayang were charging on the forefront, becoming one of the earliest who crossed hands with Jian Wushuang. Huan Qin held a crimson-colored sickle in his hand, as his bewitching eyes gazed at Jian Wushuang with a strange light. Ring. The formless soul attack had penetrated Jian Wushuang's mind. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang was a perfect chaotic creature and a reincarnated soul. Although his soul cultivation level was slightly lower, he was still an incredibly strong individual. In addition to his soul was protected by the exquisite pagoda, Huan Qin's soul attack had no effect whatsoever on Jian Wushuang. Huan Qin was left with no choice but to lash out his crimson sickle. A red flash appeared and disappeared within a split second. As for Huayang, he brought with him a wave of fire. His punch exploded outwards with powers similar to the sudden eruption of a volcano that has been dormant for hundreds of millions of years. The entire place was covered in a burning heat. Jian Wushuang's eyes were still frosty. The Blood Mountain sword in his grip was trembling violently at that moment, as if resonating with the surging killing intent in his mind. With a swing, the Blood Mountain sword slashed without any flashy movement. That stroke was accompanied by an extremely horrifying power and surging sword essence. It was as if the world could be chopped into two halves with that stroke. The sword light swept sideways with an uprooting force along the way. The crimson-colored light which was charging forward immediately flew backward, with every trace of its volcanic energy was gone, as if being thrown into the ocean. The joint attack of Huan Qin and Huayang had been reduced into a totally embarrassing state with only one slash from Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2452. Stamina. Jian Wushuang's abilities had another huge upgrade again? Huan Qin was shocked. So what? He still has to die. Huayang's eyes were icy cold. The remaining first-class divine demons around them did not soften their killing intent at all. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. A barrage of attacks was unleashed toward Jian Wushuang from every direction. Each of those extremely overpowering attacks was issued by first-class divine demons, and there were about 50 of them. Even though there was no formation involved, the energy of those attacks could still be described as horrifying despite not being completely focused. At least none of them was able to assert their survival after facing such a counterattack. The only thing they could do was taking out and breaking their safety token to escape. As for Jian Wushuang, he indeed had a safety token in his grasp. However, he would not break the safety token. As a matter of fact, not only would he not do so, but he also could not. He had bred enmity with too many sects during his trip into Saint's Tomb and had caused an uproar. In such circumstances, the world outside may not be safer than the interiors of Saint's Tomb itself. After all, Jian Wushuang had no idea if Narcissus Island could completely defend him. Even if they wanted to, could they do so? On the other hand, Jian Wushuang never liked to rely on others, hence he could only rely on himself. At this time, his only chance was to stay in Saint's Tomb, obtain the opportunities he was supposed to get, and use it to upgrade his abilities. Only by doing so could he perhaps be qualified to face those various sections. Hence, he would absolutely never use the safety token. Piercing noises sliced through the air and swept towards him. Jian Wushuang could feel the terrifying energies that came from each attack around him. His eyes were filled with a sense of craze. That's right, bring it on. With a big shout, the divine hologram behind Jian Wushuang was also letting out an earth-shattering roar. Infinite sword essences shot upwards as Jian Wushuang's divine power ruthlessly swept outwards. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang had completely unleashed his powers. He issued continuous attacks with his sword, slicing, sweeping, or turning it into a wide-casting sword net, sweeping across the battlefield. With the help of space-time law, his figure burst into a terrifying speed, flashed nonstop, and left behind multiple space-time holograms at different parts of the void. Facing the attacks from multiple directions, Jian Wushuang would avoid it if he could and block with his sword if he could not. Otherwise, he would resist it with his own body. Like a possessed person, he rushed towards any random direction at will in the center of the battlefield. After a wave of attacks, Jian Wushuang was still standing upright. Moreover, his figure had penetrated the crowd. Kill! Jian Wushuang raised his sword as he shouted with his cold voice. The heaven-shaking sword shadow swept out in a dreamlike manner. Let's resist together. There were a total of 10 first-class divine demons standing together before Jian Wushuang and resisting his attack. With a huge bang, each of those 10 divine demons flew backward at the same time under the impact of his sword light. A concentrated attack was launched once again behind Jian Wushuang following a deep rumble. Scram! Jian Wushuang's growl was like rolling thunder as his sword swung out with momentum. A sword shadow infinitely expanded to the point of covering both sky and sun. The attacks launched by those 8 first-class divine demons behind Jian Wushuang was completely shattered with his single sword strike. Their facial expressions radically changed upon seeing the pseudo-divine demon Jian Wushuang charging at them. They could do nothing but unhesitatingly retreat. However, in the midst of retreating, a powerful soul power penetrated Jian Wushuang's awareness, causing the exquisite pagoda in his awareness to violently shake before calming down after a short moment. Jian Wushuang's body paused slightly and looked over at the void next to him with a frown. It's blocked. Is this guy's soul defensive abilities that powerful as well? Huan Qin's face showed disbelief. Soul attacks were his forte, and the move he just unleashed was his most powerful one. Unfortunately, it still did close to nothing toward Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's speed had reached the very limits as he recklessly charged toward different spots on the battlefield and crushed everyone present by relying on his sword techniques and his abilities. He unleashed his abilities to the max. Even though there were close to 50 very powerful first-class divine demon genius disciples who were besieging Jian Wushuang, they could not find a way to coordinate with each other since all of them came from different sections. What they had done was merely sieging and attacking. As soon as Jian Wushuang endured their first wave of attacks and infiltrated the crowd, it was very difficult for them to concurrently attack Jian Wushuang again. It was usually a group of around 10 to 20 or more first-class divine demons attacking Jian Wushuang, but he could directly withstand those frontal attacks. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang's sword attacks remained just as terrifying, and every stroke he released required at least 7 or 8 first-class divine demon disciples to resist against it. Individually, none of them would have the guts to fight against Jian Wushuang's sword. The battle heated up. The fight was absolutely insane. Terrifying rumbles filled the void. However, the obviously numerical unbalanced great battle actually went on for 7 minutes without a clear result. Jian Wushuang remained in his peak state as he rushed here and there on the battlefield while those geniuses around were giving their all to attack. However, those attacks did not provide any substantial effects. This guy, Long Zishan, who was heavily injured by Jian Wushuang before, had swallowed an elixir pill and restored quite a bit of his battle strength. He also went back to the battlefield to join the siege. However, what he had not expected was that even with so many first-class divine demon disciples joining forces in the siege, they were unable to kill Jian Wushuang in a short time. The abilities that Jian Wushuang unleashed were unfathomably powerful. It was not only his abilities, but also his stamina. Yes, it was stamina. Such stamina reminded Long Zishan of someone. Senior brother Qiancheng. When senior brother Qiancheng was a first-class divine demon, he was exactly as courageous and fearless when facing a peak divine demon. He dared to accept a frontal attack, even resisting head-on. In the end, senior brother Qiancheng cut down the peak divine demon. Long Zishan's body was trembling. Tu Qiancheng. He was a legend among the young generation of Wuxia Wilderness, as well as the idol of countless great compassion sect disciples and Long Zishan. Although Long Zishan was also a true genius and placed third in the 12 minor kings, he knew full well of the distance between him and Tu Qiancheng. It was a type of distance that he could never catch up on. Long Zishan had absolutely no courage to compare himself to him when he stood before Tu Qianqing. However, he currently had the same feeling as facing Tu Qianqing when confronting Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2453. The Ultimate Strike of Death. No, he's actually scarier than senior brother Qianqing. Long Zishan stammered. Truthfully, Tu Qianqing was skillful, but however great he was, it was impossible for him to face close to 50 first-class divine demons in that manner when he was only in the chaotic realm. Forget about the chaotic realm. Even if Tu Qianqing was a first-class divine demon like the rest, he would have chosen to escape at the first given moment upon receiving attacks from so many genius disciples. He would never have the stamina to stay back and start a huge battle against them. However, Jian Wushuang dared to do it. Not only that, he actually succeeded. Almost 50 first-class divine demon genius disciples joined hands together, but could not kill Jian Wushuang in a short time. Not to mention that a lot of those first-class divine demons were already being overpowered by Jian Wushuang's abilities and stamina while fighting him. They also became fearful of him. At this rate, how could we even think of avenging junior brother Pang Tao? Long Zishan was very anxious. However, at that moment, a frostily beautiful woman was standing in a corner of the battlefield. She was Yu Aoqing. She did not join in the siege and attack Jian Wushuang. She was only quietly standing there and staring deadly at Jian Wushuang. Everything in the surroundings, including those people, and the battle had vanished for her. Even her own presence was as good as vanished. There was one person left in her entire world, which was Jian Wushuang. In her mind, she was recalling her master's teachings. Her master was one of the highest-ranking elders in the Great Compassion sect who used to be a killer, an assassin. He was such a great killer that he would be called the Emperor in the Dark. As long as he made a move, he would ensure his opponent dies. That master of hers taught her how to become a truly qualified assassin and also told her about the special state an assassin should achieve. That state was the state of self-oblivious. Forget about oneself. Forget about the world. Forget about everything. Remember only the target and the mission. Although her master had achieved that profound state and demonstrated it to her before, Yu Aoqing never fully grasped it. However, at that very moment, she had her full attention staring at Jian Wushuang, who was on the battlefield, watching his every move and even facial expression. Finally, she understood something. Forget about myself. Forget about emotions. Yu Aoqing murmured to herself, and her figure disappeared in a flash from the battlefield in the next moment. She had completely blended into the air, becoming part of the space, time, heavens, and earth. Nobody could realize her existence when she was in such a special state. She gradually moved closer to Jian Wushuang, and very soon arrived somewhere near him. Jian Wushuang was still unleashing his sword techniques and fighting frenziedly with those first-class divine demons. Their battle intent was shaking the heavens. Buzz off! With a furious shout, Jian Wushuang lashed out his sword sideways and struck 4 first-class divine demons before him with the back of his blade. Although those 4 first-class divine demons tried blocking with their full might, the overpowering sword pressure still hit them hard as they fell towards the ground. Yu Aoqing made her move at that moment. Nobody had realized that, including Jian Wushuang. Yu Aoqing appeared behind Jian Wushuang and suddenly thrust her pitch-black dagger towards Jian Wushuang's heart. Self-oblivious state. Exterminate with one strike. Yu Aoqing's eyes showed a terrifying glint of coldness. It was a crouching assassin who finally found the perfect time to strike and unleashed her ultimate strike of death. That one strike was enough to cause fear on any divine demon. It was too sudden. Yu Aoqing's appearance was just too sudden. Nobody noticed she was there previously. Only when Yu Aoqing appeared and thrust a dagger out that people were suddenly aware. It's Yu Aoqing. When did she get there? That strike was perfect. What a perfect strike. Nobody would be able to block that strike. The first-class divine demons on the battlefield were all awestruck. Some even had fear written on their faces. All of them could recognize just how terrifying Yu Aoqing's strike was. Her movement was so clean and perfect without any sense of redundancy when she attacked. That strike was sure to kill. Yu King's attack at that time was really a pleasant surprise. It was just too perfect. Junior sister. Even Long Zishan was shocked by Yu King's movement. He believes if that sudden strike was to be directed at him, he might not even have a survival chance. Following right after that shock was a feeling of ecstasy. He could tell that Jin Wushuang did not notice Yu King's sudden appearance as well. It was impossible for him to dodge Yu King's perfect strike. Jin Wushuang was indeed incredibly surprised. The perfect killing strike from Yu Aoqing was also out of his expectations, and he did not have time to react to it. He could neither avoid the attack by relying on his movement speed, nor using his sword technique. He could only allow the dark dagger to stab his heart. However, he barely panicked. Ring. The extremely cold black dagger, which brought an infinite amount of killing intent, was closing in on Jin Wushuang's body. The dagger finally tore through Jin Wushuang's attire and penetrated his skin. Thud. When the soft sounds of the blade entering his body were heard, Yu Aoqing felt somewhat excited. Master, I've finally done it. I've finally achieved what you described as the state of self-oblivious. Yu Aoqing mumbled. The many first-class divine demons who were attacking Jin Wushuang were ecstatic when they saw that. However, suddenly, clang, a metal clashing noise was heard, and all those genius disciples' ecstatic smiles froze one by one. Yu Aoqing surprisingly felt some resistance on the tip of her dagger and was shocked the next moment. The tip of her dagger had indeed penetrated Jin Wushuang's skin and went into his flesh. However, it only pushed slightly into it and did not reach Jin Wushuang's heart. It stopped at the rib bone in front of his heart. An explosive power had been projected when the dagger's tip touched his rib bone, but it did not shatter it. Instead, that bone had blocked the dagger. B-bone? Yu Aoqing was completely shocked. My stroke couldn't shatter his rib bone? How is that possible? The genius disciples around were also dumbfounded. Long Zishan was also awestruck. They could not believe their eyes. One must understand that, although a cultivator could practice body tempering methods and have a strong divine body, it was only an external feature and would not help with internal resistance. Chapter 2454. Huge freak Yu King's deadly perfect strike clearly penetrated Jin Wushuang's divine Bodhi's surface defenses and went into his flesh. Normally, that should have guaranteed his death. However, the ultimate death strike was blocked flat out by Jin Wushuang's rib bone in the end. How hard was his bone? How's that even possible? Yu King's mind was filled with disbelief. What she did not know was that the world was filled with wonders. It may be unbelievable to some people, but for Jin Wushuang, the primordial void celestial body that he practiced was a top-tier body cultivating secret technique in ancient god domain. The secret technique not only upgraded the surface area of his divine body, but also included the entire body structure, muscles, divine powers, down to every cell in his body. Each of them would have had a huge improvement. He had succeeded in learning the second volume of the primordial void celestial body, adding to the fact that he was a perfect chaotic creature where every part of his body was perfect. Therefore his bones were incomparable to a regular cultivator's. The bones in his body were definitely not weaker than those under a layer of strong body defense. As long as his bones were not shattered, it would not bring him any fatal harm. Yu King's perfect ultimate deathstroke did indeed pose some threat towards Jin Wushuang, but she was still far from being able to kill him. I just don't believe it. Yu Aoqing gritted her teeth. Her arrogant self could not accept what just happened before her at all. With her divine powers gushing out of the black dagger and leading it, she immediately swept outwards. The other side of Jin Wushuang's chest had exploded into a bloody cave. It was only a bloody cave. Right at that moment, Jin Wushuang slightly turned his head around. Boom! Infinite killing intent swept upon Jin Wushuang like a collapsing mountain and tsunami. Yu King's figure was trembling for a while, and her mind had a bang. Junior sister, retreat now? Long Zishan shouted explosively not far away. He saw that Jin Wushuang had already unsheathed his sword. Sword lights were swept by as a gigantic sword net completely covered Yu Aoqing. Yu Aoqing suddenly sensed a critical danger like never before filling her mind. She did not dare to hesitate, took out her safety token at the first possible moment, and pinched it into pieces. Ring. Some lights flashed, and Yu Aoking's figure vanished right before Jian Wushuang's eyes. Jian Wushuang had formed the sword net in vain. She escaped pretty fast, spoke Jian Wushuang with his incredibly cold eyes. The bloody cave on the other side of his chest was rejuvenating at a speed noticeable by the bare eyes. Only within the blink of an eye, the blood cave had completely disappeared without leaving a mark. Jian Wushuang's aura had also not weakened at all. Many first-class divine demon disciples besieging him were almost completely dumbfounded. Such a perfect, powerful, and terrifying strike had already gone into his body, and yet it did not kill him. His Buddhist defensive capabilities are so strong. Let's not even talk about killing him. His aura did not even weaken a bit. It obviously didn't affect him in any way. That rejuvenating capability, was that a joke? Huge freak. He is a huge freak. One could not blame how stunned they were. When a normal cultivator, even a peak divine demon, was faced with the perfect ultimate deathstroke such as that, he would probably die. Even if he did not die, he would at least be severely injured, and his abilities would have drastically decreased. However, even though Yu Aoqing had injured Jian Wushuang, he was immediately rejuvenated completely. He cured his wound in a short moment without the assistance of elixirs, but only relying on his own recuperative abilities. The terrifying body defensive abilities and rejuvenating abilities made the geniuses on the scene feel like they were living in a dream. All their hearts were shaken after that occurrence, and they even began to wonder if they could ever kill Jian Wushuang. Their doubts grew bigger by the minute as the intense battles continued. Especially after another round of continuous fighting, they sensed that Jian Wushuang still remained in his top form. This caused those geniuses to completely lose their confidence. Huanshan, did you notice? Up till now, Jian Wushuang's divine powers are still at the same level. Huiyang came next to Huanshan. Huanshan nodded solemnly. I saw it. After fighting for such a long period of time, we who attacked him had used up quite a bit of our divine powers, but his divine powers felt infinite while his battle strength did not decrease at all. How can a mere chaotic realm cultivator have such limitless divine powers? His speed is amazingly fast. His understanding of space-time law is incredibly high. He can form up to 6 different space-time shadows at once, and the powers of his sword techniques are frighteningly strong. One stroke from him takes at least 7 or 8 first-class divine demon to collectively resist. Otherwise, it's impossible to do so. His Buddhist defensive abilities are even scarier. A perfect strike like that from Yu Aoqing could not kill him. Moreover, his injuries were cured in the blink of an eye with his incomparable rejuvenating abilities. His soul defensive abilities are also pretty strong, such that my soul attack couldn't pose any threat to him. And now, his divine powers also seem infinite. Huanshan and Huiyang both looked at each other and were unable to hide the shock in their hearts. They were exclaiming in their minds. What kind of monster exactly were they fighting against? That monster was grotesquely strong in every aspect that one could not find a weak point at all. For them, he was impeccable. If he were to be described in a single word, perfect would be it. Yes, it was perfect. A monster. A huge freak, who was perfect and flawless in every way. How did such a freak come about? Huanshan mumbled. They did not know that Jian Wushuang was the second perfect chaotic creature within the mortal world. A perfect chaotic creature was an existence with no weakness, to begin with, and was extremely perfect in every aspect. Due to the fact that Jian Wushuang was only in the chaotic realm, he still could not reach true perfection. However, as long as he broke through to divine demon realm in the future, he would be truly perfect by definition, the only one within heaven and earth. What they had just seen was actually nothing in comparison. We had exhausted every existing method. We had used whatever could be used, but we still couldn't kill him. There's just no way, said Huanshan hopelessly. Huiyang, who was next to him, also nodded. Those first-class divine demons that were attacking Jian Wushuang also looked over. Whether or not they wanted to admit, the truth was that a total of 50 first-class divine demon who joined hands still could not kill him. Setting aside killing him with a real strike, They could not even exhaust Jian Wushuang to his death with either their combined divine power or time. There's nothing else to do but to stop. There's no other way. This Jian Wushuang is really too much of a freak. Let's forget it. It's only a waste of time to continue fighting. The first-class divine demons exclaimed lightly and one by one stopped their movements, obviously ready to give up. Chapter 2455. Golden Prison. Those first-class divine demon disciples stopped their attacks. Although they wanted to stop, Jian Wushuang did not. Boom! Jian Wushuang's energy surged into the sky as he charged directly toward a few first-class divine demons and swung his blood mountain sword. They were startled and resisted with all their might, but were immediately blasted backward. Jian Wushuang, we have stopped. What more do you want? Yelled one of the first-class divine demons. Jian Wushuang chuckled. What more do I want? You fight whenever you want and stop as you wish. There is no such thing. Don't all of you want to kill me? If so, let me have an old hearty fight. You either kill me or die under my sword one by one. Jian Wushuang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips while wearing a crazed expression on his face. Madman! The first-class divine demons could not help but curse at him in their minds with their rage-filled hearts. Jian Wushuang, do you really want to fight until both of us suffer great losses? Huan Qin shouted. Jian Wushuang sarcastically said, both suffer great losses? I want die, but none of you should expect to live. All those first-class divine demons were shocked with their rage burning even brighter. It was true that they could not kill Jian Wushuang, but he could not do much to them either. However, Jian Wushuang said they should not expect to live? Where did he get the confidence to say that? However, right at that moment, a surging wave of divine powers was unleashed from Jian Wushuang's body. The giant golden divine god hologram behind him was glowing with an even brighter golden light as well. As Jian Wushuang waved his hand, a few palm silhouettes clapped at the void. Prison of punishment. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed, and as soon as his voice died out, a huge amount of gold-colored divine powers extended out of the divine god hologram. The golden divine powers expanded far and wide, forming a large ocean of golden divine powers. It soon filled the entire place and covered the whole battlefield in it. The golden divine power ocean very quickly concentrated and solidified, turning in a gigantic golden prison. The first-class divine demons' faces changed when they saw that gigantic golden prison which surrounded them. Domain tactic? It's not merely a domain, but a complete prison. It has completely imprisoned us. Himph! Blasted open. Some first-class divine demons immediately started taking action, hoping to break open the golden prison. However, after a few rounds of attacks, nobody could shake the golden prison a bit, even when the attackers included Huan Qin, Long Zishan, Huayang, and more. Jian Wushuang stood at the center of the golden prison, looking at those first-class divine demons trying to break out of it without any intention of stopping them. Prison of punishment. This is a complete and true-to-the-definition prison of punishment, murmured Jian Wushuang. Prison of punishment was a tactic within the divine god of punishment secret technique. In his eternal chaotic world's past life, he had seen Emperor Bai using it. However, the divine god of punishment that he learned was incomplete, and so was the prison of punishment that he used. When Emperor Bai used it, it only formed the golden divine power ocean which acted as a domain and tied an opponent's hand. The prison of punishment's true function was to imprison the opponent. Golden Prison was the complete stage of prison of punishment. Following Jian Wushuang's upgraded cultivation level, in addition to increasing another half a stage with the help of 7-star secret skills, he could finally perform prison of punishment. Once he did it, the humongous golden prison locked every first-class divine demon inside. As for Jian Wushuang, who unleashed the prison of punishment, he had become the golden prison's master. Rumble. With a tiny tweak of his mind, the overpowering golden divine power ocean unfolded and affected every first-class divine demon in the prison. Those first-class divine demons felt a titanic mountain pressing on them. Damn, it really is a domain. A very strong domain. Under this domain, my abilities are suppressed by at least 30%. This Jian Wushuang could actually think of such a tactic? The many divine demons who were imprisoned in the golden prison were feeling uneasy. However, they only knew that their own abilities were suppressed under the effect of the golden divine power. What they did not know was the prison of punishment's domain causes one suppression to become the other's gain. As the prison of punishment's master, Jian Wushuang's abilities were enhanced quite a bit as their abilities were being suppressed. The slaughter begins. Jian Wushuang smiled cruelly as his figure. Whoosh! In a flash, with the golden divine power filling the space, the many first-class divine demons around could not clearly see Jian Wushuang's figure. All they saw was the sudden flash of a sword light. Careful! Screams of horror filled the air, but the warning clearly came too late. As the sword light dimmed, a total of 4 first-class divine demons could not even react before being instantly killed. Whoosh! Another beam of sword light appeared in another corner. There were 7 first-class divine demons at that corner who immediately reacted when they saw the sword light. They acted right away, wanting to block the beam of sword light. Ring! A gigantic sword light appeared out of nowhere. The sword light was incredibly attractive and bright as though it could connect the sky and earth together. The moment it appeared, it became the focal center of heaven and earth. It even became an eternity. Throughout 9 oceans and 8 wilderness, heaven and earth aligned. The 7 first-class divine demons' faces still had the shocked look, although their divine bodies had already been penetrated by the sword light, forever losing signs of life. Prior to unleashing prison of punishment, even if Jian Wushuang used heaven and earth aligned with all his power, as long as 7 or 8 first-class divine demons joined forces, the attack could be resisted. However, within the prison of punishment where one suppression became the other's gain, a huge gap appeared between Jian Wushuang's abilities and theirs. Now, when Jian Wushuang utilized that move, even 7 first-class divine demon joined hands could not resist it. With just one stroke, another 7 first-class divine demon perished. This scenario shocked all the surrounding first-class divine demons. Quick! Think of something to break down this golden prison. If we stay here, we would only be chased and slaughtered by Jian Wushuang. Quick! Blast the prison. The first-class divine demons attacked with everything they had. However, they underestimated the golden prison's sturdiness. Precisely speaking, they had underestimated one of 7 Stars Black Sect's strongest secret techniques. 7 Stars Black Sect was the ancient God Realm #1 sect. For the divine god of punishment to be acknowledged as one of the strongest secret techniques of such a sect, it enjoyed great fame in the ancient god realm. The prison of punishment move within it was also especially famous. Chapter 2456. Who dared to fight the execution of the divine god of punishment spelled Jian Wushuang's strength. As long as the golden prison's form was rigid and strong, those first-class divine demons could never break it unless they formed a coalition to strike an attack. Although those first-class divine demons were painstakingly bombarding the golden prison surface, their attacks were very scattered and not concentrated at one point. They only managed to cause vibrational waves on the golden prison, which was far from collapsing the golden prison. While they were firing attacks at the golden prison, Jian Wushuang went with his full strength and continued his wild massacre. Under the prison of punishment's influence, his strength skyrocketed while his speed was much faster than before. His sword skills were even more terrifying. Those first-class divine demons whose strength had been greatly suppressed could hardly stop Jian Wushuang's terrifying sword skill. Ugh! A token appeared in Huan Qin's hand as he lightly sighed. Huan Qin, are you going? Huiyang looked over in surprise. With a hint of helplessness in his heart, Huan Qin said, "You too. Smash the safety token." Jian Wushuang's abilities have completely exceeded our understanding. In the golden prison, he's like a master. I'm afraid that only an ultimate god can take initiative to forcefully annihilate this prison and kill him. If we continue staying in this prison, we'll only be killed by him one after another. Crushing the safety token may render us losing the opportunity to be enlightened by the Fengtian scroll and visit the divine power ocean, but it is better than losing our lives. After finishing his statement, Huan Shun ignored Hua Yang's reaction and instantly crushed the safety token in his hand. A burst of light flashed and Huan Qin's figure immediately disappeared from the saint's tomb. Even Huan Shun had to crush the safety token to protect his life, let alone other first-class divine demons. Hua Yang hesitated momentarily before he too crushed his token. Many first-class divine demons who were trapped in the golden prison took out their safety tokens and crushed them. There were also those who did not make the hasty decision and were obviously still hoping for the best, but the result was Jian Wushuang's merciless killing. Jian Wushuang. Long Zishan's complexion flushed as he stared down hard at Jian Wushuang. Although he had a strong desire to kill Jian Wushuang, he was more shocked by the scenes laid before his eyes. He was struck with stupor from Jian Wushuang's powers and his trump cards. Jian Wushuang seemed to have endless potential. The moment had arrived when even he had to retreat by taking out his safety token and crushing it into pieces. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, at the great battlefield, a large number of geniuses from various sects stayed in the void around the battlefield. They had their eyes fixed forward, but what appeared in their sight was a huge golden prison. The golden prison covered the entire space, completely obstructing their eyes and even their soul power. The disciples of those sects had no idea what was happening in the golden prison. At that instance, finally, the huge golden prison began to melt into thin air. The gust of golden divine powers faded, and soon the battlefield reappeared in everyone's sight. Everyone looked around, only to find that there was only one person left on the battlefield. Yes, there was only one person still standing proudly in the void. That person was Jian Wushuang. As for the nearly 50 genius disciples who had previously besieged Jian Wushuang, some turned into corpses while others had completely disappeared. Of course, those sect disciples knew fully well where they had gone. It was just that they found the result to be unacceptable. There were so many first-class divine demons including Huan Shun, Long Zishan, Yu Aoqing, and Hua Yang. Several 12 minor kings joined forces, yet Jian Wushuang single-handedly defeats them. A lot of people have died. I am afraid no less than 20 first-class divine demons have died in his hands, and the remaining must have escaped using the safety token. What happened in the golden prison just now? How could it turn out this way? Everyone's eyes widened. They could not believe what was happening before them. However, that was the reality. Nearly 50 first-class divine demons besieged Jian Wushuang, but they were trapped in the golden prison. When the golden prison disappeared, only Jian Wushuang was left. He was the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 domains left standing on that battlefield. No one knew exactly how Jian Wushuang did it. They only knew that nearly 50 first-class divine demons disciples who were geniuses joined forces and were wiped out by Jian Wushuang alone. Hong Luo, a red-clothed girl squatting in the void, was staring at Jian Wushuang with her eyes wide. Hong Luo felt fortunate. Fortunate that she trusted her intuition before and did not agree to Huan Shun and Hua Yang's invitation to kill Jian Wushuang together. Otherwise, she would have to leave the tomb with her safety token. Jian Wushuang, who had become the focus of the battlefield, slowly raised his head. His gaze was motionless and stony with a sense of indifference, and he slowly glanced at the genius disciples around him. His uncompromising gaze swept around. As far as his eyes could see, the genius disciples were either in panic or ashamed and hung their heads low. They were panicking because of Jian Wushuang's strength. They were also ashamed because of Jian Wushuang's strength. They were genius disciples carefully cultivated by various sects, but their so-called genius title was an utter joke in front of Jian Wushuang. Silence. The entire space had fallen silent. All the disciples stood speechlessly, not daring to say a word. Jian Wushuang did not speak either, but merely waved the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Boom! The ground under his feet cracked open instantly, creating a huge sword mark, dividing the battlefield into 2 halves. Jian Wushuang finally spoke. I am standing right here. Who else wants to take my head? Who else? Jian Wushuang yelled with his voice resounding like thunder echoing in space. How domineering and unparalleled. His fighting intent was boiling. Heaven and earth rumbled under his unrelenting voice. Countless genius disciples around were startled by the roar, with their hearts trembling in fear. Jian Wushuang was alone, holding a sword in one hand and standing on top of the world. His sword intent swept across straight into the heavens like a king of the world. He was like an invincible ruler of heaven and earth with the sword in his hand, ridiculing all sentient beings in the world. Who in the world dared to fight him? Chapter 2457. Elder Wujian's Rage on the vast glade outside of Saint's tomb. The experts from various sects were still gathering and waiting. Jian Wushuang is dead meat for sure. Indeed, he is targeted by so many sections. He can't possibly escape. We've got news. Jian Wushuang has been besieged by many disciples and is now cornered. Long Zishan and others from the Great Compassion sect have also arrived and fought him. The news spread among those experts. They were quite relaxed after hearing the positive news. They had to admit that Jian Wushuang was indeed an amazing genius, a monster level to be frank. However, he had made a terrible mistake to arouse a hornet's nest. He only had one end waiting for him: death. In a corner, the 3 Narcissus Island elders stood together. Second elder, how's the Lord dealing with it? Elder Wujian asked anxiously. The Lord has discussed Jian Wushuang's issue with many elders, but they haven't decided on what to do yet, said Elder Lingyi. Elder Wujian frowned. No decision? What's there to decide? The Lord should have personally come here. Only when he's here in person can we keep Jian Wushuang safe. Elder Lingyi took a deep look at Elder Wujian and solemnly said, Wujian, this matter is not as simple as you think. Jian Wushuang has irked too many sections. Our Narcissus Island should act cautiously to avoid being a public enemy of those sections. Currently, those elders on the island are divided into 2 factions. A few people think Jian Wushuang is an exceptional genius just like you, one that has never appeared in the Wuxia wilderness with a bright and promising future. They think that Narcissus Island should keep him at all costs. But the other faction with a larger number of elders think that Narcissus Island shouldn't be enemies with so many sects, as this will bring disaster to Narcissus Island. Hence they think that Jian Wushuang should be handed over. Elder Wujian's complexion changed. What? Hand him over? Jian Wushuang is the disciple of Narcissus Island. Not only did Narcissus Island not defend him, but they are also considering handing him over? Elder Wujian thought that idea was unfathomable. Why would a sect not try their best to defend a disciple? He thought that Narcissus Island should at least give their best to help Jian Wushuang, even if they were pressured by those angry sections. How could they even think of handing Jian Wushuang over? How could a prominent sect do something so unabashed? Lingyi spoke again. Wujian, you have to figure out something first. Jian Wushuang is, after all, just an outer disciple of Narcissus Island. He hasn't been in Narcissus Island long, and the most important part is that he's only willing to serve as an outer disciple even though he had unparalleled talent. Why do you think he did that? He obviously enjoys freedom. If I must be honest, and to put it bluntly, he had no sense of belonging towards Narcissus Island. Why should we, Narcissus Island, risk offending all these sects to defend a disciple like him? Elder Lingyi is right. Although I must admit that Jian Wushuang is incredibly talented, we must also consider the feelings of other sects and hand Jian Wushuang over to them. This may sound somewhat inhuman, but it's the appropriate thing to do. The 7th elder nodded as he expressed his opinion. You too, Elder Wujian could not believe his ears. He could see that both Elder Lingyi and the 7th elder agreed to hand Jian Wushuang over. If both of them had that idea, it was not hard to imagine what the majority of the elders in Narcissus Island would think. Of course, we are entitled to our own opinions, but the final decision lies in the hand of the Lord. So, let's just wait and see, said Elder Lingyi. Elder Wujian scoffed. Wait and see? Now that the battle has broken out in the tomb, all the genius disciples are besieging Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang will definitely not be able to handle it himself. I'm 80% sure that he would be crushing his safety token to escape. However, after he came out of the tomb, the experts here would never let him go. If Narcissus Island doesn't step in to protect him, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Elder Lingyi bluntly rebuked. Well, he asked for it. If he had chosen to be a core disciple of Narcissus Island in the first place and showed a sense of belonging towards Narcissus Island, we would do our best to protect him. Too bad he had chosen to be an outer disciple. Elder Wujin was furious, but he had no choice except to continue waiting. The experts from all the other sects were also waiting patiently in the glade. They were waiting for Jian Wushuang's beheading news or Jian Wushuang to crush his safety token and appear in the glade. Either way, Jian Wushuang would be dead. Their wait did not last long. A burst of light lit up suddenly. Is he here? Is it Jian Wushuang? Instantly, all eyes were on the light. The light diminished and a figure slowly emerged in front of everyone. However, the experts present had a strange color to their faces when they saw who that was. The figure that appeared was a cold and haughty woman, the top genius of the Great Compassion sect and one of the 12 minor kings, Yu Aoqing. Instead of Jian Wushuang, Yu Aoqing was the first to appear. Aoqing, what's going on? Sister Aoqing, why would you crush the safety token? Several experts from the Great Compassion sect immediately stepped forward and asked. They were flabbergasted. Yu Aoqing's eyes were still a little hollow. She was still in a daze, thinking about the scenes of her fight against Jian Wushuang in the tomb. Especially the scene where she found it extremely unbelievable. She was in the state of self-oblivious and delivered her strongest stab ever under such perfect timing. The dagger had also penetrated Jian Wushuang's body, yet Jian Wushuang's ribs managed to ward it off. Junior Sister Aoqing, Tu Qincheng cried out again. Yu Aoqing came back to her senses and realized that everyone around her had their gazes fixed on her body. Yu Aoqing was startled at first before she slowly said, "The power of Jian Wushuang is far more terrifying than we thought." Senior brother Zishan and I, along with junior brother Yin, who formed the 4-elephant formation, attacked him together, but we were all defeated. Junior brother Yin and the rest were beheaded by him on the spot. Subsequently, almost 50 first-class divine demons attacked him at the same time, but they were still unable to kill him. I found an opportunity to strike the most perfect attack, but failed to kill him. I was then forced to crush the safety token to escape. Chapter 2458. Drawing the line. Yu Aoqing recounted everything she knew. The many experts around fell silent. Junior Sister Aoqing, you meant that when you joined forces with Zishan and the others, not only did all of you fail to kill Jian Wushuang, but were also defeated by Jian Wushuang. What's worse was that junior brother Yin and the others died in Jian Wushuang's hands. Tu Qincheng furrowed his brows tightly. Yes. Yu Aoqing nodded slightly. Bastard. Tu Qincheng was infuriated. Jian Wushuang. Oh, Jian Wushuang. Han Yun and the few peak divine demons of the Great Compassion sect were also furious. Exasperated, the others around were secretly clicking their tongues. Earlier on, Jian Wushuang had killed Peng Tao. He then killed 4 other first-class divine demons, disciples of the Great Compassion sect. Their hatred was growing. Everyone continued to wait. Not long after, several figures appeared at the same time. All of those people were some of the sect's first-class divine demons' genius disciples. Their appearance attracted the experts' attention present. Thereafter, whoosh, 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 many more figures emerged. Around 20 people had left the tomb using their safety token. What's wrong? Those experts were taken aback. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more figures emerged. This is Huanchen, Huiyang. Both of them also left the tomb? What's the matter? Everyone was still trying to figure out what had just happened. A light flickered and Long Zishan from the Great Compassionate sect emerged from the tomb. Han Yun immediately stepped forward and asked, Zishan, what the hell is going on? Didn't you guys besiege Jian Wushuang together? Why are you out now? Where is Jian Wushuang? Elder Han Yun, senior brother Qincheng, we are incompetent. We did team up to besiege Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang was simply a huge freak. He had no weak points, and we could not do anything to him. At last, he used a special domain-type method to trap and subdue all of us before killing us one by one. Those of us who besieged him were either forced to crush the safety token or die in his hands. Long Zishan poured out bitterly. In other words, Nearly 50 first-class divine demons who joined forces were single-handedly defeated by Jian Wushuang? Han Yun looked over in disbelief. Yes, Long Zishan bowed his head in shame when he answered. On the glade, all the other sects were also asking some of their disciples who came out of the tombs about what had happened. All of them received a unanimous answer. Many genius disciples joined in the mob attack, but failed to kill Jian Wushuang. In return, all of them suffered a miserable defeat. There were around 50 first-class divine demon genius disciples, and nearly half of them were beheaded by Jian Wushuang. The rest were forced to crush their safety token and reappeared on the glade. Many sects present were angry when informed of the result. In a corner of the glade, Second Elder, did you hear that? Elder Wujin looked charged. Elder Lingyi nodded with his eyes narrowed. I heard it. I didn't expect this kid to survive under the siege of so many first-class divine demon disciples. He even defeated those first-class divine demons in a head-on battle. That's really incredible. However, that also means he has offended even more sections. Those sects must have hated him even more, said the seventh elder that was standing aside coldly. Indeed, although Jian Wushuang had killed many before, most were only second-class divine demons, not the best genius disciples of the sections. On the other hand, around 21st-class divine demons were killed in the recent battle. Those 21st-class divine demons were seen as their sect's treasures. It was no doubt that the sects would develop deep hatred and hostility against Jian Wushuang. On the glade, the three Narcissus Island elders could see that many sects were gnashing their teeth, their eyes filled with the burning flames of hatred and anger. I will report this to the Lord, and he shall decide on what to do, said Elder Lingyi, who immediately left off. After some time, the Lord of Narcissus Island responded. The decision is made, announced Elder Lingyi solemnly. Both Elder Wujian and the seventh elder immediately turned to look at Elder Lingyi. Elder Lingyi took a deep breath before standing up to face the many experts. Can I have your attention, please? The magnificent voice of Elder Lingyi echoing over the entire glade. All the experts gave Elder Lingyi their attention. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Elder Lingyi. That was understandable. After all, Jian Wushuang, who was from Narcissus Island, had killed so many genius disciples in the tomb. With that, he had gotten on the wrong side of those sections. It was obvious that those sects would channel their anger and hatred towards Narcissus Island. Elder Lingyi pulled himself up taller and solemnly said, Everyone, although Jian Wushuang comes from Narcissus Island, he has not been with us for a long time. He has always been very low-key, not showing much of his capabilities. We don't know that he's capable of being so cruel and committing such heinous acts. Such a person is not worthy to be a disciple of Narcissus Island. Hence, after discussing with the elders, we have decided to expel him from Narcissus Island. From now on, Narcissus Island will no longer be held accountable for his conduct and behavior. We would not be responsible for his life or death. We would also like to humbly apologize for all the troubles and pains that he has caused in the saint's tomb. We are sorry for the losses that all of you have encountered due to his frantic killing. All the experts scoffed in their hearts after hearing Elder Ling's words. They squint their eyes dismissively. At least, Narcissus Island is sensible. The Lord of Narcissus Island is not stupid. Knowing that Jian Wushuang has caused public outrage, he would be gambling the fate of Narcissus Island if he chooses to defend Jian Wushuang. That would have taken a toll on Narcissus Island's foundation. The Lord doesn't have the courage to do so. I heard that Jian Wushuang is just an outer disciple of Narcissus Island. He doesn't have much sense of belonging to Narcissus Island. Of course, Narcissus Island will not be so stupid as to offend many sects for the sake of an outer disciple. Since Narcissus Island has drawn a clear line with Jian Wushuang, then just let them off. Otherwise, Those experts were secretly discussing with each other. None of them thought that Narcissus Island had made the wrong move and showed no contemptuousness over the decision made. In fact, they were no longer holding grudges against Narcissus Island after the announcement was made. They would be after Jian Wushuang for what he had done. Jian Wushuang was quite pitiful. After he was pulled into the catastrophe, Narcissus Island, which should have given him protection, did not hesitate to abandon him. Chapter 2459. Recruit disciples in the tomb. The remaining genius disciples no longer dared to attack Jian Wushuang after witnessing the defeat of Huan Chun, Long Zishan, and the others. They knew full well that they were incapable. After all, there were less than 21st-class divine demons left in the tomb. Though there were still a large number of second-class divine demons, they were harmless to Jian Wushuang without a strong formation technique. In turn, they began to leave the space, keeping out of Jian Wushuang's way. On the hill that had been stained with blood, Jian Wushuang sat there alone with his legs folded underneath him on the ground covered with potholes. No one dared to stay within the range of his soul power. The continuous killing in the saint's tomb had earned Jian Wushuang the killer and demon title. No one dared to rub on the wrong way. Right at that moment, Jian Wushuang, Elder Wujian, sent him a message. With a trace of guilt, he related to Jian Wushuang the decision Narcissus Island made. So, they kicked me out of the sect? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, but his complexion did not change much from beginning to end. He was not surprised by the decision. He knew he had wreaked havoc in the saint's tomb after killing so many genius disciples and angered so many sections. Narcissus Island was one of the top sects in the Wuxia wasteland. Then again, they were afraid to have a falling out with so many sects at once. What was worse was he knew the higher-ups of Narcissus Island probably figured he did not have much sense of belonging to Narcissus Island. That being the case, why would Narcissus Island risk offend so many sects to protect him? Only by expelling him from the sect and allowing the various sects to deal with Jian Wushuang would Narcissus Island be able to stay out of the troubles. Not only did Jian Wushuang not complain about Narcissus Island's decision, he even thought that it was a good thing. Once again, he did not belong to any sect and would no longer be subjected to any restrictions. Jian Wushuang, Narcissus Island is wrong to do that, but Elder Wujian was feeling guilty. Jian Wushuang interrupted. Elder Wujian, I can understand this. I will not hate Narcissus Island for what has been decided. From now on, I no longer have any relationship with Narcissus Island. However, between you and I, we can still be friends. Elder Wujian was startled before slowly nodding. By the way, where are my parents? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry. Although you are no longer a disciple of Narcissus Island, I can still do some things for you as an elder of Narcissus Island. I can't bring your parents to Narcissus Island, but I'll definitely make sure that they are safe, said Elder Wujian reassuringly. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded. They soon ended the conversation and broke off contact. Right then, a faint black air current condensed in front of Jian Wushuang, and a blurred figure slowly appeared in front of him. The aura of the vague figure was unique. The figure was studying Jian Wushuang with interest through his strange-looking eyes. Old man, you finally show up? Jian Wushuang raised his head with a sword light glowing in his eyes that instantly turned into a violent bolt of lightning, aiming directly at the blurred figure. The blurred figure raised his hand slightly, grabbing the lightning with his bare hand and squeezed it. The shot of lightning burst in his hand. Young man, don't be so grumpy. Let's talk nicely. A faint laughter peal came out from the corner of the blurred figure's mouth which sounded old. What's there to talk between you and me? Jian Wushuang was indifferent. Although it was the first time that he saw that blurred figure, he knew the identity of the latter. Crimson Stone Saint. He was the owner of the tomb who remained in the tomb. He had been controlling the consciousness of Crimson Stone Saints. Jian Wushuang had long speculated that Crimson Stone Saint's consciousness was hiding somewhere in the tomb, secretly observing everything that happened. The Crimson Stone Saint probably had already been eyeing him when he passed the 8th Trial Bridges test at the Abyss of Trials. In the ensuing position token battles, 3 seat tokens appeared at the same time in an area with 2 of them delivered directly to him. Jian Wushuang knew there, and then that it was a deliberate act of Crimson Stone Saint so that those genius disciples would attack him. It led to the subsequent killings and madness which he had offended all the sects within Wuxia Wilderness. After Jian Wushuang crushed all threats in the tomb and proved his strength to those genius disciples, the Crimson Stone Saint finally appeared in front of him. Boy, you were born in Wuxia Wilderness, and I've done quite a fair bit in Wuxia Wilderness. In any case, I am your senior. You don't talk very nicely to an elder, do you? Crimson Stone Saint commented. Sorry, I can't be nice to someone who plots against me, said Jian Wushuang coldly. Plot? I've just given you the position tokens which all of you yearned for. That was obviously a good intention. How can you say that I've plotted against you? The Crimson Stone Saint gave a weak smile. I don't have time to argue with you. Just tell me, what do you want from me now? Jian Wushuang asked impatiently. He obviously did not like Crimson Stone Saint. Well, it'll be straightforward. It's very simple. I see that you are extremely talented and have great potential, so I would like to take you as my personal disciple. I wonder if you would agree? Crimson Stone Saint said with a smile. Jian Wushuang was stirred as he said, Take me as your personal disciple? Well, you ought to know that I am good with the swords. Of course I know. It's not necessarily for disciples to follow the same path as their masters. I'm not proficient in sword techniques, but I have a good knowledge of the space-time law. I can teach you a lot, said Crimson Stone Saint. He was right. An Undying Saint expert must have known a lot of things. Even if he was not good with sword principles, he was still qualified to teach the sword principle geniuses. As for Jian Wushuang, he was not merely a genius. He was simply a monster, a big monster. Even Crimson Stone Saint had never come across such a terrifying monster in his life before. That was why he wanted to take Jian Wushuang as his personal disciple. He believed that he was not the only one. Many Undying Saint experts would not hesitate to take Jian Wushuang as their disciples if they saw Jian Wushuang's capabilities with their own eyes. Chapter 2460. Refuse. Crimson Stone Saint intended to take Jian Wushuang as his personal disciple. He also believed that if he made an appearance, Jian Wushuang would be stoked of the opportunity that lay before him and agreed without hesitation. However, Jian Wushuang shook his head without a second thought. Sorry, I refuse. The Crimson Stone Saint was not annoyed. Instead, he tried to persuade. Little guy, you might want to think carefully. Although I'm dead now, I was an Undying Saint after all. I have a lot of good stuff left for my personal disciple, including the Feng Tian scroll. If you agree to become my personal disciple, it'll be beneficial to you. In addition, even if you don't care about the things I left behind, you have to think about your current situation. You have killed too many genius disciples in my tomb and must have offended many sections. The experts who are waiting outside the tomb would probably chop you into pieces as soon as you walk out of this tomb. Well, if you agree to be my personal disciple, I'll help you solve those experts waiting for you out there. After all, how can I watch my disciple being harmed as the master? Crimson Stone Saint was rather confident. He believed that he would be able to convince Jian Wushuang. Obviously, he underestimated Jian Wushuang. The treasures he left behind were indeed precious and were enough to spark the interest of countless genius disciples in Wuxia Wilderness, but Jian Wushuang was definitely not one of them. An Undying Saint had a godlike existence in the Wuxia Wilderness. At least, they were respectable in the eyes of many Wuxia Wilderness cultivators. Nonetheless, Jian Wushuang was different. He was reincarnated to undergo cultivation. His previous life was in the eternal chaotic world. He had not only seen an Undying Saint, he even battled before with the legendary Realm Lord. Whereas, in his current life, he was born as the second perfect chaotic creature and had endless potential. That being said, he probably would not care much about an Undying Saint. Hence, being the disciple of an Undying Saint did not appear attractive to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was facing an extremely dangerous situation. He was aware that Narcissus Island had completely drawn a line with him and all the other sects would be waiting for him out there in the glade, but he was never afraid. He would find a way to solve the turmoils he stirred up and not depend on others to save him. Besides, the storm was arranged by Crimson Stone Saint with the purpose of forcing Jian Wushuang to be his disciple. Crimson Stone Saint would have succeeded in his plan had Jian Wushuang agreed. Why would Jian Wushuang be willing to do that? Old man, let's not mention that you are dead and only your consciousness is still lingering around today. Even if you are still alive and at your peak, they'll never agree to be your personal disciple, because an Undying Saint like you are not qualified to be my master, sneered Jian Wushuang. He was speaking out his mind from the bottom of his heart. He had only one master since he started his cultivation journey, and that master was Xian Yi. Who exactly was Xian Yi? He was the first perfect chaotic creature born in the heavens and earth. He relied on his own powers to climb to the top of the ancient god realm, such that even the dignified realm lord had to bow to Master Xian Yi. That was his master, Crimson Stone Saint, an old man who was dead for so many years and had just attained the status of an ordinary, undying saint during his lifetime. Jian Wushuang did not think much of him. Of course, besides his strength, the most important point was Crimson Stone Saint's unscrupulous process in recruiting disciples. Jian Wushuang might have considered the offer had he openly shown up and mentioned his desire to recruit Jian Wushuang as his personal disciple. Jian Wushuang did not bother to pay him any attention because he had been playing tricks on Jian Wushuang and forcing Jian Wushuang to submit to his offer. The Crimson Stone Saint narrowed his eyes hearing Jian Wushuang's reply, but kept his silence. After a long silence, the Crimson Stone Saint spoke again. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more arrogant. Well, since you are not willing, I'll not force you. You will have to take care of your mess from now on. Good luck. Crimson Stone Saint smiled, and his figure dissipated. Jian Wushuang looked at the place where the Crimson Stone Saint dissipated into thin air with a strange expression. That old fart left just like that? An undying saint should be very concerned about his face, but he did not hesitate to plot against me just to recruit me as his disciple? What's his purpose? Jian Wushuang thought that Crimson Stone Saint must have his personal agenda to take him as his personal disciple. Nevertheless, he could not figure out his intentions. Oh well, I hope he doesn't pull my leg during Fengtian Scroll Enlightenment and Divine Power Ocean, murmured Jian Wushuang before closing his eyes. In that hidden independent space, the Crimson Stone Saint's vague silhouette appeared. I can't believe he turned me down. The Crimson Stone Saint was quite surprised. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would so bluntly refuse his offer after he personally went forward to invite him. He was not stingy with his offer. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was not in a good position. If I'm right, he refused because he has absolute confidence in his own strength or talent. He wants to use the next two major opportunities, Fengtian Scroll and Divine Power Ocean, to increase his strength and face the experts from the various sects outside the tomb. Yes, that should be the case. Crimson Stone Saint murmured as he had also figured out Jian Wushuang's mind. If that's the case, I will have to see how much progress he can make with those two opportunities. If he has not made much progress and could not face the various sect strong experts outside the tomb, he would show up to offer his help. He was certain that Jian Wushuang would beg him to take Jian Wushuang as his personal disciple. And if he is really talented, if his strength soars with the help of those two opportunities, I will definitely accept him as a personal disciple. There was a gleam of excitement in Crimson Stone Saint's eyes. Jian Wushuang is a super genius. If he will become my personal disciple, he will definitely excel with his great potential. It will be a breeze for him to become an ultimate god in the future. There is also a great chance of him becoming an undying saint. Once he is an undying saint, he would definitely be ranked highly among the undying saints, perhaps even stronger than the purple blood at his peak. Such a strong expert would become Su Er's right-hand man if he's willing to sincerely help. Chapter 2461. Fengtian Scroll. Jian Wushuang finally had peace in Saint's tomb as everyone tried to stay out of his way. He also appeared uninterested in the fights for position tokens which were going on intensely. Time was ticking away. The fight for position tokens finally came to an end. Little brother, junior brother Wushuang, Zhuobing, Lingdan, Zheng Yi, Su Tong, the other disciples of Ancient Star Temple, and Narcissus Island returned from the outer area, appearing before Jian Wushuang. Little brother, I heard that you single-handedly wiped out nearly 50 first-class divine demons. Even Huan Qin, Long Zishan, Huayang, and you Ouching, who are part of the 12 minor kings, were forced to crush their safety tokens and leave Saint's tomb. Did you hurt yourself? Zhuobing kept checking Jian Wushuang out repeatedly, but did not see any discomfort in Jian Wushuang. Although they stayed out of the battle in the outer area, they maintained communication with the outside world. Therefore, They knew about Jian Wushuang's killings in the inner area. It's okay. I'm good. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He was a killer demon in front of outsiders, but he played the role of a younger brother in front of his elder sister. Junior brother Wushuang, Zhong Yi, Su Tong, and others looked at Jian Wushuang with incomparable complex expressions on their faces. All of them had received a message from Elder Lingyi and learned the decision Narcissus Island made. Jian Wushuang was no longer a disciple of Narcissus Island, hence he was no longer their junior brother. Senior brother Zhong Yi and senior sister Su Tong. Although I'm no longer a disciple of Narcissus Island, we have somehow fought side by side, so you are still my seniors. Jian Wushuang smiled politely. Hearing that, Zhong Yi and Su Tong felt relaxed. They could not violate decisions made by the higher-ups of Narcissus Island, but that decision did not hinder their friendship with Jian Wushuang. That's right. Jian Wushuang suddenly flipped his hand, and a white token immediately appeared in his palm. That white token was a position token for viewing the Fengtian scroll and being enlightened in the process. Junior brother Wushuang, this is? Su Tong and Ling Dan looked over immediately. Zhuobing and Zhong Yi each had a token. Both Su Tong and Ling Dan, who still had none, were keen to get one. I got this token from that Long Zishan, replied Jian Wushuang with a smile. Position tokens were exclusively available only in Saint's tomb. It would remain in the tomb even when Long Zishan left. That token fell into Jian Wushuang's hands when he defeated Long Zishan. I have a token in my hand. Senior brother Ling Dan and senior sister Su Tong. Both of you can discuss whom to take this. Jian Wushuang threw the token in his hand and could care less about what happened next. Both Ling Dan and Su Tong started their discussion. They soon came to a consensus. The position token was given to Ling Dan. In exchange, Ling Dan owed Su Tong a favor in which Su Tong could ask Ling Dan to do something for her in the future. One Ling Dan wanted to owe Jian Wushuang a favor. Unfortunately, Ling Dan knew that Jian Wushuang would not need anything from him. It's almost time. Let's get ready to go, announced Jian Wushuang. Zhuobing, Ling Dan, and Zhong Yi, who each held a position token, nodded. The four of them found a place and sat down before beginning to adjust their state of mind. On our one passed in a flash. Rumbling. The heavens above abruptly roared, and there was a change in heaven and earth. A huge picture scroll appeared in the uppermost void. It's here. Jian Wushuang and those few people were overwhelmed in excitement. Fengtian scroll had always appeared in the tomb's most central void, so that everyone could see it. However, only those who had position tokens could get enlightenment from the Fengtian scroll. As for those who did not have a token, they would not be able to get anything out from their Fengtian scroll observation. The three of you have a good time in the enlightenment process. It'll protect all of you from your surroundings and won't let anyone disturb you. Su Tong, along with the disciples from Ancient Star Temple and Narcissus Island, stayed nearby to protect Jian Wushuang and the others. Truthfully, they did not need to be protected. That was the rule of Saint's tomb. Disciples could freely contest for the position tokens. But once the Fengtian scroll was out, no one could disturb the disciples who had position tokens when they were in the process of observing the Fengtian scroll. Otherwise, Crimson Stone Saint will immediately kill the troublemaker. The saint's tomb was controlled by Crimson Stone Saint, and no one dared to break the rules set by an undying saint, even if the saint had passed away. Jian Wushuang held the white token in his hand and closed his eyes as his consciousness assimilated with the white token. Under the white token's guidance, Jian Wushuang's consciousness went into the Fengtian scroll, which was spread open in the void above. The huge Fengtian scroll had light spots all over it. Those light spots were moving around slowly on the scroll, like very dazzling stars. The stars were connected, forming a magnificent picture scroll. So, this is the Fengtian scroll? It's called Fengtian. I wonder what's in this picture scroll? With a hint of curiosity, Jian Wushuang began to examine it carefully. After a short momentary observation, Jian Wushuang found the mystery in Fengtian scroll. Is this the cosmic mysteries? Jian Wushuang was electrified. He could sense a special peerless power in the Fengtian scroll. This power was neither law nor originated from heaven and earth, but the mysterious cosmic mysteries. It was not something that can be found and experienced normally, not because it was magnificent or overimposing. On the contrary, It was not as profound as the laws of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, its presence was infinitesimal, just like the pores on a human's body. Although the pores were inconspicuous, they were indispensable. That was the mysterious power of heaven and earth's vast expanse. It was one of the main elements that constituted heaven and earth, but was not studied because of it being weak and subtle. What Jian Wushuang sensed in the Fengtian scroll was the mysterious powers of the vast heaven and earth. As Jian Wushuang was achieving enlightenment, he subconsciously began to picture some sword techniques in his mind. The mysterious power evolved accordingly. Jian Wushuang was thrilled in just a brief moment. So, that's how it is? Jian Wushuang finally understood the functions of Fengtian scroll. It was through its mysterious power that one derived various things between heaven and earth. For example, it was used to develop sword techniques, derive laws, secret techniques, etc. It worked in many areas, and the effect was many times faster than that of self-deduction. Chapter 2462. Deducement Deduced. In the swordsmanship test on the 8th trial bridge, I had a breakthrough in my understanding of sword principle and achieved profound sword principle realm. My sword skills have improved. I have created heaven and earth align during the battle with those genius disciples, but that was not all I'm capable of. Fengtian scroll is a great tool for me to deduce swordsmanship using the mysterious cosmic mysteries. The third style of space-time sword technique, the third style of transmigration sword principle. Among the two major laws of space-time and transmigration, my space-time law level is infinitely close to reaching the first stage. Perhaps through this enlightenment, I would be able to progress and achieve a breakthrough in my apparition techniques. I'm very close to reaching the first stage for transmigration law as well, Jian Wushuang murmured. His consciousness was divided into three at that moment. He was using his consciousnesses to respectively deduce swordsmanship, space-time law, and transmigration law. It was not an easy task dividing one's consciousness into three and using them separately to deduce three types of knowledge. For this to be done, not only must he have an extremely tenacious and powerful consciousness, but also amazing comprehension capabilities. After all, his comprehension capabilities would be reduced to only 1/3 of his usual with his consciousness divided into three. Under such circumstances, it would normally be less effective compared to concentrating on deducing only one type of knowledge. Therefore, many cultivators, including many geniuses, would not dare go down that road. Yet, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. As a perfect chaotic creature, he had excellent comprehension capabilities. Jian Wushuang was in full concentration mode and indulged himself in Fengtian scroll's enlightenment process. Zhuobing, Lingdan, and Zhongyi, who were next to him, also did the same. No one would be willing to waste this once-in-lifetime opportunity. They would seize this time to improve their powers as much as possible. In the hidden and independent space, Crimson Stone Saint casually stood there but cast his eyes on Jian Wushuang from time to time. He did not bother giving his attention to the other geniuses. I went through a lot to get hold of just this one scroll, and was miserably hunted down such that even my death was related to this Fengtian scroll. What an advantage to this brat, murmured Crimson Stone Saint. He knew very well the merits of Fengtian scroll. A single scroll may be of little use to him who had reached the level of Undying Saint, but the Fengtian scroll would be of tremendous help for gods who were below the Undying Saint cultivation level, especially for those divine demons who were in Saint's tomb. The tomb was opened many times in the past, and many disciples had gained a lot of benefit through the process of enlightenment when they looked at the Fengtian scroll every single time. Jian Wushuang is so talented. I wonder how much improvement he will have after meditating upon this Fengtian scroll? Crimson Stone Saint had very high expectations for Jian Wushuang. Time very slowly went by as Jian Wushuang and the rest meditated. Fengtian scroll was only available for 10 days each time it was opened up, and those 10 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. As soon as the time was up, the huge scroll in the void above immediately folded up, melted away, and disappeared. Zhuobing, Lingdan, and Zhongyi had also regained their consciousness on that hill. Lingdan let out a breath as he opened up his eyes, which were filled with happiness. It was obvious that he had gained a lot during his 10 days of meditation. Junior sister, have you gained a lot? Ling Dan walked up to Zhuobing. I've benefited a lot. It was comparable to about 10 years, or even decades of hard work. Most importantly, they'll no longer have any obstacles on my path to achieve peak divine demon realm. After absorbing the divine powers from the divine power ocean, I should be able to make a breakthrough to the peak divine demon realm after returning to ancient Star Temple, said Zhuobing with a wide grin. Really? Congratulations, junior sister. Ling Dan congratulated Zhuobing. Both of you seem to have gained a lot. Zhongyi, who joined them, was also beaming widely. Brother Zhongyi, I'm sure that you have gained no less than us, said Ling Dan with a smile. The three of them exchanged brief greetings before all of them looked at Jian Wushuang, who was next to them. That Fengtian scroll is gone, yet junior brother Wushuang is still meditating? Zhongyi exclaimed in surprise. Brother Wushuang should have gotten some enlightenment. Let's just wait here and not disturb him, said Ling Dan. The three of them waited until Jian Wushuang, who had been sitting cross-legged, finally opened his eyes. Jian Wushuang soon joined the three of them. Little brother, how do you feel? Zhuobing asked. Not bad. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Of course, he was just being modest. Zhuobing, Ling Dan, and Zhongyi had tremendous gains after 10 days of meditation. Jian Wushuang should have gotten a lot more, since he had stronger comprehension capabilities compared to the three of them. Besides, he was deducing 3 types of knowledge, swordsmanship, space-time law, and transmigration law, at the same time. The insights he gained after 10 days in those 3 aspects exceeded his expectations. He had made advancements by leaps and bounds. I understand now why those genius disciples paid so much attention to the Fengtian scroll viewing position tokens and even fought for it with their lives, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Even he had to admit that the Fengtian scroll had greatly helped him to an extent that tantamounts to a great deal of luck. Luck and opportunities were greatly sought after by the masses. After Fengtian scroll, divine power ocean should be next, Jian Wushuang murmured with his eyes gleaming with excitement. Divine power ocean was the most common opportunity available in Saint's tomb. The purple amulets needed to enter the divine power ocean were easier to obtain. Hence, almost everyone could get into the ocean and spend time there. However, Jian Wushuang's expectation towards the divine power ocean was only second to the enlightenment of the Fengtian scroll. That opportunity came on time, especially when he was being targeted by those experts from other sects outside the tomb. It was likely those experts would dash up to him once he exited the tomb. Besides first-class divine demons, there were also a large number of peak divine demons. Jian Wushuang could not handle the mob with his current strength. Therefore, there was only one way out if Jian Wushuang hoped to survive this crisis on his own. That was to get into the divine power ocean and absorb the divine powers in there to enhance the divine powers within his body and break through to the divine demon realm. Once he achieved the divine demon realm, he would be a truly complete, perfect, chaotic creature, which would help him fend off the crisis that was waiting for him outside. Fengtian scroll didn't disappoint me. I hope that the divine power ocean will also not let me down. Jian Wushuang was electrified and had unconsciously clasped his hands together. Chapter 2463, Divine Power Ocean Boom. The earth trembled and suddenly cracked open. The ground sank at an astonishing speed right in the middle of the tomb's inner area as majestic divine powers surged out wildly from the sunken ground. In just a few moments, an infinite ocean of divine powers was formed. Many genius disciples who were still staying in the tomb noticed changes on the ground. Has it started? The disciples were thrilled. For those disciples who were only at second-class divine demon realm, they had limited opportunities in the tomb. They had no hope of fighting for the position tokens. Likewise, their chances to pass through any of the tests at the abyss of trials were also slim. Under those circumstances, they could only try their luck. And the only opportunity achievable within their means was the divine power ocean. That's the divine power ocean. Let's go there quickly, said Ling Dan. Those people from ancient Star Temple, Narcissus Island, and Jian Wushuang immediately went forth. They soon arrived in the middle of the inner area and found the grounds of the huge area had disappeared only to be replaced by a vast divine power ocean. They could sense the ancient god divine power surging powerfully within the ocean. This is the divine power ocean. Its divine power is immense. How generous of Crimson Stone Saint! I've never experienced such intense ancient god divine power in my life. Ling Dan, Zhuo Bing, and the others expressed their admiration at the sight of the ocean. Even Jin Wushuang was startled when he saw the divine power ocean. Every single drop of ancient god divine power contained pure and authentic divine powers which were extremely useful to cultivators. One of the bounty rewards for Jin Wushuang was 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. 10,000 drops were not a small amount. Many powerful peak divine demons were unable to deliver that much power. However, that was merely a drop in an ocean compared to the divine power ocean which laid in front of their eyes. The ancient god divine power drops within must be astronomical in such a huge ocean. This could only be delivered by Crimson Stone Saint, who had reached the Undying Saint level. As for other people, even with hellacious efforts by several prominent sects in Wuxia Wilderness like the Great Compassion Sect, it was unlikely for them to have accumulated even 1% of the ocean's divine powers. The rule of Saint's Tomb states that whoever owns purple amulets can enter this divine power ocean to absorb as much ancient god divine power as possible. It depends on our abilities to absorb the powers within, but we are not allowed to take divine powers out from the tomb. No one dared to violate this rule. After all, Crimson Stone Saint's consciousness might be secretly observing our behavior, said Ling Dan. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly but immediately asked, "Do all of you have enough purple amulets? I have a lot here if you need them." With a simple wave of his hand, dozens of purple amulets appeared. Jin Wushuang had fought many genius disciples. Whether those disciples were killed or fled the tomb with their safety tokens, they could not take those purple amulets with them. Naturally, those purple amulets were left behind and fell into Jin Wushuang's hands. Although Jin Wushuang previously gave some of the purple amulets to Ice Fire God Palace disciples, he still had a lot left. According to the rules, one purple amulet was equivalent to a pass to stay in the Divine Power Ocean for 1 month. Jin Wushuang had enough purple amulets for him to stay in the ocean for several years, or even up to a decade. He certainly did not need so many of them. The disciples of Ancient Star Temple and Narcissus Island were delighted by his offer. They did not hesitate to take some of those purple amulets from Jin Wushuang. "Let's get started," said Zhongyi. They wasted no time and directly plunged into the vast ocean one after another. As soon as they got into the Divine Power Ocean, they could feel the strong current of ancient god divine powers approaching from all directions. That's a lot of divine powers. It's enough for all of us to take in as much as we can. Those disciples were excited as they got started and began absorbing and refining the ancient god divine powers around them, each working with different techniques. Jin Wushuang was among those disciples in the ocean. He wore a smile on his face as he felt the inexhaustible ancient god divine powers from his surroundings. "In fact, I've achieved the divine demon realm a long time ago. What's lacking is the accumulation of divine powers, and now I have such an immense ancient god divine power in front of me. Let's start." Jin Wushuang also did not waste any more time. The pores all over his body were completely opened as a terrifying suction force instantly emerged from him. Wham! The wild power surges swirled around Jin Wushuang in sloshing chaos. An infinite amount of ancient god divine powers closed in around Jin Wushuang under the influence of his suction power. Jin Wushuang absorbed and refined them at an astounding speed. He was working at a speed that was 10 times faster than any first or second-class divine demons that were present. Zhuo Bing, Ling Dan, and the others who were around Jin Wushuang were also focusing on absorbing as much divine power as possible. However, all of them looked over at Jin Wushuang, and they noticed the rapid current movement around him. The speed. My goodness, what a terrifying speed. Usually, the higher one's cultivation level, the faster one could absorb and refine divine power. That doesn't seem to be applicable to Brother Wushuang. Even though I am a first-class divine demon, my speed is merely 1/10 of Brother Wushuang? He must be a monster. The disciples of Ancient Star Temple and Narcissus Island were amazed by Jin Wushuang's abilities. They had been taken aback countless times by the abilities and performance of Jian Wushuang since entering Saint's tomb. Therefore, they were not surprised by Jian Wushuang being able to absorb and refine divine power dozens of times faster than themselves. With the speed which he's working with, we'll only be distracted if we stay too close to him. Let's go somewhere else and leave this area for junior brother Wushuang, suggested Zhong Yi. All of them nodded in unison. The divine power ocean was huge, and they had only been in a small part of it. They would not be affected if everyone around them was absorbing at similar speeds. However, Jian Wushuang was absorbing so fast that none of them could match his pace. The divine powers would be attracted over to his side, which would greatly affect the other disciples around the area. They had no choice but to move to other areas. Chapter 2464. Breakthrough. The atmosphere had considerably calmed down in Saint's tomb. The various sects' genius disciples were indulging in the divine power ocean and absorbing as much divine power as possible. The day slowly passed, and soon it had been 3 months. Two silhouettes stood next to each other on the edge of the vast divine power ocean. Congratulations, junior brother, on your breakthrough to first-class divine demon realm, said a smiling young man with long purple hair. Haha, that was pure luck. I was only one step away from first-class divine demon realm. When I tried to overcome one of the trial bridges tests, I learned something and met the requirements for a breakthrough. What I lacked were some divine powers. I've been absorbing a fair bit of divine power for the last 3 months, hence I attempted a breakthrough to the first-class divine demon realm and made it. The chubby young man smiled heartily. The divine power ocean was very useful. Besides the accumulation of divine powers, one could also attempt a breakthrough in one's cultivation bottleneck by absorbing a large amount of divine power. However, such breakthroughs were only applicable to first-class divine demons or lower. After all, the highest level that could be admitted into Saint's tomb was first-class divine demons, hence first-class divine demons were unable to progress to peak divine demon realm in the tomb, but second-class divine demons could try advancing into the first-class divine demon realm. The chubby young man took advantage of the divine power ocean and easily achieved first-class divine demon realm. Both of them were chit-chatting casually while walking as they passed the area where Jian Wushuang was. The strong turbulence waves around Jian Wushuang caught their attention. That absorption power is really quick and the waters around are choppy. Both of them stopped in their tracks, looked over, and immediately spotted Jian Wushuang, who was in that area. It's him. It's the monstrous Jian Wushuang. No wonder. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They had seen Jian Wushuang's mass killings with their own eyes. All the various sects' genius disciples in the tomb had developed tremendous fear for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's divine power absorption speed is too fast. If he has been going on at this pace for the past 3 months, then he must have acquired an incredible amount of divine power. It's strange he hasn't broken through yet. He's obviously still in the chaotic realm, isn't he? Both of them were flabbergasted. Let him be. Jian Wushuang is indeed a large monstrous freak. Let's not stay here, said the purple long-haired young man. Yes, let's move along. The two dared not delay and escaped as quickly as possible. They would not have been so frightened if they met someone else. Before Jian Wushuang was already recognized as the Grim Reaper of the tomb and offended countless sections. Under such circumstances, Jian Wushuang might just kill them without any scruples if they rubbed him the wrong way. After the two left, Jian Wushuang remained there and continued absorbing the ancient god divine powers. Exactly as what the two had seen, Jian Wushuang had been absorbing the ancient god divine power at lightning speeds for 3 months. Apparently, an ordinary chaotic realm would probably reach the upper limit in 3 days, but Jian Wushuang was different. He was a perfect chaotic creature whereby his divine powers were limitless. He needed a large volume of divine power to advance from the peak chaotic realm to divine demon realm, hence he definitely needed more divine power as compared to an ordinary peak chaotic realm. After insanely absorbing for 3 months, he had finally reached his power accumulation limit. At that point, Jian Wushuang stopped absorbing the divine powers around him. Jian Wushuang was stoked. I've reached the limit in power accumulation, and there's no possibility of any further improvement. It's time for a breakthrough. Rumbling. The boundless divine powers circulated frantically in Jian Wushuang's body, forming a surging stream of divine power. Under careful control, the stream of divine power pushed through the bottleneck in Jian Wushuang's body. The bottleneck was tough. There was a huge gap between the chaotic realm and divine demon realm. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for a breakthrough from the chaotic realm to divine demon realm, as the requirements were extremely hard to meet. Nonetheless, for Jian Wushuang, he had made his breakthrough and reached the divine demon's realm in his previous life. He was just reincarnated to once again go through his cultivation. He had fulfilled the requirements for advancement to the divine demon realm. Not only did he fulfill the requirements, but had actually surpassed it long ago. What he lacked was just divine powers. The divine powers in his body had also reached the breakthrough requirements, and the divine power ocean around him could continuously channel support for his breakthrough. Jian Wushuang was completely confident with his breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. The stream of divine power continuously battered the bottleneck's barrier. The stream of divine power collapsed after every single attack launched, but Jian Wushuang immediately mustered a new stream for the next attack. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had already launched nearly 10 waves of attacks towards the barrier. A crack finally appeared on the extremely tough barrier. A small leak would sink a great ship. The appearance of a small crack had rocked that barrier's stability. There were 2 more waves of attack next. Rumbling. The barrier had given way. Divine Demon Realm, here I come. Jian Wushuang was over the top. Divine Demon Realm was the peak of his previous live's cultivation level. Similarly, that level was the starting point for a perfect chaotic creature. With Jian Wushuang's breakthrough, the infinite divine power ran through every corner of his body, and Jian Wushuang's heart experienced a euphoric moment. That was the enlivened feeling of transformation and advancement. He could feel every cell in his body transcending, which greatly improved his life rating. Boom. Without warning, an extremely unique and transcendent pressure emerged from Jian Wushuang. The pressure did not come from a person's strength or aura, but from his life rating. The pressure erupted from Jian Wushuang, and within moments it had covered everywhere across the 9 heavens and 10 domains. Endless waves repetitively stirred up in the divine power ocean and rolled towards Jian Wushuang. However, none of those waves had really crashed upon Jian Wushuang. It was as if the divine power ocean had a soul and submitted itself at Jian Wushuang's feet. Divine power ocean was seemingly worshipping Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2465. Evolution of Heaven and Earth in the Divine Power Ocean. Many sect disciples were still there to absorb divine powers. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the terrifying life rating pressure instantly spread and covered every disciple in the ocean. All the disciples in the ocean drew their breath and raised their heads one by one in horror, staring at the pressure source. What is that? What's going on? I feel my soul is about to burst. Numerous cries of terror sounded one after another. If one could easily withstand the oppressive aura of a cultivator, they had a strong character and perseverance to resist, but it was impossible to resist the pressure from life ratings. Jian Wushuang was the second perfect chaotic creature born between heaven and earth and had become the one and only. His life rating was higher than everyone else. No one was capable of resisting the pressure from his life rating. In the divine power ocean, many genius sect disciples were groaning. They were looking toward the direction where Jian Wushuang was and could not help but worship him with a trembling heart. That action was done against their wills, as their bodies had betrayed them and were beyond their control. That direction, that's where little brother is. Shuo Bing cast her eyes over at the pressure source as she quivered. It's indeed where junior brother Wushuang is. What exactly happened to junior brother Wushuang? Ling Dan, Zhong Yi, Su Tong, and the others were at a loss. Nevertheless, they were unable to find out, as they were also unable to move their bodies. In the hidden independent space of the tomb, who the hell is he? What kind of a monster is he? What's going on with this pressure? The Crimson Stone Saint was completely struck in awe. His expression was horrified and blank as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Even he could feel a sense of fear that rose from the deepest part of his soul under the intense pressure. He was also unable to move his body. The life-rating pressure was overwhelming even to Crimson Stone Saint. It was not something that he could overcome. However, what appeared even more unbelievable to him as that life-rating pressure kept rising and becoming more powerful. The pressure quickly got out of Crimson Stone Saint's control, covering the entire tomb, and soon rushed out of Saint's tomb. On the glade outside the Saint's tomb, experts from various sects, including those genius disciples who had crushed their safety token and came out in advance, remained to wait. Everyone was waiting for their genius disciples to come out of the tomb. More importantly, was of course waiting for that one person. That person was none other than Jian Wushuang. The world seemed to be peaceful during the long wait. Suddenly, a loud boom sounded. The pressure originating from the life-rating spread out from the tomb and towards the glade. On the glade, expressions of those various sects experts drastically changed under the intense pressure. Who is emitting this pressure? It's so unique. It's obviously not coming from an expert, yet it makes me subservient to it. My heart quivered under the pressure. Who exactly is it? Who emitted that kind of pressure? Is that from an ultimate god or the Crimson Stone Saint? The experts from various sects on the glade rose in an uproar. No one could remain calm under the pressure. Regardless of first-class divine demon or peak divine demon, the pressure touched a soft spot in their hearts and made them want to subconsciously worship it. As the pressure continued increasing and expanding, the thoughts in their hearts became stronger. Their faces changed drastically. At that instant, look up at the heavens. An exclamation came from a peak divine demon expert. Everyone immediately looked above and was shocked. The world up in heaven had changed its color. Thunderclouds billowed from all directions. Thick and deep purple thunderbolts the size of buckets made a rumbling sound. Those deep purple thunderbolts sent everyone who was present down below into shock and shivers. Without warning, two of the dark purple thunderbolts collided. The impact did not produce much movement, but an electric bolt formed and swept down onto the glade down below. Boom! All of a sudden, the vacant piece of land instantly disappeared, leaving only a bottomless pit filled with scorched soil with no traces of vitality left. My goodness! Such power! Even an ultimate god expert would not survive under this thunderstrike. This is the effect of just a fragment of the thunderstrike. The various sects experts on the glade were horrified. The heavens above rumbled as a series of deafening roars sounded one after another. It was the roar of heaven and earth. The heavens was bellowing in rage. The terrifying pressure went crashing down and was about to annihilate everything completely. That's heaven's will. The pressure of heaven's will. A hysterical voice emerged from above the plain. The experts of the various sects reacted immediately. Yes, it is heaven's will. This kind of pressure must be from heaven's will. Who is it? Who the hell is causing heaven's will to make its presence? Who had violated the way of heaven? Who the hell is it? Countless experts bellowed. Heaven's will was in control of the heavens. It was the supreme power in heaven and earth. According to legends, in the early days of the ancient god realm, whenever something that could pose a certain threat and affect the cycle of the heavens emerged, the heavens would make its presence to suppress that threat completely. It was to ensure that the heavens could continue its cycle in a proper manner. Then again, it was merely a legend. In reality, who on earth had the abilities to tip the balance of heaven and earth? Or worse, to affect the cycle of the heavens? It was impossible, entirely impossible. Even if there was, perhaps there would be only one or two in hundreds of millions of years. What was happening right before their eyes were clearly influenced by heaven's will. No one had seen such a momentum before. The divine demon experts submitted themselves quietly and hung their heads low under heaven's will. They could only grumble and complain in their hearts. Who the hell went against heaven's will? Who the hell had the abilities to cause heaven's will to make its presence? Chapter 2466. It was born. There was an upheaval outside Saint's tomb. The uncontestable heavens will encircled in the void above with its will power shockingly getting stronger and stronger. The sex experts on the glade were speechless and horrified. At the same time, the world went through some drastic changes. In an ordinary city within Wuxia Wilderness, a bearded, white-haired old man dressed in plain green robes was slowly walking barefooted on the streets. That old man who went through the vicissitudes of life was holding a canvas in his hand. The canvas had characters written on it which said psychic and fortune-telling. As if the old man could sense the drastic changes in the heavens above, he paused in his steps and looked up into heaven. Finally, a breakthrough? Ha ha! The barefooted, white-haired old man heartily laughed with a hint of surprise in his insane laughter. Fortunately, the city was quite deserted, and there were only a few people on the streets. No one cared about that barefooted, white-haired old man. The barefooted, white-haired old man restrained himself from laughing and his eyes displayed melancholy. Old friend, you really did it. It finally paid off to wait for you for so many years. Go with a peace of mind and leave the rest to me. The barefooted, white-haired old man murmured with his slightly bloodshot iris. The white-haired and barefooted old man then slowly raised his head and old wrinkly palm, pointing to the direction where Saint's tomb was located. His pointing finger seems lifeless. Only a vague golden light shot out from the tip of his finger. The old man was clearly more than 100 million miles away from the tomb, but the golden light appeared in the next moment between heaven and earth outside the tomb. Over there, heaven's will was bombarding the area in a frantic manner. A golden light descended from afar right in the middle of the chaotic will of heavenly way. The golden light formed a golden vortex before mercilessly swallowing the thunderclouds floating around the heavens, the terrifying-looking dark purple thunderbolts, and the endless will of heavenly way. In the blink of an eye, the will of heavenly way in the void was completely swallowed. The golden light dissipated as heaven and earth were restored to its peace once again, as if nothing had happened. On the glade down below, the various sex experts were confused. It's gone. The will of heavenly way disappeared? What was that golden light just now? Those first-class divine demons and peak divine demons on the glade were in a state of stupor. They had no idea what had happened. The only certainty was the terrifying will of heavenly way was gone. However, the increasing life rating pressure coming out of the tomb was still going on at crazy speed and did not seem like it was going to end. The ancient god domain was huge. It's incredibly huge. For example, Wuxia Wilderness was only a drop in the ocean compared to the huge ancient god domain. Totally inconspicuous. In a wide territory far away from Wuxia Wilderness, countless experts had gathered at the core of the ancient god domain. That was the three divine realms. A dojo that stretched far and wide was suspended in the void above, with more than 10 million cultivators sitting cross-legged in the center. Those cultivators were of myriad levels with a mixture of powerful and weak ones. Among them were those in the chaotic realm, divine demon realm, ultimate god, and undying saint. Some were even of the highest-ranking undying saints, regardless of their strength and status. All of them sat there with humility and held their breath as they watched the person on the high platform in front. That man was a bald man clothed in white robes, and he was smiling. The bald man was barefooted, as he stood there bathed under the sun. White lights were glowing from his body, giving off a relaxed impression like a gentle breeze blowing on one's face. He sat there and casually spoke, but each of his words contained a magical power that made those more than 10 million divine demons gathered below intoxicated. He was preaching to the more than 10 million cultivators in front of him. Everyone was listening attentively. The white-robed bald man abruptly stopped halfway through. The smile on his face slowly receded as his expression became solemn. All of you, go on and meditate upon what I've taught today. The white-robed bald man finished his sentence before slowly closed his eyes. In a bloodied space, both heaven and earth were covered in bright red. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Yet, a woman stood there calmly. The woman with a beautiful face was like a fairy who came out of a painting and carried herself with a unique aura. She was extremely cold and indifferent. Besides her cold grandeur, the woman carried an absolute sense of pride. Her arrogance was probably because she used to be at the peak of the world. In the void before that cold and beautiful woman was another woman. The other woman wore a veil so her appearance could not be clearly seen, but her body shape was no better than the cold woman. She was fighting with countless cultivators at that moment. At the feet of the veiled woman laid plenty of bodies with blood flowing like streams. No one knew how many cultivators died in the hands of that veiled woman. Suddenly, the cold and beautiful woman who had been watching at the side stirred and slowly shut her eyes. At the same time, in the eternal burning flames, an intimidating devil wearing purple armor was awakened. He looked up at the heaven above, but closed his eyes again after a while. A blood-clothed woman in a manor served by countless male servants also closed her eyes. In the chaotic domain, there were no rules and orders, nor were there laws of heaven and earth. There was nothing at all. The only thing available was a dimly lit light. Wham! 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 For figures appeared in the chaotic domain out of thin air. They were the preaching white-robed bald man, the cold and beautiful woman, the purple-armored devil, and the blood-clothed woman. The four of them looked straight at the dimly lit light ahead. An emotionless voice emerged slowly intermittently from the dimly lit light. It was born. Those simple words changed the faces of those four imposing figures. The intermittent voice sounded again. Someone is trying to deceive the heavens. I don't know that person's specific location. Find and destroy it. Only then will the heavenly way survive. The heavenly way, the world, and all beings will die otherwise. After the voice died down, the gray light disappeared. The four imposing figures looked solemn with their hearts shaken. Chapter 2467. Knelt down. What a surprise! It was indeed born. Someone finally broke the silence on the court, and it was the blood-clothed woman. I thought that Xianyi's plan was nothing but a fantasy and impossible to achieve, but the white-robed bald man seemed pleased. I've belittled him. Now, it's useless to talk about that. The top priority is to immediately find and destroy it. The will of Heaven Wei mentioned otherwise it will destroy everything in the world, said the purple-armored devil. The will of Heaven Wei can sense its existence, but it's a pity that someone had deceived the will of Heaven Wei, making the will of Heaven Wei confused on its exact location. The ancient god domain is huge. How shall we look for it? The four of them fell silent. Indeed, the ancient god domain was ridiculously huge. They were assuming it which was just born should not be strong. It could perhaps just be only a divine demon. Even though the four of them had psychic abilities, it was still impossible to find a divine demon in the vast ancient god domain. It's good if it's in third heaven. However, if it is somewhere outside the third heaven in that endless territory, we'll never be able to find it no matter how influential we are. That's unless it one day sets foot in third heaven and shows its power. Will we be able to track it down and kill it? Said the cold and beautiful woman. In that case, let's just wait. It was born with its own mission. For that mission, it will one day set foot on third heaven, said the purple-armored devil reassuringly. The other two figures nodded in agreement. With that, the four figures disappeared into thin air. On the boundless dojo, the white-robed bald man on the high platform opened his eyes again. He kept that smile on his face and continued preaching. In the eternal burning flames, the purple-armored devil continued his cultivation. In a beautiful manner, the blood-clothed woman continued enjoying the services of her male servants. And in that bloodied space, the cold and beautiful woman slowly waved and called out, "Apprentice." On the battlefield ahead, countless cultivators responded to her voice and stopped fighting. The veiled woman immediately walked over from the center of the battlefield. "Master," addressed the veiled woman respectfully, "let me tell you, that person has appeared," said the cold and beautiful woman. The veiled woman was shaken by the news as her eyes flashed eagerly with the thirst to kill. Jian Wushuang. The veiled woman balled up her fists. In Saint's tomb, the various sects' genius disciples were still overwhelmed by shock, as what just happened was unheard of. The life-rating pressure which flooded every corner of the tomb finally began to slowly fade away. Those genius disciples breathed sighs of relief when they noticed the pressure was being lifted. On the other hand, the Crimson Stone Saint's complexion was grave and solemn in the hidden, independent space. When the pressure had fully subsided, Crimson Stone Saint could move freely once again, and the first thing he did was to wave his hand. There was a loud rumbling noise. A huge space-time wormhole gradually appeared in the void right above the tomb. Big hands appeared then out of thin air in every corner of Saint's tomb, next to those genius disciples. The big hands acted fast as it grabbed those disciples and threw them into the space-time wormhole. Is this a sign for us to leave? Those disciples quickly got the message. Some of those disciples did not resist and left. There were some disciples who were still in the divine power ocean tried struggling, as they wanted to absorb more ancient god divine power, but their struggles were futile. No, I still have purple amulets. My time's not up yet. How can you send me away? Stop it. Just give me half a month's time. They'll be able to make a breakthrough. Those low groans and moans resounded at every corner of divine power ocean. Yet, those big hands did not give them a chance. Those disciples were caught and mercilessly thrown into the wormhole. Those second-class and first-class divine demon struggles were in vain. In just a few moments, all those genius disciples were sent out of Saint's tomb. Zhuobing, Lingdan, Zhongyi, Sutong, and the rest were also included. Jian Wushuang was the only one left in the divine power ocean. A faint black air current condensed on the divine power ocean's surface right in front of Jian Wushuang. A vague figure appeared in front of him in the next second. That vague figure was none other than Crimson Stone Saint himself. Young man. The second time Crimson Stone Saint appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, his expression was completely different from before. The last time he appeared, he looked absolutely confident and aloof. Back then, he thought that no matter how talented Jian Wushuang was, he was only a young chaotic realm brat. Crimson Stone Saint now dismissed that thought. He studied Jian Wushuang, not wanting to miss a micro-expression, but it was a pity that he still failed to see through Jian Wushuang. Besides, Jian Wushuang had already gone through a series of transformations with his soul and body cells elevated to a whole new level. He had successfully transformed into a complete, perfect, chaotic creature. Jian Wushuang's eyelids finally moved as he slowly opened his eyes. The moment his gaze landed on Crimson Stone Saint, the magnificent pressure from his life rating came in full force. Previously, the pressure was swept across all directions, rendering those present in the tomb to worship Jian Wushuang. However, this pressure solely fell on Crimson Stone Saint the second time. Pop. Without any warning, Crimson Stone Saint's knees heavily hit the ocean's surface. An undying saint was forced to kneel down under the pressure. How is this possible? Crimson Stone Saint flushed red as he protested from the bottom of his heart. Although technically, he appeared in the form of consciousness, he was after all still an undying saint. He had experienced some terrifying situations before his death when he was being terrorized and had to give up any idea of resisting or fighting, but he had never been forced to kneel down under any pressures. Never. He was surprised to only find that he could not move at all when he struggled desperately to pull himself up. There were momentary thoughts that perhaps he should kneel down before the person in front of him. On the other hand, the person in front of him was a young man who had just made it into the divine demon realm. Chapter 2468. The most perfect creature. The divine power ocean constantly released a volatile divine power. Crimson Stone Saint knelt powerlessly in front of the sitting cross-legged Jian Wushuang. After my breakthrough to the divine demon realm, has my life rating reached such perfection that even an undying saint could not resist it? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The life rating pressure was something Jian Wushuang just attained. This kind of exuded pressure had nothing to do with one's cultivation level or strength, but was purely derived from one's life rating. Regardless of how strong the opponent was, whether the opponent was an undying saint or ultimate god, one would be oppressed under this pressure if one's life rating was weaker than Jian Wushuang's. Crimson Stone Saint would not be able to resist such pressure, even if he met Jian Wushuang at his peak when he was still alive. So this is the perfect chaotic creature's body which Master mentioned. Jin Wushuang was curious about his own changes and was exploring every possibility which came with it. Before his breakthrough, Jin Wushuang was talented and powerful in many aspects, but there was still a gap from achieving the body of a true perfect chaotic creature. Jin Wushuang prioritized checking out his divine body. His divine body was many times stronger than before. His bones, muscles, vessels, and down to even his Bodis minute cells were extremely tough. As he sat there, he could sense every single cell in his body was perfectly in place and coordinated without any flaws. If he encountered Yu Aoking's death blow which pierced through his skin barrier defenses again, his skin would be unscathed. Next up was to examine his divine power. Jin Wushuang could clearly sense his divine power had increased by leaps and bounds. Not only had his divine power become purer and mightier, but his divine powers could be manifested to a wider extent. His divine powers were already incomparably abundant when he was just at the chaotic realm and was sufficient to support him in a battle for a prolonged period. Both the Seven Stars' secret techniques and the Divine God of Punishment required massive divine powers as a basis to be executed. If any ordinary peak chaotic realm were to simultaneously perform these two secret techniques, their divine powers could at most support a few breaths before exhaustion. However, the same could not be said for Jin Wushuang, as he could last for quite a long time while demonstrating both techniques together. He now seemed to have attained limitless divine powers which were truly bottomless like the vast oceans. Such surging divine powers was sufficient for him to participate in any fights or fierce battles without being exhausted, as the divine powers consumed was nothing compared to his recovery speed. Thereafter, Jin Wushuang examined his soul. In his sea of knowledge, his corporal soul had developed under the protection of the exquisite pagoda as compared to when he was at the chaotic realm. The changes were not significant, but Jin Wushuang was aware that his soul development was by far the greatest transformation he went through. The soul was the foundation of a cultivator's life after all. Jin Wushuang's life-rating transformation mainly occurred to his soul. Although Jin Wushuang was at the ordinary level of a divine demon, the immensity of his soul powers and the tenacity of his soul was unmatched by any other divine demons. He even thought that his soul's strength was comparable to an ultimate god's. Divine body, divine powers, soul. He had reached perfection in all aspects. Right at that instant, Jin Wushuang's expression changed and a loud bang sounded. One of his arms was blasted off, but it miraculously and completely healed the very next second. Jin Wushuang grinned. After that, a rumbling sound. His divine body began to fall apart. Soon after that, his limbs fused in the blink of an eye and became intact once again. So, I have an immortal body once again. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. In his previous life, he had an ability equivalent to an undying saint's immortal body. After becoming a perfect chaotic creature, he had regained that ability again, and it seemed to be more powerful than before. Previously, he repeatedly relied on his divine powers to repair his divine body. As long as his divine powers were sufficient, he could easily recover and self-resurrect again. Jin Wushuang discovered his new immortal body could rely on his divine powers to recover quickly, such that even his soul powers could be restored instantly. A typical immortal body of an ordinary undying saint does not have the ability to restore its soul. Once the cultivator's soul was wiped out, the immortal body was useless as it had no ability to restore itself. However, Jin Wushuang was different. His soul powers had perfectly coordinated with his divine powers. If someone launched a powerful soul attack on him and completely wiped out his powers, he would still be able to restore his soul powers using his own divine powers. In addition, Jin Wushuang's divine powers in his current life were much more powerful and purer than his previous. In his previous life, the Realm Lord personally annihilated every breath of his divine powers, which directly killed him. Fortunately, his master turned back time and resurrected him. The pure divine powers he possessed as a perfect chaotic creature cannot be annihilated by anyone, and as his strength continued to increase, his divine powers would become much more immense and powerful. In other words, it was now even more difficult to completely destroy his divine powers, making it an impossibility to kill him. He was truly invincible. Am I invincible? Jian Wushuang murmured before slowly shaking his head. My immortal body is indeed powerful. Perhaps ordinary cultivators like divine demons and undying saints will not be able to kill me, but it might not be the case for someone from a higher realm. Even in the future when my powers are stronger and my divine powers much purer and immense, this immortal body may still not be able to protect me from absolute death. Jian Wushuang was very clear that nothing was absolute in heaven and earth. His immortal body may be invincible, but he was only the second perfect chaotic creature in heaven and earth. The first perfect chaotic creature was his master who once had similar abilities as him, possessing the same immortal body. Most importantly, his master had reached the peak of heaven and earth, conquering the realm lord. Even so, his master had died. If his master could be destroyed, then he was also unable to entirely avoid this fate. The only advantage was that only a few people possessed such capabilities. Chapter 2469 Jian Wushuang and Crimson Stone Saint. My divine body, divine power, soul power, recovery ability, immortal body, and even comprehension ability have reached their most perfect states. Besides, I have full control over my life rating pressure now, perfect chaotic creature. The peerless perfect chaotic creature in heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tightly with eyes gleaming with intense excitement. Only when he truly became a perfect chaotic creature had he realized what a freak he was. Jian Wushuang. A low roar sounded abruptly from the void ahead, which actually came from Crimson Stone, Saint who was still in a kneeling position. Rage and humiliation could be seen swirling in his eyes, while his stare locked onto Jian Wushuang. Oh, I've almost forgotten about him. Jian Wushuang uncontrollably smiled and lifted the life rating pressure off Crimson Stone, Saint with the powers of his mind. Crimson Stone Saint then exhaled heavily and slowly pulled himself up. The life rating pressure directly suppresses a cultivator without differentiating their realm or strength. Even an undying saint was unable to resist and was forced to surrender. This can be my ace in the hole, muttered Jian Wushuang. The life rating pressure was indeed a killer move. Jian Wushuang would keep it hidden and only reveal it under critical moments. After all, it would be too ostentatious if he easily displayed this power, as it would raise suspicions and expose those secrets that he would like to keep about himself. Especially when people noticed a mere divine demon like him could exert such intensive pressures which even an undying saint could not parry off. Jian Wushuang, who the hell are you? Where are you from? Crimson Stone Saint screamed in frustration. He began to address Jian Wushuang differently. Previously, he called Jian Wushuang young man as a friendly gesture towards a junior. After he saw Jian Wushuang in a different light, he naturally changed the way he addressed Jian Wushuang. It doesn't matter who I am or where I am from. What's important is that I've told you before you aren't qualified to take me as your personal disciple even at your peak. You should understand why I dare say that now. Jian Wushuang stood up tall with his extremely calm expression. Crimson Stone Saint fell silent. He wanted to take Jian Wushuang as his personal disciple before, but had abandoned such ideas now. Jian Wushuang had instilled fear and awe in him. How could an ordinary undying saint like him take Jian Wushuang as his disciple? Crimson Stone Saint. Jian Wushuang looked at him in the eye. You've set me up to fight against those various sects' genius disciples and landed me in hot soup after provoking so many sections. I should have hated you very much. You also ought to know that if I wanted to, I could easily destroy your tomb as well as your consciousness. His words sent shivers up Crimson Stone Saint's spine. He admitted there was some truth in Jian Wushuang's words. He had lost control of his limbs under the life rating pressure exerted by Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang had intended to kill him at that time, there was nothing he could do to save himself. Having said that, I've also benefited a lot from the opportunities in Saint's tomb. I made a breakthrough in my sword principles understanding of the 8th trial bridge. I was given the Purple Blood Saint's inheritance. The enlightenment through Fengtian Scroll and spending time in Divine Power Ocean had also tremendously helped me. Therefore, they'll call it even and will no longer blame you for what had happened. Jian Wushuang paused momentarily before continuing. Let's talk about your personal affairs now. As an undying saint, you came forward and forced me to become your personal disciple. You must have some special intentions. Otherwise, you would not have disregarded your identity or pride. Go on, tell me what's going on. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently while maintaining eye contact with Crimson Stone Saint as though he could read Crimson Stone Saint like a book. Jian Wushuang, Crimson Stone Saint, was startled. Not only is he very talented with a strong background, but he's also a man of sound judgment. Hence, he found out I've intentions behind my moves. Crimson Stone Saint was amazed and finally came clean after taking a deep breath. Jian Wushuang, you guessed it. I do have a motive behind wanting you as my disciple. In fact, my intentions are very simple. I see that you are extremely talented and have great potential in making a breakthrough and become an ultimate god or even realm lord in the future. So I wanted you to do something for me in the future. What thing? Jian Wushuang asked. Go and help someone called Sewer. She's my daughter, said Crimson Stone Saint. Your daughter? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Jian Wushuang did not expect Crimson Stone Saint, who had been dead for more than 100,000 years, to have a daughter that was still alive. Back then, I was one of the experts among the peak experts of the 9 realms of Golden Crow. I was one of the 9 realm masters of the Golden Crow, controlling 381 stellar regions, and created the Crimson Stone Fort. There were around 10,000 ultimate gods, millions of divine demons, and countless experts under me, but I was unfortunately killed in a conspiracy. My daughter, Sewer, was also very talented and reached peak ultimate god realm before my death. I've also made her my successor as the fort master before my death to rule the realm. However, apart from a few loyal followers, most of the ultimate gods and divine demons began acting recklessly without my command, and the Crimson Stone Fort soon became a huge mess. We are relying solely on Sewer alone to handle both internal and external conflicts. Not long ago, Sewer visited me in this tomb, and I've learned of her tough situation, so I want to get someone capable and reliable to assist her. Crimson Stone Saint looked disheartened at this point in time. I was initially looking for a suitable successor so that I can hand over my complete inheritance to that successor. With that, I hope my successor can go forward and help my daughter. To my disappointment, I found none over the years until the day I saw you. You are extremely talented with huge future potentials. If you can sincerely help Sewer, it's likely for her to tide over those difficulties. Unfortunately, you are good with the sword and are unable to inherit my mantle. Moreover, you may not be willing to be my disciple, so I had no choice but to set you up. Chapter 2470. Striking a deal. After Crimson Stone Saint finished talking, he was silent again. He did deliberately plot against Jian Wushuang before and intentionally forcing Jian Wushuang to become his disciple. He was very confident in thinking that anyone would submit to fate and agreed to be his disciple for the sake of personal safety or benefits. He had definitely underestimated Jian Wushuang's capabilities, as Jian Wushuang was a terrifying huge freak. Is that all? Jian Wushuang stared at the Crimson Stone Saint calmly. What Crimson Stone Saint did was justifiable and all the dots were connected, so he sounded credible. Although Jian Wushuang had never heard of the Crimson Stone Fort, he did read about the 9 realms of Golden Crow before. Crimson Stone Saint, let's make a deal, said Jian Wushuang suddenly. Deal? What deal? Crimson Stone Saint looked over. I won't be your personal disciple, but I can promise you when I'm sufficiently strong and powerful, you'll go to Crimson Stone Fort and help your daughter, Sewer. On one condition, you have to give me the Feng Tian scroll. Feng Tian scroll? Crimson Stone Saint's complexion changed slightly. That was the greatest opportunity and the most precious treasure in Saint's tomb. He planned to pass it on to his personal disciple who will claim his mantle. However, Jian Wushuang, you just said you will help Sewer? How will you offer your help? Crimson Stone Saint asked in a deep voice. They'll help as much as possible, of course. If I'm powerful enough, I can help to resolve all the troubles your daughter has encountered, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Are you serious? How can I trust that you will do as you've said? Crimson Stone Saint asked. Old man, not everyone is as impervious as you to lose face. They'll keep my word, but neither will I take an oath or make an agreement with you. I've made an offer and requested something in return. It's up to you to take it up or not. Jian Wushuang waved his hand insouciantly. Crimson Stone Saint fell silent once again. Crimson Stone Saint finally broke his silence and said, Okay, let's do it. Crimson Stone Saint flipped his hand as soon as he said that. The void surrounding them distorted into weird shapes as it made an opening to allow an ancient and mysterious picture scroll to emerge from within. Crimson Stone Saint directly sent it into Jian Wushuang's hands. Jian Wushuang raised his hand and took it with a smile cracked on his face, feeling very pleased. Smart move, that saved me from spending the time and effort. Crimson Stone Saint's face twitched slightly upon hearing that. Only then did he remember Jian Wushuang had the capabilities to destroy him. Had he refused to accept the condition, Jian Wushuang could have easily killed him, bagged the Fengtian scroll, and taken full control over Saint's tomb. Jian Wushuang would have owned everything within the tomb in that case, including those the saint intended to leave for his personal disciple. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang did not intend to do so. Jian Wushuang, Fengtian scroll's origin is extraordinary. I only managed to get one of the scrolls, said Crimson Stone Saint. Only one of the scrolls? You meant there are many more Fengtian scrolls? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. The Crimson Stone Saint nodded. Yes. I don't know how many scrolls there are in total, but each scroll is extremely precious. Although the scroll is of little use to an undying saint, it's extremely beneficial to anyone below the undying saint cultivation level. There are rumors stating that if one can obtain more than 3 Fengtian scrolls at a time, then it would be valuable to an undying saint. Unfortunately, I've only managed to get my hands on one of them, and even that alone required exceptional good luck. Understood. Anticipation rose in Jian Wushuang's heart. He spent 10 days meditating upon Fengtian scroll, which proved to be extremely helpful for him. He was certain that Fengtian scroll was of great help to him, and that was just a single scroll. He could not help but wonder what if he could get more scrolls. Jian Wushuang knew fully well that it was not going to be easy getting hold of other Fengtian scrolls. Jian Wushuang, I have one more thing here which I wonder if you're interested, announced Crimson Stone Saint suddenly. What is it? Jian Wushuang immediately looked over. Crimson Stone Saint smiled slightly, and when he flipped his hand, there was a blood-colored token in his palm. This blood-colored token looked very ordinary but gave off an extremely unique aura. A hint of power suspended on its surface at the same time. That power was neither divine power nor some sort of pressure but an esoteric power. This, Jian Wushuang frowned as he studied the extraordinary token. He knew at first glance it was something special. This is the heaven-slashing token which I got on a fortuitous occasion, explained Crimson Stone Saint. Heaven-slashing token originated from the ancient god realm. It came from the most ancient and mysterious force, the Heaven-slashing Alliance. The Heaven-slashing Alliance is very unique and might have been the most unique and distinctive alliance in ancient god realm. Surprisingly, the Heaven-slashing Alliance does not have any entry restrictions on its members and does not care about one's background or identity. Anyone who wishes to be a member can join the alliance even if they already belong to another sect and are holding high-level positions like leaders or senior experts in their sections. Of course, there are extremely high prerequisites to join the alliance. In terms of strength, one must at least be an ultimate god, preferably a peak ultimate god. Besides meeting the requirement of strength and power, one must own a heaven-slashing token and pass the test prior to becoming a member. I heard that the members get a lot of benefits. What are the benefits? Jian Wushuang asked. Crimson Stone Saint shook his head. I have no idea what they are as I've only heard rumors about them. I heard that the Heaven-slashing Alliance is extremely influential despite being rather lenient to their members who rarely keep in contact or form close relationships. As long as one can afford to pay the price, the Alliance is able to dispatch 3 undying saints or above experts to any remote territory in ancient god realm within a very short period of time. Dispatch 3 undying saints or above experts to any remote territory in a short time. Are they really that powerful? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The Crimson Stone Saint answered solemnly. Of course. Jin Wushuang, you ought to know that Heaven's Slashing Alliance exists completely in the dark. No one knows the true identity of any Heaven's Slashing Alliance's members. They are extremely careful and will completely erase all traces of their acts so that no one can find out their identities, which prevents them from being assassinated. Chapter 2471. Engulfed, there are many experts with extraordinary backgrounds and statuses in the ancient god realm after all. Their hands are tied due to their respectable identity as they had scruples doing certain matters. Therefore, being a member of Heaven Slashing Alliance allowed them to fight, loot, or even kill for their own benefit. The best part is that it will not have any impact on their existing statuses. This had led to many powerful Ultimate God or Undying Saints experts eager to join Heaven Slashing Alliance. Although the Heaven Slashing Alliance has always been hidden and has never gotten involved in any fights for hegemony, it still has an unmatched influence in ancient God realm. They're indeed formidable, said Crimson Stone Saint. Jin Wushuang clicked his tongue when he slowly took in the information. The alliance was indeed appealing to many experts as it allowed them to unscrupulously kill and loot without exposing their true identities. That alone would have been able to attract many experts. Crimson Stone Saint, since you have the Heaven Slashing token and are powerful, why didn't you join the Heaven Slashing Alliance? Jin Wushuang asked. I've always wanted to join, but unfortunately wasn't capable enough to do so. The Crimson Stone Saint explained. The Heaven Slashing Alliance only takes an elite and experts from every cultivation realm. I've gotten hold of this Heaven Slashing token when I was just an ultimate god. However, I had no confidence in passing the Heaven Slashing Alliance's test. After I became an Undying Saint, I was even less certain about passing their test for Undying Saints. Due to that reason, I never went for the tests in the end. I wonder if you go for it. You are simply incredible in manifesting powers exceeding your cultivation level. After you became a peak ultimate god, I'm sure the Heaven Slashing Alliance's test is just peanuts for you. Jin Wushuang pondered for a moment before slightly nodded. Then, let me have this. What do you want in return? It's very simple. In the future, I hope you'll find a way to help Sewer break through to the Undying Saint realm when you arrive at Crimson Stone Fort. Apart from helping her to resolve her problems? Crimson Stone Saint said solemnly. Breakthrough to the Undying Saint realm? Crimson Stone Saint, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Jin Wushuang frowned. There was a huge gap between ultimate gods and Undying Saints. A breakthrough to the Undying Saint was like one giant leap. Jin Wushuang was indeed talented and would be able to achieve the Undying Saint realm in the future, but he doubted his abilities to help others do the same. Besides, even if Jin Wushuang was able to do it, a mere Heaven Slashing token would not be sufficient for his efforts. The Crimson Stone Saint smiled. Don't worry. My daughter is not weak. She was only one step away from achieving the Undying Saint realm before I passed away and had a high chance of making a breakthrough. However, she had to shoulder the responsibility to handle Crimson Stone Fort all by herself with my passing. She was under too much pressure and never worked on her breakthrough thereafter. As long as you can resolve the crisis for her and allow her to relax, she should have no problem in making a breakthrough. Furthermore, I'm not asking too much. I just hope you'll try your best to help her break through. Only when she reaches the level of an Undying Saint can I be relieved. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Understood. Okay, I'll promise you. Crimson Stone Saint smiled and tossed the blood-colored token over to Jin Wushuang. After Jin Wushuang received it, he placed the blood-colored token in his hand and calmly examined it. Heaven Slashing token? Heaven Slashing Alliance? Jin Wushuang murmured. There was a sudden thought erupting in him. Heaven Slashing Alliance was mysterious and powerful. His master Xian Yi, the first perfect chaotic creature in the world, was also the inventor of the strongest secret sword technique. Heaven Slashing technique. Could there be any connections between them? Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Jin Wushuang shook his head and no longer further probed into the matter. Crimson Stone Saint, the agreement has been made between you and me. I want to stay in this divine power ocean for a while to absorb more divine powers since I still have a lot of purple amulets at hand. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Jian Wushuang asked. He noticed Crimson Stone Saint had expelled all the other genius disciples from Divine Power Ocean and other corners of Saint's tomb. He was the only one left. Sure, it's just some divine powers. You can absorb as much as possible, but you can't stay for too long. After all, Saint's tomb is only open for at most a year each time. Some time has passed, so you are left with only a few months, said Crimson Stone Saint. A few months? No, I won't take that long. Jian Wushuang smiled before sitting down cross-legged again in the Divine Power Ocean. The Crimson Stone Saint remained standing on the surface of the Divine Power Ocean and watched calmly. He did not mind Jian Wushuang absorbing more divine powers. Although Jian Wushuang was absorbing divine powers much faster than any average cultivator by dozens or even hundreds of times, he was not bothered at all. The Divine Power Ocean which I've created is vast and has magnificent divine powers. How much divine power could Jian Wushuang absorb in a few months' time? That was what Crimson Stone Saint thought. However, at the very next moment, rumbling, the Divine Power Ocean became choppy. A terrifying suction power swept out from Jian Wushuang. The power was much stronger than which Jian Wushuang manifested when he was still at peak chaotic realm. It was at least hundreds, or even thousands of times stronger. Earlier, Jian Wushuang stirred up a rapid movement around him when he was absorbing the divine powers in the ocean with all his might. Imagine that suction power had increased by thousands of times. That scene was astonishing. The Divine Power Ocean had pretty much gone crazy. Limitless ancient God realm divine powers came from all corners of the Divine Power Ocean towards Jian Wushuang. It was instantly absorbed and refined by Jian Wushuang. It was mind-blowing to see the huge and endless Divine Power Ocean's sea level began dropping at a visible speed. It seemed like the entire ocean was channeling its power into Jian Wushuang. How is this possible? Crimson Stone Saint's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. If he was not bothered earlier previously, he was about to go crazy now with the event occurring before his eyes. There was nothing he could do about it, while Jian Wushuang absorbed divine powers at an incredible speed. Not only was he absorbing the power fast, but was also much faster in refining that power. The huge gush of divine power that continuously went into his body was refined and almost immediately transformed into his own divine powers. This was implausible. My divine power ocean? Crimson Stone Saint had his eyes locked on the declining sea level around him in astonishment, but he could not do anything about it. He did not have the courage to stop Jian Wushuang, so he could only watch the divine power in the Divine Power Ocean disappear. Chapter 2472. Leaving Saint's Tomb 3 days passed in a flash. As the last wisp of ancient God realm divine power was absorbed by Jian Wushuang, the vast and endless Divine Power Ocean completely dried up. The Divine Power Ocean was gone. There was no ancient God realm divine power left. Crimson Stone Saint was still standing there, but his complexion was extremely ugly. He was heartbroken. In order to create the Divine Power Ocean, he poured in almost all his wealth and also used quite a few tactics. Even though Saint's tomb was opened many times in the past, the divine power remained abundant despite a large number of genius disciples entering the Divine Power Ocean every time to absorb divine powers. However, the Divine Power Ocean had completely dried up solely because of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes once again and let out a long sigh. Unexpectedly, my divine power absorption and refinement speed have become the scariest skill I have after becoming a real perfect chaotic creature. I only used 3 days to absorb such a vast divine power ocean. Jian Wushuang himself was quite surprised. He knew his speed of absorbing the ancient God realm divine power would greatly increase after his breakthrough, but he had not expected it to be so fast. He made another breakthrough as he refined all the ancient God realm divine power from the Divine Power Ocean and reached the level of a second-class divine demon. In fact, The divine powers he had refined were more than enough for any ordinary cultivator to make a breakthrough all the way into the level of an ultimate god or even an undying saint. However, he was only capable of advancing from third-class divine demon to second-class divine demon. That showed just how much divine power his body was able to contain. I can absorb and refine divine power at such fast speeds. Does this mean as long as there are sufficient divine powers available, I can use them to improve my cultivation level? Jian Wushuang muttered. A breakthrough in cultivation level required the sufficient accumulation of divine powers, and also a strong understanding of laws. But for Jian Wushuang, his understanding regarding all aspects of the laws had met all the requirements. As long as he had sufficient divine powers, he could progress his cultivation level without worrying about foundation stability since he had a perfect foundation. Everything was perfectly coordinated with his own divine body. No matter how much divine power he absorbed and refined, it would not affect his foundation at all. Then again, the divine power he needed for a breakthrough was too much. Advancing from third-class divine demon to second-class divine demon required him to absorb the entire divine power ocean. Hence, he definitely needed much more divine powers to progress from second-class divine demon to first-class divine demon. It was not easy getting hold of so much divine power. Well, no hurry. It'll go slow and steady. Jian Wushuang smiled before raising his head to look at Crimson Stone, Saint who was in front of him. Crimson Stone Saint, my apologies. I've accidentally absorbed your entire divine power ocean. The corners of Crimson Stone Saint's mouth twitched slightly, but he managed to reply through gritted teeth. Well, it's just some ancient god realm divine power. That's nothing to me. Although I only exist in the form of consciousness, I can rebuild a divine power ocean as long as I'm given enough time. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his brows and was not surprised. I've absorbed the entire divine power ocean and gained a lot of benefits here. The saint's tomb no longer appeals to me. Crimson Stone Saint, send me out of here, said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, the various sects experts seem to be waiting for you outside the tomb. If you go out now, those sects will not let you go. Do you need me to help you dismiss them? Said Crimson Stone Saint. He only existed in the form of consciousness and no longer possessed any power. Nonetheless, he had some tricks up his sleeves left in the tomb, and those tricks could affect the glade outside of Saint's tomb. He was not bluffing when he offered to dismiss those various sects experts out there on the glade. However, Jian Wushuang smiled politely and shook his head. There's no need for you to get involved. They are just a group of clowns. I can solve them by myself. Besides, I've just made a breakthrough and my powers have improved greatly, but am uncertain where my current combat power stands. Those various sects experts outside can allow me to test my capabilities. The Crimson Stone Saint raised his brows. If those experts heard you, they might vomit blood in anger. Jian Wushuang smiled sinisterly. Hee, let's just send me out. Crimson Stone Saint did not hesitate and immediately waved his big hand. A spatial passage leading to the outside appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, remember what you have promised me. Otherwise, Crimson Stone Saint wanted to threaten Jian Wushuang, but soon learned that he had no bargaining power. Don't worry, we'll do as I promised. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly before stepping into the spatial passage and quickly disappeared. The spatial passage closed up after Jian Wushuang disappeared. The Crimson Stone Saint was the only one left standing in the tomb. Looking at the place where Jian Wushuang disappeared, Crimson Stone Saint felt incredibly complicated. After a long time, he sighed. Sewer, this is the only thing Father can do for you. I hope Jian Wushuang can fulfill his promise. All the best to both of you. Crimson Stone Saint soon returned to the independent space where he was and began his long slumber. On the glade, outside Saint's tomb, the various sects experts, including those genius disciples who were sent out by Crimson Stone Saint in advance, were still gathered there. Those experts should have returned to their respective sects with their own genius disciples since their disciples have emerged from Saint's tomb. However, no one left. Many sects experts kept waiting. Those sects experts wore extremely cold expressions with their eyes, giving away terrifying killing intent. They were waiting for someone. That person was Jian Wushuang. Everyone was waiting for Jian Wushuang to come out of Saint's tomb. Second elder, is there really no room for discussion with the Lord? Zhong Yi, Su Tong, and several other Narcissus Island disciples gathered around Elder Lingyi. The decision was made by the Lord after discussing with the other elders, and it had been announced to the various sections. Therefore, Jian Wushuang is no longer a disciple of Narcissus Island. After he comes out of the tomb, he no longer has anything to do with us no matter what he encounters. Elder Lingyi looked indifferent. Zhong Yi, don't put Elder Lingyi in a difficult situation. The decision has been made, and there is no more room for change. Moreover, you saw that even the will of Heaven Wei cannot tolerate Jian Wushuang's existence. How can Narcissus Island accommodate him? Seventh elder chipped in. Chapter 2473. Tu Qinqing Zhong Yi and Su Tong both quieted down. They were trying their very best to fight for Jian Wushuang so that Narcissus Island would defend him. However, things had been decided and they could change nothing on their own. On the other hand, Zhuobing was also begging those experts from Ancient Star Temple, but their leader, a peak divine demon elder, frankly told her, Zhuobing, we realize Jian Wushuang is your brother, but the troubles he got himself into is too serious that even a top 10 sect in Wuxia Wilderness such as Narcissus Island took the initiative to abandon him. What can we do? Zhuobing ran out of ideas. Right at that moment, an eye-piercing light lit up as a spatial passage formed between heaven and earth. Immediately, all the expert disciples on site looked over at the spatial passage. Coming out, waves of terrifying killing intentions rose up. When the light faded away, a figure gradually appeared. He was wearing a simple black robe and carrying a long sword on his back. His face was cold as he walked out of the spatial passage slowly. The various sects experts started moving around in the glade, and soon had the black-robed young man who just got out of the spatial passage surrounded in the middle. Countless hateful, cold, and bloodthirsty eyes locked on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you devil, Heaven's Way will not tolerate you. He actually had the guts to come out from Saint's tomb. Shouts filled the air of the glade. A while ago, when Jian Wushuang was making a breakthrough, the immense pressure from his life rating was sweeping everywhere and caused the arrival of the will of Heavenly Way. Although, for whatever reason, the will of Heavenly Way faded, but that scene had still been witnessed by those surrounding experts. All of them knew the reason the will of Heaven's Way appeared was because of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who just stepped out of the spatial passage and saw them. However, he was not the least bit surprised. As expected, all of you are waiting for me? Jian Wushuang murmured, showing not the slightest bit of panic or fear on his face, but a little smile instead. Even if he led an army of 10,000 stands before him, he would still be calm and composed. You are Jian Wushuang. A frosty voice suddenly filled the air. The voice sounded cold and proud, making all the experts look over at its origins. They saw a buff man with a crimson-colored battle blade on his back, walking step by step towards Jian Wushuang with his arms crossed. His pace was very slow, but every step contained terrifying power. Every step he took would cause a small treble on the ground. There were strong energies rising from his every step. That energy became more prominent and violent as time went on. The energy of infinite brutality and fear suddenly swept toward Jian Wushuang like a tsunami. He's Tu Qiancheng. The first-ranked genius of Wuxia Wilderness has finally taken matters in his own hands. Does Tu Qiancheng really want to personally take action and kill Jian Wushuang? Hey Tu Qiancheng, this is a true monster you're dealing with. Each of the various sects experts had identified the buff man. Tu Qiancheng enjoyed a huge reputation in Wuxia Wilderness. He was widely recognized in Wuxia Wilderness as the undisputed first-ranked genius who was ranked first of the 12 minor kings. However, following the incredible display of Jian Wushuang's fearful abilities and talents in Saint's tomb, his reputation as the first-ranked genius was challenged. He stopped walking as the energy pressing against Jian Wushuang had reached its peak. Tu Qiancheng finally arrived very close to Jian Wushuang. Qiancheng, Han Yun of the Great Compassionate sect who was standing behind looked over with a frown. Please don't worry, Elder Hanyun. Just leave him to me. Tu Chinching smiled plainly with resounding confidence in his tone. Hanyun's eyesight froze for a second, but did not stop him. Senior brother Chinching, kill him and avenge junior brother Pang Tao. Long Zishan shouted. Both Hanyun and Long Zishan had absolute confidence in Tu Chinching. Their confidence was based on those terrifying victory accumulations that Tu Chinching had obtained. Many years ago, Tu Chinching killed a peak divine demon with thunderous tactics and solidified his reputation as the first-ranked genius, while he was merely a first-class divine demon. A long time had passed since then, and Tu Qiancheng's abilities had only become more powerful, and he finally made a breakthrough to the peak divine demon realm. Not many people knew how strong his abilities were exactly. However, without a doubt, there were no more than a few peak divine demons, and even half-step ultimate gods who could surpass him. His abilities were also the absolute strongest among those sect's experts present. In the opinion of those many various sects experts, the fact that Tu Chinching was going to take matters into his own hands meant Jin Wushuang was already a dead man. Even though Jin Wushuang had shown his abilities in Saint's Tomb, being very powerful and defeated a large number of first-class divine demons by himself, it did not mean that his abilities were enough to withstand Tu Chinching. Jin Wushuang, they'll give you two choices. Tu Chinching crossed his arms and stared at Jin Wushuang coldly. 1. You can kill yourself. That way you could at least die prettier. As for the second choice, it would be me who does the killing. You would end up dead anyway, and that would be a terrible end. Take your pick. You're giving me two choices, and you ask me to kill myself? What confidence? Jin Wushuang laughed out loud. However, he could understand Tu Chinching had his prior victories as proofs which allowed him such credibilities to speak in that manner. Moreover, Jin Wushuang's perfect chaotic creature breakthrough was true to every sense of the perfect term. He had reached perfection in every aspect and was equally perfect in controlling his divine powers to the extent of not leaking even a single trace of his energy. Just purely based on his own control over divine power energies, he could mask his true realm without relying on any secret technique to the extent that none of those divine demons could see through him. No one else could tell either that he had broken through to divine demon realm and a second-class divine demon to boot. If they knew, perhaps Tu Chinching would not feel as confident anymore. If you want me to kill myself, it would be impossible. Why don't you just attack, and I would love to see exactly how strong the undisputed first-ranked genius of Wuxia Wilderness really is. Jin Wushuang smiled. Well then, I shall fulfill your wish. Tu Qiancheng's voice was still cold, but his right hand was already reaching for the crimson-colored battle blade on his back. As he held on to the blade's handle, the battle blade slowly slid out of its sheath with a slight pull. Just as he was unsheathing, bam! Terrifying energy suddenly exploded and filled the entire place. It looked almost like the massive glade had turned into a boundless crimson sea in a split second. Chapter 2474. First-Rank Genius? All those experts on the glade held their breath. All eyes were on Tu Chinching. Under the huge surge of vicious energy, the battle blade was completely unsheathed from Tu Qiancheng's back. Boom! A strong bolt of blade essence rose in an instant. Tu Qiancheng's body moved. Whoosh! A flash of crimson light suddenly appeared in the void. That crimson light seemed like a scarlet mist flowing in the air, but in fact, it was a flash of crimson-colored blade light. The blade light destroyed everything in its way as it slashed open space, heaven, and earth. All of those many experts around showed expressions of surprise and fear when they saw that crimson-colored blade light. Is this the capabilities of Wuxia Wilderness top genius? Too strong. He's way too strong. Nobody can withstand this strike of his. Blade principle at full completion. Tu Qiancheng's understanding of the blade principle has reached the level of full completion. His techniques are even scarier. This strike alone is enough to easily destroy any peak divine demon. He's Tu Chinching in the end. After years of inactivity, the moment he makes a move is shocking, to say the least. Even many peak divine demons from different sects exclaimed in awe when they saw the crimson-colored blade light. That stroke was truly terrifying. It also truly possessed the powers to kill peak divine demons. There were many peak divine demons from different sects, but only a handful of them who could probably withstand that attack. Senior Brother Qianqing. This is Senior Brother Qianqing's true ability. Jin Wushuang is doomed. He's done for sure. Long Zishan started to growl quietly. He was incredibly excited and looked at Tu Qianqing with full admiration. However, Jin Wushuang's facial expression remained the same, while he watched the crimson-colored blade light tearing through the air and sweeping towards him. He was not in a hurry to strike back. Instead, he was allowing the blade light to close in on him. He's still not taking action. Is this Jin Wushuang stupid or something? That can't be it. We've seen his battle strength in Saint's Tomb. Even if he wasn't good enough to withstand Tu Qianqing, he could at least endure for a while instead of being unable to strike back at all. What exactly is this kid planning to do? All the sect's experts could not understand Jin Wushuang's actions, as it was extremely strange. Did he give up? Tu Qianqing's eyes were like lightning as he pressed on with infinite viciousness against Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang began to strike right when Tu Qianqing thought his attacks would sweep him and break his body apart. His move was not fast nor furious, as he merely extended his hand and casually grabbed at the front. Twang! A noise that sounded like colliding metal tore through the air. The terrifying crimson-colored blade light faded in the blink of an eye. A crimson-colored battle blade appeared in the void. The most incredible part was the hand that had tightly grabbed the tip of the blade's edge. An immense strength came from the hand which locked the crimson-colored battle blade in place, just like a clam. What? Tu Qianqing was dumbfounded. Everyone else around did too. Long Zishan, who was shouting in frenzy with fanatical admiration towards Tu Qianqing just a second ago, was also dumbfounded. The entire world seemed to have become quiet for a short moment, until the owner of the hand, Jin Wushuang, slowly raised his head and smiled at Tu Qianqing. Is this the ability which you're so proud of and relied on to make me kill myself? There was a trace of ridicule in Jin Wushuang's eyes. He stood right where he was with one hand folded at his back and the other hand holding Tu Qianqing's battle blade tightly. No matter how hard Tu Qianqing tried, he could not shake the blade off Jin Wushuang's grip. How is that possible? Tu Qianqing was completely puzzled. Just moments ago, he had sworn in front of everyone that he wanted to make Jin Wushuang kill himself. He ultimately made the strike himself and gave all he had to display his most mesmerizing strike. He had used that very same strike which killed off quite a few peak divine demons. However, Jin Wushuang simply stopped Tu Qianqing attack single-handedly, and the crux was he had grabbed onto that battle blade with only his bare hand. But how? Not only Tu Qianqing, but everyone who witnessed it could not believe what they saw. However, Jin Wushuang only pursed his lips and said, I thought the first-rank genius in Wuxia Wilderness was something special, but now that I've met him, he's just Ozo. Jin Wushuang attacked as soon as he finished speaking. His right hand was still holding onto Tu Qianqing's battle blade, which Tu Qianqing could not shake off. His body dashed forward while the index finger of his other hand turned into a lightning bolt and shot outward. His finger attack was so swift that nobody could possibly react to it. Qianqing, fall back now. Han Yun from the Great Compassion sect shouted sternly as he quickly warned Tu Qianqing. Tu Qianqing also realized what was happening and let go of his battle blade before violently shooting his body backward, hoping to avoid the finger attack. Suddenly, however, sheesh. The finger attack speed suddenly sped up and shot through Tu Qianqing's skull in a flash. Tu Qianqing's eyes were wide open with his face still in disbelief, but his life had already ended. Whoosh! Tu Qianqing's lifeless body fell vertically towards the ground. Qianqing. Han Yun and the few peak divine demon elders of the Great Compassion sect looked extremely horrified. Senior Brother Qianqing, Long Zishan, and Yu Aoqing were also extremely terrified. As for the experts from other sects, their shocked feelings were clearly shown on their faces. Nobody would have ever expected that Tu Qianqing, the formerly first-rank genius of Wuxia Wilderness, who had already broken through to peak divine demon realm, would die from a mere frontal attack by Jin Wushuang, despite taking action and displaying his strongest ability. Jin Wushuang's swift killer move had not given Tu Qinqing any chance to struggle or escape. Die, boy! An angry voice filled the void. The few peak divine demon elders from the Great Compassion sect were so furious that their faces turned plum red. Their eyes were bloodshot as they released surging waves of killing intent. Following Hanyan's enraged roar, the Great Compassion sect's 4 peak divine demon elders dashed towards Jin Wushuang at the same time. Just when they were attacking, let's go as well. That's right. Let's do it together and destroy this dreadful creature. Kill him. On the glade, experts from sects which lost many disciples to Jin Wushuang violently dashed forward. All of the experts attacked Jin Wushuang in unison without any hesitation. Previously, they did not know Jin Wushuang had once again advanced his abilities. They thought that Tu Qinqing alone could suppress or even kill him, hence they did not attack together. However, Tu Qinqing was instantly killed, and only now did they realize Jin Wushuang's abilities were obviously beyond their imagination. They had to attack together in order to kill Jin Wushuang. Chapter 2475. The Battle Strength of an Ultimate God. The glade immediately fell into chaos as the fighting began. All those sex experts were mostly first-class divine demons, but there were also many peak divine demons totaling up to a terrifyingly huge number. At that moment, all of them charged forward with only one purpose, to kill Jin Wushuang. Little brother! Zhua Bing screamed as loud as she could from among the crowd, wanting to head up, but Ling Dan and ancient Star Temple experts stopped her with all their might. On the other hand, Elder Ling He and the 7th Elder from Narcissus Island were both silent, while Elder Wujian's body was trembling from feeling extremely helpless. Those few Narcissus Island disciples behind them looked at each other and quietly shook their heads. Nobody could help Jin Wushuang. He was on his own. However, Jin Wushuang wore a frosty smile when he looked at the experts from various sects charging at him from every direction. Is this a siege? Boring. Jin Wushuang shook his head. In Saint's tomb, he had spent most of his time surrounded and besieged by his attackers, causing him to have grown bored of this tactic. He had not expected that as soon as he exited Saint's tomb, he was once again besieged by those experts on the glade. Is besieging really effective? Jin Wushuang mumbled to himself, but the Blood Mountain sword on his back was already in his hand. Jin Wushuang's figure started moving without any forewarning. Ring. In the void, a figure which looked exactly like Jin Wushuang appeared. That figure was not a space-time shadow, but a hologram instead. Formation of holograms was a requirement in order to achieve the first stage of space-time law after all. Leaving a hologram in the original spot he was standing, Jin Wushuang's figure quickly flashed off before returning once again with his real body overlapping with the hologram. However, his Blood Mountain sword has already been slowly returned to its sheath. Chaos still persisted between heaven and earth as those various sects experts were still pouncing toward Jin Wushuang with strong waves of killing intent. However, their figures could only charge halfway. Stop! Stop quickly! Shouted a fearful voice, causing all those experts to stop and looked over the void before them. Seeing that caused all of them to open their eyes wide. The 4 great peak divine demons of the Great Compassion sect appeared in that void spot closest to Jin Wushuang at that very moment. They naturally reached Jin Wushuang first as they were the closest to him, and also took the very first attack initiative. However, what really shocked everyone was the 4 great peak divine demons, including Han Yun, who was the strongest among them, had their heads severed from their bodies. Their heads severed from their bodies. Their 4 heads were flying across the void, yet to touch the ground. Dead, a peak divine demon said with a stutter. I think I saw a sword light flashed by just now. Yes, I saw it too, but it vanished too quickly. I thought I was hallucinating, but then, it's Jin Wushuang. It must be him. He has made a move. Voices of fear rose from everywhere. Those experts who were charging toward Jin Wushuang looked at him once again before looking at those corpses belonging to the Great Compassion sect's peak divine demons. They felt their skulls numbed as fear crept into their minds. The four great peak divine demons had attacked at the same time, but were already killed before they could even see Jian Wushuang's attacks. It only took one strike to kill off the four great peak divine demons. Even Han Yun, who was the strongest among them, did not even have the chance to scream before they were eliminated. What kind of ability was that? An ultimate god, the battle strength of an ultimate god. That's right, it must be an ultimate god. I'm not mistaken. Only an ultimate god could kill the four great peak divine demons in one sword stroke. This Jian Wushuang actually has the battle strength of an ultimate god? Oh heavens, did we just try to attack an expert who possesses the battle strength of an ultimate god? All those experts who came to besiege and attack Jian Wushuang went completely nuts. Other than that, there were many among them who had sensed the explosiveness of Jian Wushuang's divine powers. As a perfect chaotic creature, Jian Wushuang was capable of completely suppressing his divine powers. In normal circumstances, nobody could determine what his true abilities were. However, he definitely needed to use his divine powers once he started fighting and would no longer be able to hide it at that time. As such, they could now sense Jian Wushuang's divine powers had reached the stage of second-class divine demon. One must know that when Jian Wushuang was in peak chaotic realm, he could already defeat 51st-class divine demons. Now that he had broken through 2 realms, shooting from peak chaotic realm directly to second-class divine demon, his ability would have surely surged immensely as well. This fact ascertained to them that Jian Wushuang had truly possessed an ultimate god's battle strength. Retreat. Retreat right now. Back off right away. An ultimate god's battle strength isn't something we can deal with. The various sects experts immediately backed off and gave up on attacking Jian Wushuang without hesitation. They had no choice, as the ultimate god and divine demon realms gap was just too big. Nobody could possibly cross over that gap. Even though there were many experts with tens of peak divine demons among them, they would never dare besiege and attack another expert with an ultimate god's battle strength, even with double that amount, as it would be equivalent to seeking death. If an ultimate god unleashed his full abilities, killing peak divine demons would be as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Jian Wushuang sneered from seeing those experts retreating. They were just being so gung-ho about killing me, but now they are shamefully running away at full speed. Those experts' faces were boiling red upon hearing Jian Wushuang's insult, but could do nothing about it. Jian Wushuang smiled again. Never mind. I'm in a pretty good mood today. I'm too lazy to bring myself to your level. However, if you really want to kill me, I can give you a chance to do that, but you should at least get someone with real abilities. You lot are far from qualified. Jian Wushuang did not care about those experts' reactions around him after speaking. Instead, he sat on the ground in the lotus position and closed his eyes. It was obvious he was just going to sit there and wait for those sects to find some real experts. That was true as well. Jian Wushuang's advancement in Saint's Tomb was way too great, especially after he absorbed the entire divine power ocean and made a breakthrough to the second-class divine demon in one go. His advancement was so huge that he did not know which level he even was in at that point. He needed an opponent, a true expert to fight with. However, the first-class divine demons and peak divine demons that were present could not fulfill his requirements. He had to wait for the arrival of a higher-level expert. Chapter 2476. Fan Jianxian Jian Wushuang sat down waiting with his leg crossed, and the surroundings quieted down once again. Senior brother Qianqing, elder Han Yun, and the other elders, they're all dead? Long Zishan stood on one side, still puzzled over what just happened. Senior brother Zishan, what should we do now? Yu Aoqing next to him looked over. Long Zishan calmed himself down and looked at Jian Wushuang, who was sitting down cross-legged. He said with a grim face, "Wait. I've already informed the sect elders. Very soon, our Great Compassion sect experts will rush over, maybe even be the Supreme Elder. Since Jian Wushuang is staying here to wait for his doom, let's fulfill his wish." Yu Aoqing's eyes were stern. She nodded. However, deep inside, Yu Aoqing had doubts. The experts from various sects around them could not kill Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could clearly leave. However, he did not and chose to stay there instead, waiting for various sects to bring higher-level experts. That probably meant he wanted to fight an ultimate god expert. If the Great Compassion sect only sent the Supreme Elder over, he probably could not touch Jian Wushuang. Hidden in the centermost area of Wusha Wilderness, deep in the prehistoric jungle, was a gigantic sect gate. That sect gate was the gate of the Great Compassion sect. A person walked out slowly from the dark cave. He looked up and gazed at the sky. The sun shone down directly on him, and it was pleasantly warm. "It's been a long time since I looked at the sun outside," the person exclaimed. Then he disappeared in a flash. In a split second, that person had already appeared on the high platform of the Great Compassion sect. "It's the Supreme Elder. We pay our respect to the Supreme Elder." A few first-class divine demons on the high platform identified him right away and bowed down to him. "Open the spatial passage to Saint's tomb," the man said in a frozen voice. "Aye," the first-class divine demons answered. The spatial passage was opened soon after. The man did not wait another second before he stepped into the passage and disappeared. The divine demons on the high platform started discussing. "Why is Supreme Elder going to Saint's tomb by himself? What exactly happened over there?" "Don't know, but it seems to be something big. A lot of sect's disciples were killed by a person at Saint's tomb. Even Great Compassion sect lost some disciples." "Who has the gall to kill our people from the Great Compassion sect?" "Whoever he is. Now that Supreme Elder is taking matters into his own hands, this guy is doomed." The people from the Great Compassion sect all had near fanatical admiration and confidence toward their Supreme Elders. On the wide glade outside of Saint's tomb, Jian Wushuang did not wait too long. Ring! A spatial passage appeared in mid-air. Then, a figure slowly stepped out of it. The experts on the glade looked at the figure. Even Jian Wushuang opened his eyes to look at the newcomer. The person was extremely thin and his face was pale as paper, but at the same time looked extremely young and rather handsome. However, what came into sight was a head full of silver hair. His pupils were deep as if no light could shine through. He carried a green-colored long sword on his back. He only stood there quietly after he stepped out of the spatial passage. There was no energy projecting out of him, and his face was as expressionless as an ancient well. However, it was the appearance of a man like this that made all the experts gasp. Fan Jianxian. It's Fan Jianxian, the indisputable #1 sword cultivator of Wusha Wilderness, the Supreme Elder of the Great Compassion sect. An ultimate god has finally arrived in person. On top of that, it's the extremely terrifying Fan Jianxian. The experts trembled from the inside, admiring him with incredibly respectful eyes. Fan Jianxian was a legend in Wusha Wilderness. He was one who started off weak and gradually worked his way up to become an expert. When he was only a disciple of the Great Compassion sect in his divine demon stage, he was already widely regarded as the #1 genius of the Wusha Wilderness. When it came to natural gifts, he was absolutely on par with Tu Qianqing. He might even be stronger and shone brighter. His reputation resonates in every corner of Wusha Wilderness. As he broke through different realms and finally reached the ultimate god realm, he disappeared from the scene. According to rumors, he went to other domains to explore and seek adventure for a while. Then, he soon returned to the Great Compassion sect and became their Supreme Elder, stationing in the sect all year long. Even though he had not done any fighting for years, his ability was not to be doubted. Supreme Elder. Long Zishan and Yu Aoqing came next to Fan Jianxian and bowed to him. Fan Jianxian only gave them a slight glance, then in an instant, he locked his eyes on Jian Wushuang. "Did my disciple die in his hands?" Fan Jianxian spoke. His voice was extremely aloof. "Yes. Not only junior brother Peng Tao, but also senior brother Qianqing, Elder Han Yun, and the other elders." Long Zishan's face was bloodshot. He said urgently, "Supreme Elder, you must avenge their deaths and break him into countless pieces." "I know what to do. You can all stand back," said Fan Jianxian. Long Zishan shot Jian Wushuang with a cold glance, then stepped back with Yu Aoqing. The other experts around got the cue as well and stood far away. They were worried about becoming collateral damage in the upcoming battle. Under the scrutiny of all the experts, Fan Jianxian walked over, step by step, until he was not more than 100 meters from Jian Wushuang. So, you're Jian Wushuang? Fan Jianxian's voice remained cold. Number 1 sword cultivator of Wusha Wilderness, Fan Jianxian? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and stood up slowly. I've heard about you for a long time, and I finally have the pleasure. Just recently in Anzhou Commandery, somebody recommended you to me. At that time, I gave you a chance to become my personal disciple even without knowing your actual gift and sword principles. What a pity that you declined it. Fan Jianxian stared at Jian Wushuang calmly. Only by hearing that, all the experts from various sects recalled that Jian Wushuang did reject Fan Jianxian. He declined the opportunity to become Fan Jianxian's personal disciple and went to Narcissus Island to become a regular outer disciple instead. To a lot of people, that was an incredibly foolish move. However, as Jian Wushuang gradually unveiled his true gift, they could finally understand why he made that choice. It was simply because he did not want to be tied up by the sect. If Jian Wushuang did accept the invitation from the Great Compassion sect, then Fan Jianxian and he would have been teacher and disciple instead. Fan Jianxian and Jian Wushuang finally met each other, while the people around began to wear a strange expression on their faces. Chapter 2477. A competition of speed. You should not have declined, said Fan Jianxian coldly. Don't tell me, you really think you're qualified to be my teacher, scoffed Jian Wushuang. In Saint's tomb, Crimson Stone's saint wanted to take him as his personal disciple so much that he even offered to give him extremely attractive benefits, but Jian Wushuang was not interested at all. Who did Fan Jianxian think he was? That's also true. However, since you're not my disciple, you'll have to die today. Fan Jianxian still sounded cold. Just as his voice faded, Fan Jianxian's pale hand had reached for the green sword behind his back. Shuang. As the long sword was unsheathed, a bolt of stunning sword essence shot through the void as though a gigantic dragon had woken up. Fan Jianxian single-handedly swung the green sword and swept sideways. Whoosh! A piercing green sword light furiously sliced towards Jian Wushuang. Air was being split open wherever it swung by and suffocated those surrounding experts with its terrifying power. Jian Wushuang remained at the same spot and watched as the green sword came at him. However, he had no intention of dodging, but to fend off with his own sword. It was not until when the green sword light arrived 3 meters before him that Jian Wushuang suddenly took action. His right hand formed a claw grip as a mixture of surging divine powers and sword essences gathering in his palm. In the blink of an eye, his hand had already held onto the incoming sword light and squeezed it really hard. The green sword light, which almost made all those surrounding experts suffocate, had exploded under Jian Wushuang's squeeze. Countless green sword lights were dispersed in every direction. An attack at this level is quite insufficient to kill me. Wu Jinshuang continued to stand there with a smile. However, those divine demons around were already stunned beyond words. They were already incredibly shocked when Jian Wushuang grabbed Tu Qiansheng's sword light. However, the person who just issued that attack was a legitimate ultimate god expert. Even though the ultimate god had not unleashed his full power, that casually released sword light, which was already incredibly powerful, was neutralized by a bare-handed Jian Wushuang and squeezed till it exploded. That ability. As expected, you're already equipped with an ultimate god's battle strength. Moreover, your body is also extraordinarily strong. Fan Jianxian's face was cold and expressionless, even though Jian Wushuang had squeezed his sword light. After all, that sword strike was only casually issued just to test out Jian Wushuang's true abilities. The test results were clear. Regardless, whether your battle strength is merely comparable to Ultimate God, even if you really are an Ultimate God expert, you are still going to die because you killed my personal disciple. Fan Jianxian's eyes shot out a cold light. With a huge noise, his sword essence shot up into the sky. Fan Jianxian's figure was moving mysteriously under the infinite sword essences. Similar to teleportation, Fan Jianxian's figure appeared in front of Jian Wushuang as he thrust out his green-colored long sword. The strike silently instantly stabbed through Jian Wushuang's body and exited from the other side. So fast. Those many experts around were shocked by watching the battle. Did Jian Wushuang die? No, that can't be. Those divine demons' faces changed. Fan Jiangxian's pupils slightly shrunk as well because the Jian Wushuang that he stabbed had gradually disappeared. Space-time shadow? No, a space-time shadow wouldn't be able to escape my soul power's scrutiny. That was not a shadow. It's a space-time apparition. A piercing light flashed in Fan Jiangxian's eyes. Space-time apparitions were something that could only be formed by possessing an extremely high understanding of the space-time law and reaching the first stage. What Jian Wushuang just formed was a space-time apparition, something completely different from the space-time shadow he had formed a while ago. This kid has reached such a high level of understanding towards space-time law? Fan Jianxian also felt incredibly shocked. The difficulty of understanding laws only got harder with each increasing stage. In normal circumstances, the first stage of law understanding was something very difficult to achieve, even for a regular ultimate god. For example, Fan Jianxian was still a far cry from reaching the first stage of law understanding. However, Jian Wushuang had obviously achieved the first stage of space-time law, since he could so easily form an apparition. He might even be quite skillful in that stage. Jian Wushuang was on a higher level than him when it came to the understanding of laws. Ring. A soft ring sliced through the air. The ring was very soft and might even be unnoticeable to first-class and peak divine demons. However, Fan Jianxian had super sharp senses. As the ringing started, he did a backhand with his sword, leaving a strange slash-trace in the void before suddenly retracting the tip of his sword from the void. Previously, there was nothing in that part of the void, but when the sword tip retracted, a cold crimson-colored long sword appeared, and along with it was Jian Wushuang's figure. Clank! Jian Wushuang's figure vanished once again. Oh, competing in speed? Humph, do you think I would be worried? Fan Jiangxian's eyes projected a coldness as his figure shook and vanished. In the middle of the battlefield, both Jian Wushuang and Fan Jianxian exploded with great speeds. Two ghastly figures flashing repeatedly in the void. Every time the surrounding speculators saw their figures flashed, they had already appeared in another part of the void. They would appear 1,000 meters above in one moment and on the ground by the next while causing explosions with every clash. Those two figures mysteriously intertwined. Nobody could catch where the figures would appear next as they could only see violent flashes of sword lights sweeping willfully. On the glade, those sex experts and their disciples were stunned to the core. Goodness! This is what true speed looks like. We divine demons are very fast as well, but it's incomparable to this. Be grateful. Be grateful that we didn't continue attacking Jian Wushuang, or else he would have slaughtered all of us as easy as lifting a finger just by relying on his terrifying speed. Ultimate God. This is an ultimate God. Countless experts exclaimed in awe. Those disciples from various sects all showed fanatical and excited expressions. It was the first time for most of them to witness a battle on the ultimate god level. The most unbelievable part was that one of those ultimate gods was a disciple just like them, visiting Saint's tomb to look for opportunities. However, this person had gained the ability to challenge an ultimate god in the blink of an eye. Just from the situation alone, both of them were more or less equal in the fight. At least, Jian Wushuang and Fan Jianxian were on similar levels judging from their speed. Chapter 2478. Sword World, Junior Brother Wushuang could actually evenly fight with Fan Jianxian? That isn't just anyone, that's Fan Jianxian. Zhong Yi, Su Tong, and the rest of Narcissus Island disciples could only widen their eyes in shock. Of the three Narcissus Island elders, Elder Wujian's face turned blue while Elder Lingyi and the seventh elder faces were filled with shock. In the battlefield center, the two were frantically flashing with each of them, wanting to suppress the other with their speed. Fan Jianxian, your moving technique is pretty good. Jian Wushuang slightly smiled. Don't dream of surpassing me just because you have a higher understanding in space-time law, scoffed Fan Jianxian. He might be below Jin Wushuang when it comes to the understanding of laws. However, he possessed a set of secret techniques on movement skills. With those secret techniques, he could unleash his ultimate speed, which was definitely comparable to Jin Wushuang's speed. As their speeds were about the same, they could only compete on sword principles. Ring. Jin Wushuang held his sword with one hand and swung it at will, chopping, stabbing, and sweeping, fully displaying his understanding of sword principles. As for Fan Jianxian, he was called Sword Immortal One and was also the #1 sword cultivator of the Wuxia wilderness. Hence his accomplishments were evidently extremely high. He was shrouded by heaven-shaking sword essences, appearing like the dictator of sword principles while displaying his swift and incomparably overpowering sword techniques. Attack. Non-stop attacks. Fan Jianxian's sword technique had a different yet similar style to Purple Blood Saint's, which leaned more on the one extremities. He attacked in a frenzy with his sword technique, maniacally oppressive and not leaving any breathing space for Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang was able to face those attacks quite calmly in the beginning. However, after a short while, he began to be on the losing side and making passive defenses. I'm not as skilled as he is with sword principles. A head-to-head battle puts me at a disadvantage, Jin Wushuang told himself. It was understandable, as Jin Wushuang may have lived a rather long life in his previous lifetime, but he did not spend much time on sword principles. Even though he was advancing at an incredible speed, his current life's time span was too short, and he was also too young. It was only through various opportunities obtained in Saint's Tomb that allowed him to reach complete sword principle realm. However, Fan Jianxian had made a name for himself for a long time. His understanding of the sword had reached complete sword principle realm and was already at an extremely high level a long time ago. Fan Jianxian was also very skillful when it came to close-quarter combat. Hence, it was only normal for Jin Wushuang to be at a disadvantage purely from a sword technique standpoint. However, right at that moment, ring. Jin Wushuang's figure blurred and suddenly 3 Jin Wushuangs appeared. Apparitions. It was still a space-time apparition. The only difference was that Jin Wushuang could form a total of 2 apparitions. Together with his true self, it looked like there were 3 Jin Wushuangs. 2 great apparitions? Fan Jianxian's face immediately changed. Forming a space-time apparition was the first sign of one reaching the first stage of space-time law understanding. In Saint's Tomb, Jin Wushuang's understanding of space-time law was already infinitely close to the first stage of apparition, forming before studying the Fengtian Scroll. The Fengtian Scroll was an immense help to him. By borrowing the secrets which Fengtian Scroll had revealed to him, he gained huge advancement after 10 days despite studying sword techniques, space-time law, and transmigration at the same time. With regards to space-time law, he was not only able to step into the first stage and form his first apparition, but he was also able to form the second one as well. It showed that he had gained an extraordinary understanding regarding the first stage of space-time law. Every time he gained one more space-time apparitions, it greatly increased his speed. As such, when Jin Wushuang formed 2 apparitions at the same time, his speed had suddenly increased a great deal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jin Wushuang's figure flashes continuously while his Blood Mountain sword had shifted from defense to offense and repeatedly attacked Fan Jianxian. Damn, his speed is a lot faster than before. Fan Jianxian's face turned gloomy. He had initially successfully suppressed Jin Wushuang with his sword technique, and that was also based on the fact that they were on a similar level of speed. However, Jin Wushuang was currently moving around Fan Jianxian and completely avoiding head-to-head combat since the great increase in his speed. He was looking for the right opportunities to attack at this moment. It mattered not how skillful Fan Jianxian was with his sword when he could not even touch Jin Wushuang at this point. Scram! Fan Jianxian growled quietly as a flourishing white light was suddenly released from his body. The extremely blinding white light had lit up heaven and earth. In fact, it was a frosty cold sword light that frenzy projected its attack in every direction. Jin Wushuang's figure was forced back by the sword light, and the two of them once again widened their distances from each other. Jin Wushuang, I truly have underestimated you. Fan Jianxian stared at Jin Wushuang with a heavy expression on his face. Even though he held back a little, A simple clashing of swords showed him that Jian Wushuang's true abilities were not to be taken lightly. You have a very high understanding of sword principles, but based on the understanding of laws, you're below me. Show me your strongest ability. Otherwise, your reputation as the #1 sword cultivator of Wuxia Wilderness would have to be given to me. Jian Wushuang smiled. As you wish. Fan Jianxian did not waste any more words as a strong light grew in his eyes. Ring shapeless sword essences swept out from Fan Jianxian's body. However, what surprised everyone was that sweeping sword essence had then turned solid. The wall of sword essence swept into every direction like a gigantic domain, almost shrouded the entire battle in an instant. The dreamlike sword essence was like an ocean filling every corner. Fan Jianxian stood in the epicenter of the sword essence ocean, like a dictator of sword principles. This is Sword World? Jian Wushuang felt the ocean of infinity sword essences around him, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Sword World, the first stage of sword principles understanding. The realm of swords. This stage required forming a sword world within one's own body. Once the sword world was completed, it would be one with heaven and earth. During future battles, one could then bring out the sword world from inside their body and suppress their opponent. The sword essence ocean that swept out of Fan Jianxian was clearly a sword world. Fan Jianxian, he had already formed his own sword world? Jian Wushuang also felt rather stunned. He had studied Purple Blood Saint's understanding of sword principles in detail and knew how difficult it was to build his own sword world. According to the Purple Blood Saint's words, Sword World was extremely difficult to develop even among ultimate gods. There were only a few people who could barely develop their own sword world. All of them had very strong capabilities and were extremely talented in sword principles. However, Jian Wushuang had not expected Fan Jianxian to have that kind of capability. Chapter 2479. Shellboom in the Sword World. Fan Jianxian was its dictator. The infinite sword essences that filled up the surroundings suddenly pressed towards Jian Wushuang in a frenzy when he directed with his finger. The kind of pressure was different from those of regular domain secret techniques. Regular domain tactics only suppressed the opponent's abilities by limiting his speed and etc. However, Sword World's pressure was a kind of oppression. The type of oppression imposed directly on the opponent's body and mind with a huge deterrence effect. With the Sword World's oppression, Jian Wushuang felt an uncontrollable fear deep in his heart. That fear had caused him to have great trouble gathering divine power, sword essences, and using various tactics. Due to that reason, his abilities had decreased in an instant, especially on his sword techniques. If a sword cultivator was oppressed by the Sword World, the effects on him would be strengthened. However, at the same time he was being oppressed by the Sword World, a thought came to Jian Wushuang. This feeling doesn't feel right. This Sword World. Jian Wushuang began to scrutinize and investigate the Sword World. Die, kid. Fan Jianxian did not leave any leeway for Jian Wushuang's investigation. As soon as the Sword World started oppressing Jian Wushuang, he appeared right away. The infinite ocean of sword essence suddenly retreated to the side, following the sound of great waves, while Fan Jianxian, who was standing in between them, completely turned into a sharp blade that could pierce through the heavens. He ignored all obstructions and pierced through the void. End by Emperor. Whoosh! An overbearing sword essence swept up. It felt so natural for Fan Jianxian when he issued that strike, since he was the dictator of that sword world after all. A terrifying sword shadow appeared out of thin air, as it seemed it was going to cut open space. Every object that it passed through was dissolved. All the cultivators surrounding the battlefield were completely captivated by that incomparably domineering and overbearing sword shadow. Their eyes grew wide from shock. Watching the domineering sword shadow cutting towards him, Jian Wushuang squinted before releasing a surging of explosive divine powers from his body. While forcing himself to endure the Sword World's oppression, Jian Wushuang raised his Blood Mountain sword once again and swung it. His sword's plain swing did not cause any effects to the void in front of him. Everything was incredibly calm. However, It was in such calmness that a traceless sword shadow suddenly slashed open the void. Ring. A huge sword light appeared. It looked as though the sword light had connected both heaven and earth. It was extremely bright and blinding to the eyes. When it appeared, it had become the focal point of heaven and earth. It even became eternal. The various sects experts who were scattered around the battlefield could not help but be mesmerized by the sword light. The strike was so beautiful. Throughout the oceans and wilderness, heaven and earth aligned. The incomparably domineering sword shadow made contact with the sword light and became the eternal heaven and earth. Boom! With a huge rumble, the terrifying impact of residual energies began to spread maniacally. Heaven and earth were shaking along with the sword essence ocean that filled every corner. It seemed like all of them could not withstand the incredible collision. The sword essences which were surrounding both of them also began to falter. After the collision, whoosh! A figure embarrassingly dashed outwards. The dash sent him to the sword essence ocean's edge before he would barely stop his momentum. That figure was none other than Jian Wushuang. Under the sword world's great oppression, he was at an obvious disadvantage during the clash. Even so, Jian Wushuang did not show any signs of disappointment. On the contrary, he wore a happy smile. "I see, Fan Jianxian. I've overestimated you." Jian Wushuang's laughter was resonating between heaven and earth. "I was shocked as I thought the sword world you unleashed was a complete one. However, it seems that the sword world you formed was only a shell of the actual thing. Although it contains a few oppressive functions, it's still a far cry from the real sword world. I had felt it was impossible you possessed that kind of sword principle understanding, and you have proven so now. You simply haven't reached the level of sword world. In fact, you're still pretty far from it. My guess is you have personally experienced other sword experts displaying their sword worlds to oppress you. Hence you learned to build a shell of it all by yourself." Fan Jiangxian's face turned stern and said coldly, "Even if it's just a shell, it's still enough to oppress you. Is that so?" Jian Wushuang smirked. Ring ring. An extremely strong sword essence suddenly rose from Jian Wushuang's body. The sword essence began sweeping violently in every direction, pushing away the infinite sword essence ocean around it. As it got pushed away, the suppression effect on him had decreased quite a bit despite Jian Wushuang still somewhat being oppressed by it. "I'm not going to waste time on you any further. Let's decide who's the victor now," said Jian Wushuang coldly. "Come at me then." "Why? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fan Jianxian showed no fear. He was a well-respected ultimate god with extremely overpowered abilities and had absolute confidence in his sword world. Boom! Fan Jianxian suddenly took a big leap. As he leaped out, the infinite sword essences focused at a single point. Fan Jiangxian's eyes were projecting a thick light of essence. The green-colored long sword in his grip had lashed out. Boom, 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 heaven and earth turned dark as the void around them trembled and rose up. A gigantic green-colored sword shadow began enlarging in front of everyone's eyes, covering both sky and sun. In the end, it shrouded half of the void. Infinite god powers and sword essences gathered within the green-colored sword shadow. As the green-colored sword shadow appeared, all those sects experts looked desperate. That's way too strong. That energy was unbelievably strong. With energies as such, this might be Fan Jiangxian's strongest strike. Many were exclaiming in awe. Yes, the strongest strike. Fan Jianxian had unleashed his maximum abilities as the #1 sword cultivator of Wuxia Wilderness. As the overbearing green sword shadow was forming, Jian Wushuang only smiled faintly. His right hand, which gripped on Blood Mountain sword, tightened up slightly. Surging divine powers were swiftly charging into the sword. At that moment, Jian Wushuang also raised his divine power to his limits. He had become a perfect chaotic creature when he advanced from the chaotic realm to second-class divine demon, during which his divine powers were refined from his transcendence and morphing. In addition, the divine powers in his primordial void celestial body had also been increased. When he completely unleashed his divine power, Jian Wushuang would not be weaker than a regular ultimate god. In fact, he even felt that his divine power could be slightly stronger than regular ultimate gods. Due to that fact, he had held back his divine power and only unleashed 70% of it when clashing with Fan Jinxian a while ago. However, he was currently unleashing 100% of it. Chapter 2480. Defeated. Surging divine powers were charging the Blood Mountain sword and causing it to begin trembling violently and became extremely blood-red. Jian Wushuang stared intensely at the green sword shadow wall coming toward him while he was raising the Blood Mountain sword. A terrifying hatred was gathering in his sword. I just created this strike not long ago and hasn't shown it to anyone. You'll be its test subject today. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold as ice as the energies in Blood Mountain sword were charged to its limit. In the blink of an eye, the wide-spanning transmigration law power began to burst out. Transmigration sword technique. Hateful path toward heaven. Boom. The Blood Mountain sword swung downwards. The swing had sliced the void into two halves. Hate. 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 The sword light that was filled with an infinite hatred willfully swept across the void. Sword essences filled everywhere it passed by, as if it had paved the entire way to heaven. Hateful Path Toward Heaven was a move Jian Wushuang created while studying Fengtian Scroll. It was also the third move in his transmigration sword technique after Endless Cycle and Samsara Empty Strike. It was also the debut of that move. A sword light that was filled with hatred stunned everyone as soon as it appeared. Under the watching eyes of countless experts around, the magnificent hatred-filled sword light clashed head-on with the wave-like green sword shadow that was pressing in. For a moment, it looked like two entire worlds had collided. What came with it was an earth-shattering boom. The infinite sword essences and divine powers expanded violently towards every direction. The heavens were screaming while the earth was shaking. A divine power windstorm suddenly swept up which reached far and wide. It shrouded the entire battlefield in a force that could destroy heaven and earth. Retreat. Let's retreat, quickly. Back off as far as we can, hurry. The experts' disciples from various sects who were standing around the battlefield retreated in fear. Many pairs of fearful eyes stared at the divine power windstorm on the battlefield and were gasping in awe. It was way too powerful. For those first-class and peak divine demons, an ultimate god's ability was way too strong, such that it was horrifying and suffocating. Fan Jiangxian's ability was to be expected, but I didn't expect Jian Wushuang could be this strong as well. Someone exclaimed. A while ago, all of them had the idea of killing Jian Wushuang. However, at that point, many sects have given up on that notion. Obviously, none of the Wuxia wilderness sects would take experts with an ultimate god's battle strength lightly. Even Narcissus Island, one of the top 10 sects, only had one known ultimate god was the Lord of Narcissus. In the other sects, many did not even have an ultimate god in residence. Therefore, however much they hated Jian Wushuang, they would not pick a fight with an expert possessing an ultimate god's battle strength. Ring, ring, ring. The heaven and earth finally calmed down. The overbearing divine power windstorm had also died down gradually, revealing what was supposed to be the battlefield. However, the previously flat battlefield grounds had disappeared and was replaced with what appeared to be huge craters left behind by the sweeping divine power. A figure stood on each end of the battlefield. Naturally, they were Jian Wushuang and Fan Jinxian. They stared at each other from either end of the battlefield with extremely cold expressions. Has a conclusion been determined yet? Who won and lost exactly? Those sex experts stood around the battlefield and stared at both of them. If it was in the past, they would assume Fan Jinxian was the winner without a doubt. He was a widely recognized true ultimate god and the top-ranking sword cultivator with an incredible reputation after all. Regardless of how strong Jian Wushuang could be, he was probably only in the divine demon realm in the end. However, as the battle carried on to that point, nobody could be certain about Fan Jinxian being the victor anymore. The battle strength that Jian Wushuang displayed was truly not below that of Fan Jinxian. Everyone stared at both of them as the battlefield quieted down. Right at that moment, there were some slight changes to Jian Wushuang's expression. The corner of his lips curved slightly upwards as he wore a mysterious smile. The number one sword cultivator of Wuxia Wilderness is only so-so, right when his voice faded. A big gulp of blood shot out of Fan Jiangxian's mouth and spilled all over the ground. Fan Jiangxian was pale to begin, but his face had turned deadly white now. The breath of his divine power had also sharply decreased. The sight of that shuddered everyone on the scene. He lost. Fan Jiangxian has been defeated. The number one sword cultivator actually lost to Jian Wushuang, who was still merely a divine demon? Oh, heavens! From today onwards, the title of Wuxia Wilderness number one sword cultivator would have to change its owner. The experts were wearing all kinds of expressions on their faces, with many of them feeling agitated. Fan Jiangxian had become a legend very early on. However, someone had stepped violently on the legend that day. By stepping on the legend himself, he became the new number one sword cultivator. It was none other than Jian Wushuang. How's that possible? Long Zishan, Yu Aoqing, and many people from Narcissus Island were all shocked beyond words. They almost could not believe what they had just witnessed. Especially Narcissus Island's Elder Lingyi and the Seventh Elder. They secretly felt regretful for agreeing with the Lord's decision to abandon Jian Wushuang now. However, it was too late. On the edge of the battlefield, although Fan Jiangxian was badly injured, he was not dead yet. He stuffed 2 elixirs into his mouth, and as those elixirs went down, the paleness on his face slightly faded away. Afterward, he once again looked at Jian Wushuang with mixed feelings. Unexpectedly, you don't only have an incredibly deep understanding of space-time law. Your understanding of transmigration law was not bad either and had reached the first stage. In addition, that strike which you created by combining transmigration law and your own sword skill was truly powerful. Fan Jiangxian was extraordinarily skillful with the sword, but even he had to admit the strike Jian Wushuang last shown was truly remarkable and strong. Judging purely from the power of that final strike, it was even slightly stronger than his own most powerful strike. I have nothing to say about losing to you. From now on, the number one sword cultivator of Wuxia Wilderness is you. Fan Jiangxian seemed to have lost all his pride as an ultimate god expert before Jian Wushuang. The number one sword cultivator of Wuxia Wilderness, haha. I have no interest whatsoever in this title. By the way, aren't you sending messages for reinforcement? There's no need to hide. Just take out the message token and do it. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly with an air of jest. Fan Jiangxian's face changed right away, as it was exactly what he was doing, secretly sending messages for other Supreme Elders to come. As for what he said, that was just to distract Jian Wushuang. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang had read his mind. What surprised Fan Jiangxian was, Jian Wushuang remained calm as usual without any thoughts of escaping even after knowing he was summoning reinforcement. Where did his self-confidence come from? Chapter 2481. The Three Supreme Elders hum. 2 figures slowly stepped out of the spatial passage when it appeared. One of them was a 2 meters tall, brawny elder with long purple hair. His towering figure stood there like a mountain. The brawny elder had black thunderbolts flashing around his body, which made him look exceptionally sturdy and formidable. The other person was a slender young woman, completely shrouded in a black robe. The pretty young woman stood there without making a sound, as if she had turned into darkness. The people on the glade turned tumultuous when they saw those 2 arrived. Ultimate gods. 2 ultimate gods. These 2 are the other 2 supreme elders of the Great Compassion sect. The black-robed woman was in Junju. I heard she's a killer and the top assassin in the Wuxia Wilderness. However, after she became a supreme elder a long time ago, she had stopped doing that. Otherwise, anyone could hardly survive after being targeted by her. The purple long-haired elder is the tyrannical Lei Chong, who is also a reputable ultimate god super expert in the Wuxia Wilderness. Lei Chong, and Junju, and Fan Jiangxian. All the 3 supreme elders of Great Compassion sect are here? A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. The various sects' divine demons experts shuddered. Ultimate gods were highly exalted in Wuxia Wilderness. It was usually extremely difficult to even see an ultimate god. No wonder everyone was in a stupor when they saw three ultimate gods appearing together. Those three ultimate gods were there for Jian Wushuang alone. You are here? That's quick. Jian Wushuang stood there watching the arrival of Junju and Lei Chong with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Along with Fan Jianxian, I hope these three will not let me down. Jian Wushuang's fighting spirit had explosively risen in his heart. The three supreme elders of the Great Compassion sect had soon gathered together. Brother Jianxian, are you injured? What's the matter? Lei Chong asked. The supreme elders had addressed each other as brothers and sisters. It's Jian Wushuang. Not only did he possess the power of an ultimate god, but his combat skills are also at the peak of the ultimate god realm. I was careless and got accidentally injured when I fought against him. It's him? Lei Chong glanced over at Jian Wushuang. He's only a divine demon, a second-class divine demon to be precise. Could he possibly have the combat prowess of an ultimate god? And Juju was surprised. Don't underestimate him. His strength and capabilities are not confined to his cultivation level. Besides, he has an extremely high understanding of laws. Not only can he appear in 2 hologram images using the space-time law, but he has also mastered the first stage of transmigration law. His sword skills are comparable to mine, Fan Jianxian explained solemnly. It's strange that he did not try to escape even after knowing I've sent a message to both of you. I believe he must have some strong backing which he hasn't revealed yet. Lei Chong's expression was cold. Strong backing? No matter who or what that is, he will have to die for hurting you and killing so many Great Compassion sect's genius disciples. Let's act together and kill him. Following Lei Chong's stern orders, the 3 supreme elders of the Great Compassion sect concurrently took action. A majestic sword intent rose as Fan Jianxian displayed his sword world once again. Although the sword world was only a shell, it had a repression effect on Jian Wushuang. While the sword world rolled out, Junior Brother Fan, "It'll help you," said Junju, who waved while being shrouded in a black robe. A stream of dark air current instantly welling up from her body before shot out in all directions at an astonishing speed. The dark air current soon enveloped the entire battlefield and formed a huge dark domain before combining with the sword world and crashing down on Jian Wushuang. This move, Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered. He recognized the technique performed by Junju. When the few Great Compassion sect's genius disciples besieged him in Saint's Tomb, Yuaoqing, one of the 12 minor kings, had performed the exact same move. However, Yuaoqing's move was obviously not at the same power level as Junzu's. Junju was Yuaoqing's master after all, and had taught Yuaoqing that technique. The combination of the sword world and the dark domain had greatly oppressed Jian Wushuang. The 3 supreme elders made their moves and attacked Jian Wushuang with Lei Chong leading the attack. It was 3 against 1. The various sects' experts who acted as spectators had a strange expression on their faces. In their opinion, Jian Wushuang's strength was incredible nonetheless, but his age and cultivation level were still rather young. However, those 3 Great Compassion sect's supreme elders had joined forces against Jian Wushuang despite having lived for such a long time. Such bullying behavior was rather embarrassing. Then again, the world was never fair in the first place. Only strength and power were acknowledged. The Great Compassion sect's background and strength were acknowledged, so no one present dared to say anything even if they thought those 3 supreme elders were bullying the younger generation. Thunder exterminate. Majestic black thunderbolts pervaded Lei Chong. Under the guidance of his finger, the black thunderbolts in the void formed 9 black dragons. Each of those 9 dragons contained terrifying world destruction powers. On the command of Lei Chong, those 9 dragons roared and attacked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang remained calm and advanced forward as the 9 dragons headed for him. Swash, swash, swash. 9 horrifying swordlights appeared at the same time, and each of them decapitated one of those 9 dragons' heads. Those 9 dragons could barely even put up a struggle before collapsing instantly. I must say, that was rather powerful, but my moves aren't as simple as it seems either. Lei Chong's eyes were cold as he stared ahead. A large number of black thunderbolts rolled out and instantly formed a black hell after the 9 dragons' collapse, trapping Jian Wushuang within it. Following that, a large number of black thunderbolts blasted upon Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2482. Fighting against three ultimate gods, each of those black thunderbolts bombarded Jian Wushuang's divine body. If it was an ordinary divine demon, those black thunderbolts would have instantly pulverized his body. However, Jian Wushuang's divine body was the most perfect divine body that only a perfect chaotic creature could possess. The black thunderbolts did no harm to his body. Humph! Letting out a cold and derisive snort, he discharged his majestic divine power and crushed those black thunderbolts into debris. Jian Wushuang was suddenly alarmed. He had similar feelings before in the Saint's Tomb when Yu Aoqing planned her attack during the siege. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang disappeared, and an apparition took the place where his previously physical body was. Chug! The void was torn apart as a sharp dagger directly passed through Jian Wushuang's apparition. A shrouded black-robed Junju unexpectedly appeared in the void. She was the one who stabbed the dagger. An apparition? Junju squinted her beautiful eyes. Indeed, it's you. Your skills are much more sophisticated than Yu Aoqing, but it's a pity I won't fall for the same trick twice. Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in a void not far away with a grin on his face. Earlier at Saint's Tomb, Jian Wushuang was not able to escape from Yu Aoqing's perfect sudden attack. If it were not because of his invincible divine body, he would have perished. Even though Junju had the perfect timing and technique, Jian Wushuang was no longer the same as before. His ability to perceive danger had improved by multiple folds, allowing him to detect Junza's assassination move far in advance. Don't be too happy. Junju glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly. In a flash, the dark air current circulating around produced identical figures. Two figures stood side by side, each holding a dagger and aimed violently at Jian Wushuang. This is the Dark Clone? Jian Wushuang was amazed. The Dark Clone was an ability acquired when the one reached a rather high level in understanding the law of darkness. Junju had obviously attained that ability with her high understanding of the law. Exterminate! Jian Wushuang raised his sword with a backhand motion. The sword technique impelled space-time and caused ripples to form in the surrounding void. That was his space-time sword technique, first form, cutting snow. Two dark clones were immediately smashed by Jian Wushuang's sword. Jian Wushuang. A loud roar sounded abruptly and Fan Jianxian appeared next to Jian Wushuang. His face was stern as the green long sword in his hand turned into a steel whirlwind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of sword shadows were attacking Jian Wushuang from multiple tricky angles. Jian Wushuang had just defeated the two dark clones and was recovering from the suppression of both Sword World and dark air currents. The sudden attack from Fan Jianxian had caught him off guard. However, he was able to regain his composure very quickly. Piss off, my defeated opponent. Jian Wushuang's long sword thrust forward with the strength of Samsara as he performed transmigration sword technique. Second form, Samsara Empty Strike. Interchanging between the palpable and imperceptible moments, it was hard to see which sword moves were real and which were just an illusion. Fan Jianxian contracted his iris to stay focused. He was wounded by Jian Wushuang before. Although he recovered a fair bit after swallowing the elixir pills, his combat power was nowhere at his peak. He dared not let down his guard and exhausted his strength to resist that attack when faced with Jian Wushuang's sword, causing his body to be expelled to some distance away. Right then, an extremely terrifying and violent aura came from above Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang raised his head, only to find Lei Chong had somehow appeared above him in the void. Lei Chong's body soared to a height of 5 meters with two large hammers in his hands. The two large hammers looked like two hills and impelled the unabating power of black thunderbolts when being waved around. Go to hell, brat! Lei Chong descended like the god of thunder while yelling. The two large hammers in his hand were swinging around frantically, ready to slam down hard on Jian Wushuang. Rumbling, the heaven and earth growled fiercely under those two large hammers. Jian Wushuang knew it was too late for him to dodge, so he could only raise the sword in his hand and discharge an astonishing gush of divine powers to parry off the attack. However, with a loud bang, the heavens seemed to crack open, releasing waves of violent black world-destroying thunderbolts. After the loud noise, a stream of light slammed into the ground below like a meteorite. That stream of light was surprisingly Jian Wushuang. He was smashed into the ground by Lei Chong's two large hammers, and the ground suddenly shook as a huge pothole appeared. Before Jian Wushuang could stand up from the pothole, a surging amount of black thunderbolts formed around Lei Chong's body. Black thunderbolts explode. Kaboom! Along with the collision of two large hammers, huge black thunderbolts as thick as buckets descended. The huge black thunderbolt was aimed directly towards the pothole where Jian Wushuang was located. Kaboom! The pothole and the entire surface of the ground were destroyed. The black thunderbolts covered the entire ground and destroyed everything. After a while, the black thunderbolts gradually dispersed. Somewhere above in the void, the trio, Lei Chong and Junju and Fan Jianxian stood side by side as they looked down below. Is Jian Wushuang dead? Fan Jianxian murmured. Humph, if just based on attack power, I'm rather powerful and violent among many ultimate gods. This brat has been hit twice in succession. The last Black Thunderbolt's explosion move was extremely powerful. Even an ultimate god who suffered its frontal attack would be severely wounded if not killed. It would be hard for Jian Wushuang, who is just a divine demon, to resist that kind of impact, explained Lei Kuan scornfully. No, we can't pass judgment based on common sense for Jian Wushuang. His divine body is invincible. Senior brother Lei, your two moves might not be able to kill him, but perhaps it's not a far cry to seriously injure him, said Fan Jianxian. Let's see. And Junju seemed extremely cold. From around the battlefield, the various sects experts were also staring at the seemingly lifeless scorched earth that had been previously covered by those black thunderbolts. Jian Wushuang was in the hole. Everyone was curious if Jian Wushuang survived those brutal attacks. Suddenly, boom, large rubbles were lifted up from the pit as a young figure stepped out of the debris and appeared in front of everyone. Your thunderbolts were good enough to scratch my itch. Jian Wushuang looked up at the trio in the void while grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 2483. Destroyed. He's not dead? Lei Chong had lightning in his eyes. Not only is he not dead, but the breath of his divine power also has not weakened. It seems he was unfazed, said Junju coldly. This brat, Fan Jianxian's expression was extremely ugly. On the ground, Jian Wushuang raised his head to look at the three ultimate gods above and slowly receded his smile. Among the three ultimate god experts, Lei Chong's attack was brutal and is the strongest among the three. And Junju is good with the law of darkness and domain control. She is able to derive a clone of herself, and she also has perfect assassination skills. She is indeed someone extraordinary. Fan Jianxian appeared to be the weakest of them, murmured Jian Wushuang. These three ultimate gods have joined forces, and it's indeed difficult for me to contend with them single-handedly. If that is the case, Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. The stellar strength which had integrated into his divine Bodis blood and essence instantly surged and spread from within his body. 7 Stars Secret Technique. Activate. The 7 Stars Secret Technique was one of the 5 most powerful secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sect. It was much more advanced than the Stellar Star Secret Technique practiced by Jian Wushuang in his previous life. The Stellar Star Secret Technique he performed in his past life was heaven-defying. However, without the will of Heaven Wei's influence, he would require a long recovery period before performing it again. On the other hand, the 7 Stars Secret Technique was different. Once the 7 Stars Secret Technique was refined and fully integrated with divine powers, as long as the cultivator had sufficient divine power, one could perform and repeat the technique over and over again without the need to take a break. Hence the reason it was considered one of the strongest secret technique of the 7 Stars Black Sect. Jian Wushuang began to execute the secret technique with nothing holding him back. With the power of stellar strength, Jian Wushuang's divine power breath spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Initially, he had just crossed into the second-class divine demon realm. However, he soon progressed to peak of the second-class divine demon realm in a short time. He was only a small step away from becoming a first-class divine demon. Having made that achievement, he relaxed his pace a little. The peak of the second-class divine demon. Unfortunately, the first volume of the 7 Stars Secret Technique could merely help me improve by half a realm at most. If I can refine the second volume of the 7 Stars Secret Technique, I would be able to cross into first-class divine demon. Well, it's good enough. Jian Wushuang balled up his fists to examine his powers and felt his divine powers improved quite a fair bit. At the same time, his majestic divine power burst out wildly from behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a huge golden god shadow was formed. The golden god shadow had then increased in volume and risen to 900 feet from Jian Wushuang's realm improvement. The 900 feet of golden god shadow was very close to the divine god of punishment second stage and could assist Jian Wushuang in his strength improvement. Using 2 major secret techniques simultaneously, Jian Wushuang's overall strength instantly rose to a whole new level. Now, I can have a good fight with all of you. Jian Wushuang raised his head. His sharp eyes met the 3 ultimate gods above. Under his gaze, the 3 ultimate gods felt a tremendous pressure on them. This brat's divine power breath seems to have improved? Fan Jinxian commented. I felt it too. The golden god shadow of his seems to be powerful as well. And Junju looked solemn. No matter what trump card he has, we have 3 ultimate gods join forces. It should be enough to put up a fight. How can we be afraid of him? Lei Chong said coldly. Both Fan Jinxian and Junju nodded in agreement. At the very next moment, the Sword World and Dark Domain once again oppressed Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. It's that domain again? Do you think I don't have one? Now, I want to see whose domain is stronger. Jian Wushuang waved his large hands and several palm prints were sent directly towards the void ahead. The prison of punishment. Rumbling. The golden divine power suddenly erupted from the golden god shadow and gushed from all directions at a terrifying speed. The surrounding world was originally covered in the dark air current domain of Junju. However, under the crazy impact of the golden divine powers, the dark air currents were retreating. In just an instant, the dark air current domain was shattered by the impact and had completely collapsed. Did he just crush my domain? Even Junju was shocked to see what happened. After her domain collapsed, the golden divine power was still steady going forward, forming a huge golden divine power ocean that engulfed the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. Thereafter, the golden divine power ocean transformed into a huge golden prison. This is the golden prison? Many various sects' genius disciples were shocked to see the scene. Most of them had seen the golden prison in Saint's Tomb. None of the nearly 50 first-class divine demons who tried to kill Jian Wushuang had a chance to escape due to this infamous golden prison. They were either mercilessly slaughtered by Jian Wushuang, or they had to crush their safety token to escape from the tomb. The golden prison had reappeared once again. What was different from before was that the golden prison currently had 3 great compassionate sects' supreme elders within it. 3 ultimate gods. They were trapped inside the golden prison. Lei Chong and Junju and Fan Jinxian looked solemn. They did not take it lightly just because their opponent was a divine demon. Suddenly, boom, following the control of Jian Wushuang's mind, the golden divine power swept across and acted on the bodies of those 3 ultimate gods. They instantly felt a huge mountain weighing billions of pounds was on top of them. The oppression had greatly reduced the power they could exert. This domain is much stronger than what I've displayed. And Junju said coldly, Be careful. Lei Chong added. Jian Wushuang, who was under their close observation, made a move. Swoosh. His figure flickered and left 2 apparitions in the void. The infinite sword intent discharged by Jian Wushuang was like a hungry and ferocious beast as it lurched frantically towards its prey. Look what I've got, screamed Lei Chong. Black thunderbolts surged out of his body that had soared to a height of 5 meters and formed a black thunderbolt prison of 100 meters diameter from him. He stamped his soul hard, and the void under his feet immediately cracked open as he held a large hammer in both palms and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Following that, his two large hammers were flung out. Chapter 2484. Destroyed 2. Star Thunderbolt Explode. Lei Chang's eyes flashed with dangerous murderous intent as his two large hammers destroyed the world. Transmigration Sword Technique. Hateful Path Toward Heaven. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword swung around fiercely. Boom. The void was directly cut into half. Hate. 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 His sword light wantonly swept through the heaven with unrelenting hatred, and wherever the sword intent went past, it left a trail of ascent towards the way of heaven behind. That was the move that severely wounded Fan Jianxian earlier. The only difference was Jian Wushuang had superimposed that move with the 7-star secret technique and divine god of punishment, increasing its power by multiple folds. Two horrible blows of attacks collided. Head-on. Bang. The sword light hit the large hammer's surface and made a ringing sound, causing waves of invisible ripples to spread. The black thunderbolts around Lei Chong instantly dimmed, along with the surrounding black thunderbolt prison, which started falling apart. His figure propelled like a cannonball, and finally slammed hard on the golden prison's wall behind him. His divine body trembled and caved in from the impact as he spat out blood. Senior brother Lei Chong was defeated, and Junju and Fan Jianxian were shocked. Without warning, Jian Wushuang appeared next to Junju. Junju was startled but not flustered. As her figure floated upward, dark air currents appeared in front of her and wrapped around Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang glanced at her coldly, and he swept the Blood Mountain sword in his hand around 3 times. Wham! A huge sword net emerged and slashed the dark air currents into pieces. Jian Wushuang took a step and sent out 2 apparitions at the same time to approach Junju through the dark air currents. A vague sword light swept out. The sword light was captivating, like something that could only appear in a dreamland. The moment it appeared, space-time seemed to be completely frozen. Space-time sword technique, first form, cutting snow. No good. And Junju sensed danger. She was the queen of darkness, a killer and expert in dealing with fatal blows at perfect timings. However, she was not good at fighting head-on. With Jian Wushuang being so close to her and his horrifying swordsmanship, she knew she could not escape. At the juncture of life and death, Junju tried her best to move aside. Fortunately, she managed to avoid the deadly sword. However, Jian Wushuang maneuvered the sword light across with just a casual flick of his sword and cut through Junzu's shoulder with the unique Samsara strength. Chug! Junzu's right arm flung out. Senior sister. Not far away, a shocked Fan Jianxian immediately turned into a stream of light and attacked Jian Wushuang. The green long sword in his hand discharged a shocking power that completely covered Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang glared at Fan Jianxian before waving his sword in anger and freed himself. He did not use any skills. It was just a plain chopping motion, but done with great strength. Clang! The sword intent around Fan Jianxian faded while his figure was also severely smashed against the gold prison's wall. In the blink of an eye, 3 supreme elders and 3 ultimate gods of the great compassionate sect were defeated. They hardly had any room to struggle before they were destroyed. My hand. And Junju retreated a distance away. She was shrouded in the darkness again, stared at her right shoulder, and began using her divine power to regrow a new arm. However, she was surprised by the presence of a unique divine power around the wound. It was a unique power called Transformation of Transmigration Law, which made her unable to regrow her arms. Losing an arm had sharply decreased her combat powers. Jian Wushuang acted and was targeting Junju. Damn it! Junju wore an extremely ugly expression. Just when Jian Wushuang decided to keep hunting Junju, a black light appeared without the slightest sign next to him. Jian Wushuang's danger-perceiving abilities allowed him to instantly notice the black light. It was a baby's fist-sized black bead. Although the bead was not big in size, its destructive aura was strong and suffocating. Jian Wushuang's face sank and swerved to the side. Nevertheless, before he could do anything, the black bead exploded. Boom! A terrifying power broke out from within. The power was much stronger than a full-blown attack from Lei Cheng. It could actually be as powerful as a blow from a high-level ultimate god. Jian Wushuang was naturally hit by its mighty power since he was so near to the black bead, causing his body to be completely plunged into the violent force. In the void not far away, Lei Cheng rose to his feet again. He looked rather embarrassed with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful. He crushed me in a head-on battle. He's much faster than junior sister and Junju. His sword skills seem to be a bit more advanced than junior brother Fan Jianxian. The most important thing is the secret techniques he possesses are terrifying, especially that domain which he is putting on display at this moment. I can't properly utilize my strength under this domain's limitation. In summary, even if his overall combat power is not comparable to an ultimate god's, it was infinitely close. This black bead is a life-saving weapon which I paid a huge price to refine. Its power may be equivalent to an ultimate god's attack, but it's impossible to kill him with just one bead. Lei Cheng's face turned cold and immediately yelled out, "Junior sister and Junju, junior brother Fan Jianxian, come here now." The single-armed and Junju and the severely wounded and pale Fan Jianxian rushed to Lei Cheng's side without hesitation. Lei Cheng then flipped his hand and took out an identical black bead, but this time he did not aim at the void where Jian Wushuang was. Instead, he aimed it toward the golden prison's wall. The black bead instantly exploded when it hit the wall. The terrifying power was concentrated at one tiny spot that even the stiff golden prison's wall could not resist. With a loud bang, a big hole was blasted on the golden prison's wall. "Go!" Lei Cheng screamed as he escaped from the golden prison within Junju and Fan Jianxian. At the same time, Jian Wushuang, who was at the golden prison center, had also broken free from the thunderbolt bead's explosion, and he chased after the trio. Chapter 2485, 100,000-fold Payback. On the glade far and wide, a huge golden prison was suspended in mid-air. The various sects experts could only hear the horrifying peal of thunder from the prison, but had no idea what was happening in it. With a loud bang, a huge hole blasted through one of the golden prison's corners, and three piteous figures shot out from the hole at their fastest speed to the distant heaven. The golden prison completely disappeared after the trio escaped. The golden divine power had also dissipated and revealed a figure in the golden prison center. Jian Wushuang looked magnificent and stunning with his sword in one hand, and the 900 feet tall golden god shadow behind him. In the void at a distance, the three piteous ultimate gods had lost their tyrannical posture. Lei Cheng, his face was quite pale with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, while the black thunderbolts around his body dimmed. Fan Jianxian, his breath was extremely weak while the sword and tint surrounding him was decadent. The worst was in Junju. Although she was still shrouded in darkness, everyone noticed her missing arm. The three ultimate gods were extremely miserable. On the other hand, there were no signs of defeat or disadvantages on Jian Wushuang. In fact, the aura emanating from him was much stronger than before. Looking at the brutal contrast, the various sects experts instantly understood the battle's outcome. The three ultimate gods joined forces and lost? Everyone was shocked and speechless. Of course, a small number of them were starting to get somewhat used to this familiar scene. Starting from the opening of Saint's tomb up to where they were, Jian Wushuang had proven his strength through multiple battles, rising from an unknown figure to someone terrifying. There was a massacre in the tomb, and almost no one thought he could survive being besieged by many genius disciples, but he survived. Facing the siege of nearly 50 first-class divine demon disciples, including several 12 minor kings, everyone thought he was dead meat. However, the nearly 50 genius disciples were defeated by him. He was peerless throughout his time in the tomb. After Jian Wushuang came out of the tomb, the various sects experts had joined forces to kill him. Everyone thought that Jian Wushuang was bound to die. In conclusion, he instantly killed 2 Qinqing before killing Han Yun and 3 other peak divine demons who fought against him in a formation. At that time, everyone was appalled by his capabilities. Thereafter, Supreme Elder Fan Jianxian of the Great Compassion Sect challenged him to a duel. Again, everyone thought no matter how strong Jian Wushuang was, he would not be able to do much before an ultimate god, but Fan Jianxian was defeated by Jian Wushuang to everyone's astonishment. Up until his latest battle, 3 ultimate gods fought against Jian Wushuang. Yet those ultimate gods were defeated. It was a miracle. Jian Wushuang had created multiple nearly impossible miracles within a few months' time since the opening of Saint's Tomb. Genius, demon, or even monster were no longer appropriate words to describe Jian Wushuang. Many experts had then looked at Jian Wushuang like looking at a truly omnipotent god. And at that very moment, the omnipotent godlike young man in their eyes was advancing forward step by step with his sword pointed up at the heavens. As he slowly approached those 3 ultimate gods, there was a sneer on his face. "You 3 ultimate gods sure escaped fast." The trio felt extremely ashamed upon hearing his claim. 3 ultimate gods joined forces against 1 divine demon, and yet they were defeated altogether to the point they had to play their trump card to escape from the golden prison. That was truly embarrassing. Jian Wushuang stopped, but the jeering smile on his face was bigger than ever. "You can run, but you can't hide. If the 3 of you escape, what about the remaining Great Compassion Sect's genius disciples? And how could your Great Compassion Sect tame my anger?" Lei Chong and the other 2 ultimate gods were startled when Jian Wushuang said so. On the glade, Great Compassion Sect's genius disciples such as Long Zishan and Yu Aoqing were bitterly disappointed. They discovered Jian Wushuang was very close to them. If Jian Wushuang took his anger out on them, they could possibly be instantly killed by Jian Wushuang with no room to struggle as they were only disciples in the divine demon realm. Even Long Zishan and Yu Aoqing would never have any chance of surviving when facing Jian Wushuang. "Jian Wushuang, what exactly do you want to do?" Lei Chong shouted loudly. "What am I going to do? You have to ask yourself this question." Jian Wushuang's voice became cold. "From the moment I stepped into the tomb, I did nothing wrong and had not provoked anyone. Despite that, the genius disciples in the tomb came after me again and again. First, Pang Tao forced me to surrender the sword principal opportunities that I've earned. After that, Pang Tao wanted to put me to death in the fight for the position token. Out of no choice, I had killed him. Subsequently, the Great Compassion Sect's genius disciples went berserk and wanted to kill me madly. Even after I came out of the tomb, your Great Compassion Sect was among the first to attack me. 2 Qinqing, the 4 great peak divine demons, and lastly you 3 supreme elders. Have I ever provoked any of you? Now, isn't it ridiculous for you to ask me what I wanted to do?" Jian Wushuang's voice echoed throughout the glade and shook the heavens. The various sects experts wore a strange look on their faces when they heard that. They thought about it carefully and seemed that it was as Jian Wushuang had said, he did not provoke anyone. On the other hand, it was those greedy people who had actively sought trouble with Jian Wushuang. Apart from the Great Compassion Sect's disciples, other various sects' disciples were also beheaded by Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang came out of the tomb, it was 2 Qinqing and the others who picked a fight with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had been passive and merely fought for his life. In fact, Jian Wushuang suffered a big loss. In the distant void, those 3 ultimate gods were unsteady as they knew they were at fault. Lei Chong's voice eased. "Jian Wushuang, this incident may have been started by the Great Compassion Sect, but you have killed many of our disciples who are genius disciples." Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. "So what? I believe in the principle of doing good unto people who are good. If anyone offends me, I will pay back 100 or even 1,000 times worse." Chapter 2486. Explanation: Didn't you ask what I want to do? Let me tell you now. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold as it echoed throughout the world. "Listen, I want you to think carefully after you go back and give me an explanation which satisfies me and relieves me of anger. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the Great Compassion Sect a visit in person to ask for it." You may have a strong background, so strong I may not be able to do anything against you. However, mark my words, as long as my anger persists, I'll stay at the Great Compassion sect's entrance and kill anyone who steps out of the sect until the last disciple and expert. How dare you? Lei Chong yelled furiously. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Try me. In addition, my patience is limited. I'll give you 1 month's time at most. Within a month, if the Great Compassion sect fails to give me a satisfactory explanation, I will do as I've said. Lei Chong's face was pale. Very well. Let's wait and see. Go, Lei Chong yelled. The Great Compassion sect's 3 ultimate gods, as well as their disciples Long Zishan, Yu Aoqing, and the others, did not linger around and soon left. Jian Wushuang watched the Great Compassion sect and the others leave without stopping them. After the Great Compassionate's people had left, Jian Wushuang turned around and was about to leave, but stopped abruptly after taking 2 steps. By the way, I remember when I walked out of the tomb, the Great Compassion sect was not the only sect who wanted to attack me. Jian Wushuang's razor-sharp eyes swept across the remaining sect's experts around. The complexion of those experts instantly turned pale. Even Great Compassion sect's 3 ultimate gods who stepped up could not do any harm to Jian Wushuang and were defeated. If Jian Wushuang were going to get even with the other sects, it would most probably end up, Humph, all of you who planned or had your disciples to do something to me in the tomb when I had a bounty. I remember all of them, so you better think about how to calm my anger. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang sneered, and his laughter made those experts' scalps numb. Jian Wushuang ignored those sects and slowly walked in the direction where Narcissus Island's people were. In the void where Narcissus Island's disciples were located, Elder Lingyi and the 7th Elder were trembling. Elder Lingyi subconsciously came forward to greet him upon seeing Jian Wushuang's approach. Jian Wushuang, Elder Lingyi spoke, only to find that Jian Wushuang was not interested in her. He merely walked past her and appeared in front of Elder Wujian. Brother Wujian, nothing happened to my parents, right? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. His attitude towards Elder Wujian remained gentle, and because he was no longer a disciple of Narcissus Island, he did not address Wujian as an elder. Instead, he addressed Wujian as Brother Wujian, which was also quite cordial. Don't worry, my friend. Your parents are safe, said Wujian. Thank you, Brother Wujian. I'm going back to Anzhou Commandery now. You can let my parents go back too, said Jian Wushuang. All right. Wujian nodded slightly. If you ever come to Anzhou Commandery in the future, you can visit me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Definitely. Wujian was touched. After that, Jian Wushuang glanced at Zhong Yi, Su Tong, Wei Qing, Xiao Hong, and the other disciples behind Wujian. He nodded politely and turned around. Big sister, I'm going back to Blazing Moon City now. Do you want to go together? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. At the ancient star temple, Zhuo Bing immediately stood up. Yes, I haven't been back to see our parents for a long time. Zhuo Bing rushed towards Jian Wushuang. The ancient star temple elders and Ling Dan did not hold her back anymore. Let's go. Jian Wushuang and Zhuo Bing set off to leave, heading to the Blazing Moon City in Anzhou Commandery. The various sects' experts who were present exchanged looks and felt complicated, especially the 2 Narcissus Island elders, Elder Lingyi and the 7th Elder. After Jian Wushuang walked out of the tomb, Jian Wushuang did not even glance at the 2 of them, let alone greet or speak to them. We shouldn't have made a decision so quickly. We should have waited longer for Jian Wushuang to come out of the tomb and observe his true strength before making a decision. Elder Ling's face was distorted in anguish. No, the Lord was not wrong in making a timely decision. Only then can Narcissus Island not be implicated. But what we didn't expect is that Jian Wushuang's strength has improved so much after his trip to the tomb. Even the 3 Great Compassion sect's supreme elders were defeated by him. The 7th Elder clicked her lips. They felt sorry for Narcissus Island. What a terrible loss of a genius. A divine demon who could defeat 3 ultimate gods at the same time. His combat power might have easily surpassed the Lord of Narcissus Island. Jian Wushuang was still young with huge potential. His future was bright and limitless. How great if such a genius disciple belonged to Narcissus Island. Although Jian Wushuang was only an outer disciple and did not have much sense of belonging in Narcissus Island, if they did their best, even if it were only symbolic to help him instead of chasing him out, perhaps Jian Wushuang would have felt very differently towards Narcissus Island. His sense of belonging might even have improved. Sadly, they had sent this superior demon away. Of course, they were regretful. On the side, Elder Wujin sneered, "Huh, do you know how stupid the decision was? You are stupid, and so is the Lord. You don't even know how incredible Jian Wushuang is, nor try to see his potential before making a decision. What's the point of regretting it now? It's useless. Jian Wushuang no longer belongs to Narcissus Island." Both Elder Lingyi and the seventh elder were even more ashamed after hearing Elder Wujian's words. They could not but feel helpless when they thought of what could have been a better outcome. After Jian Wushuang left, the experts and genius disciples of the various sects on the glade also left one after another. Many sects left in a hurry as Jian Wushuang had made it clear to them. Those sects who had taken action against Jian Wushuang were on pins and needles. They must return to their sects immediately and discuss with their leaders how to deal with this matter. The trip to Saint's tomb finally ended. Chapter 2487. Going home on the way back to Anjio Commandery. Little brother, did you really defeat those 3 supreme elders of the Great Compassion sect? Little brother, how on earth did you cultivate your skills? Father sent me a message a long time ago, saying your sword skill is unparalleled in the world. I didn't believe it much at that time, but now, Zhuobing was talking nonstop while walking alongside Jian Wushuang. She was obviously impressed by her little brother's strength. Jian Wushuang was rather patient with his relatives and hence briefly responded to her questions. By the way, little brother, if the Great Compassion sect hasn't given you an explanation after a month, will you really pay them a visit? Zhuobing looked over quizzically. Jian Wushuang smiled. Of course I will. Since I have already said so, I will definitely not break my promise. However, the Great Compassionate sect is recognized as the top sect of Wuxia Wilderness after all. Its background and strength should not be taken lightly. Zhuobing frowned. I know. I've absolute confidence to handle them since I've decided to do so. Big sister, don't worry. I'm not bragging. There may be some experts in Wuxia Wilderness who can beat me, but there are almost none who can kill me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was not bragging. His divine body was extremely powerful from being a perfect, chaotic creature. He had the perfect immortal body, making it impossible to kill him even if an undying saint tried to. Generally, the ultimate gods were the strongest in Wuxia Wilderness. Even when many ultimate gods combined their strength, they could pose no harm to him since they were unable to kill him. Jian Wushuang knew there was a mysterious expert in the Wuxia Wilderness when he mentioned almost none. Taoist Xian Shun. The Taoist who visited Blazing Moon City when he was born, calculated his birth chart, and bestowed him the name, Jian Wushuang. If there was anyone capable of killing him in the Wuxia Wilderness, Taoist Xian Shan would be one of them. We're home. Jian Wushuang was pleased. After journeying for a few days, Zhuobing and Jian Wushuang finally arrived at Blazing Moon City. The two immediately went toward the governor's mansion. At the gate of the governor's mansion, whoosh, 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 4 figures flew out of the mansion and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Pleasure to meet Master Jian Wushuang. The 4 of them respectfully saluted Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang studied the 4 people in front of him. Those 4 people were second-class divine demons. They must be the ones sent by Elder Wujian to protect his parents. The 4 had already sent Shui Yunfeng and his wife to a safe place, but returned to Blazing Moon City due to Jian Wushuang's return. Although Elder Wujian is an elder of Narcissus Island, it's remarkable he can mobilize 4 second-class divine demons based on his personal abilities. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and immediately waved his hand. 4 interspatial rings appeared in front of those 4 people. Thank you very much for your help. There are a lot of resources in these interspatial rings. Please take them as my gratitude. You may leave and return to Narcissus Island now that I'm here, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. The 4 second-class divine demons took those interspatial rings and took a quick glance inside it. They were overjoyed to discover its contents. Jian Wushuang had killed many genius disciples in the tomb, and among them were many first-class divine demons. He also killed the 5 peak divine demons, such as 2 chinching outside the tomb. He was rich from making a fortune out of their belongings. The 4 second-class divine demons were extremely pleased to receive the gifts from Jian Wushuang. Master, will now leave? The 4 second-class divine demons left soon after. Jian Wushuang and Zhuo Bing stepped into the governor's mansion. As soon as they were in the mansion, Jian Wushuang immediately spotted Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin, who were welcoming them from the inner courtyard. Father, mother. Zhuo Bing ran over immediately. Binger. Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were very happy. Father, mother. I'm home, Jian Wushuang called out gently. I heard from those 4 masters that you've encountered some troubles and was forced to secretly evacuate us. Your mother and I have been worrying about you. Has the trouble been resolved now? Zhuo Yunfeng looked over. Almost, replied Jian Wushuang. Father, little brother is amazing. His strength is even more impressive. We don't have to worry about anything with him around. Zhuo Bing comforted. Oh. Zhuo Yunfeng looked curious. Don't listen to big sister. She is exaggerating. As long as I'm around, I'll never let my relatives suffer. Jian Wushuang promised. Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin looked at each other and were quite relieved upon hearing that. Luo Xinqin had figured Jian Wushuang's real origins. She suspected Jian Wushuang might be a reincarnated person. However, whether Jian Wushuang was a reincarnated person or otherwise did not matter to them, as they were content with Jian Wushuang willingly considered them as his parents. Come, let's go in and talk. It so happens Punger sent me a message yesterday, saying he will be back in a few days. We will have a reunion soon, said Zhuo Yunfeng. Second brother is coming back? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and a smile appeared on his face. 3 days later, Zhuo Peng returned from the Ice Fire God Palace. The family had finally reunited and had a family dinner. At the family dinner, Zhuo Peng told his parents everything that had happened to Jian Wushuang in Saint's tomb. He even asked Jian Wushuang directly, Third brother, I heard from several seniors at Ice Fire God Palace that you killed a lot of various sects' genius disciples in the tomb, and those sects were angry. However, none of them could do anything to you. Even the ultimate gods who attempted to do so were defeated, right? Jian Wushuang was speechless. Ultimate gods? Zhuo Yunfeng was taken aback and immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Husband, what are ultimate gods? Luo Xinqin asked. Ultimate gods are super experts in Wuxia wilderness. They are above the divine demon realm. I heard many top sect leaders in Wuxia wilderness, such as Lord of Great Compassion Sect and Lord of Narcissus Island, are ultimate gods, said Zhuo Yunfeng. What? Luo Xinqin was startled and immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. She was still in shock when she said, Shuanger, did you really defeated those ultimate gods? I merely engaged a few duels with them. It was not as exaggerated as what second brother said. Jian Wushuang touched his nose and smiled lightly. Even then, Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were still shocked. My son, Zhuo Yunfeng was amazed, but was able to understand after considering Luo Xinqin's speculations. Just when Jian Wushuang and his family were reunited, a sudden huge explosion was heard in Wuxia wilderness. The Lord of Great Compassion Sect who spent years in retreat came out. Chapter 2488. The Lord pays a visit. The Lord of Great Compassion Sect, the true leader of the Great Compassion Sect. The 3 supreme elders, Lei Chong, and Junju, and Fan Jianxian, also held extremely high status in the Great Compassion Sect. However, the true and sovereign leader of the Great Compassion Sect was ultimately the Lord. He was also recognized as the strongest expert in the Wuxia wilderness, a genuine high-level ultimate god. The Lord had spent many years in retreat, such that most daily management of the Great Compassion Sect was handed over to the 3 supreme elders. The Lord had finally returned from his retreat. It happened right after the 3 supreme elders of Great Compassion Sect were defeated head-on by Jian Wushuang. The true reason for the Lord's return was clear. On the second day of his return, he and the three ultimate gods left Great Compassion Sect and headed towards Anzhou Commandery. News traveled and caused an uproar in Wuxia Wilderness. In Anzhou Commandery, hidden in an underground dark palace, several figures headed by Governor Baiyu stood waiting respectfully. Behind Baiyu were patriarchs of the 6 top families in Anzhou Commandery, some of which Jian Wushuang knew, such as Lin Taifeng, head of the Lin family, Zhuge Yuanchou, head of the Zhuge family, and Xiang Zong, head of Xiang family. Those people, including Baiyu, were all waiting for someone. They stood there patiently waiting, with none dared to complain of any dissatisfactions they may have. After a long period of time, a bright light lit up at the palace's center, and a spatial wormhole slowly came into sight. They are here. Baiyu's expression became more alert and respectful than before. The light gradually dimmed and 4 figures stepped out of the spatial wormhole. Among those 4 people was a handsome middle-aged man who was dressed in a loose long robe, apart from Lei Chong, and Junju, and Fan Jianxian. This middle-aged man had stubbles on his chin and was giving off the impression of someone with a warm personality. Angius Governor Baiyu. It's my pleasure to meet all of you. Baiyu and the 6 family heads behind him immediately bowed and saluted. Are you the governor? The handsome middle-aged man glanced at Baiyu. Baiyu shuddered under his gaze as if he was fully exposed. Lead me to Jian Wushuang, said the handsome middle-aged man casually. Yes, please follow me. Baiyu immediately led the way. The 6 top family heads were grim and proper. They knew the identities of those 4 people very well. Any one of those 4 people could easily wipe out the 6 top families and even the entire Anzhou Commandery with just a wave of their hand. Under the guidance of Baiyu, it took them some time before arriving at the Blazing Moon City where Jian Wushuang was. My lord, this is Blazing Moon City. Jian Wushuang's father is the city's governor. Jian Wushuang is currently staying in Blazing Moon City, Baiyu reported. The handsome middle-aged man nodded slightly, but his eyes were examining the surrounding void. Haha, quite a few people are here. The handsome-looking middle-aged man faintly laughed, but his voice could be heard throughout the void. Behind the handsome middle-aged man, those 3 ultimate gods, including Lei Chong, looked extremely cold. As an ultimate god, his perception abilities were extremely sensitive, and he naturally felt the presence of those people hiding in the void. Most of those people were spies from various sections, some of which were the sect's experts, and even a few sect lords were among them. Oh, that person's here too? The handsome middle-aged man was surprised. As far as his soul power could reach, he could see an elegant green-robed man standing in the void not far away. Behind the elegant green-robed man were Narcissus Island's elders, such as Elder Lingyi and Elder Wujian. The elegant green-robed man was no other than the remarkable Ling Gong, Lord of Narcissus Island. Jian Wushuang was from Narcissus Island. What a pity! The handsome middle-aged man secretly shook his head. My lord, Jian Wushuang is in the governor's mansion. They'll bring him out now, said Baiyu. No need. The handsome middle-aged man waved his hand and turned serious. Yun Zhan from the Great Compassion Sect is here to visit my friend, Jian Wushuang. A magnificent voice came from the handsome middle-aged man which echoed throughout the entire Blazing Moon City. Anyone who was at any corner of Blazing Moon City could clearly hear the voice. In the governor's mansion, Jian Wushuang's family had gathered together. Jian Wushuang was holding a cup of tea in his hands. When the handsome middle-aged man's voice echoed throughout Blazing Moon City, Jian Wushuang's eyes focused as he put down the teacup. Little brother, Yun Zhan is... Shuabing frowned and looked over. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Lord of Great Compassion Sect. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Earlier, he received a message from Wujian about the Lord of Great Compassionate Sect had come out from his retreat and was heading over to meet Jian Wushuang. The Lord of Great Compassion Sect? Zhuabing, Zhuapeng, and Zhua Yunfeng were taken aback. The Great Compassion Sect was the recognized top sect in Wuxia Wilderness. It was not hard to imagine the status Lord of Great Compassion Sect had. Shuanger. Luo Xinqin looked at Jian Wushuang worriedly. He's just a high-level ultimate god. It's no big deal. Father and mother, just wait here for a while. They'll be back. Big sister, second brother, please stay by father and mother's side, said Jian Wushuang. Sure. Zhuo Bing and Zhuo Peng both nodded their heads. They knew they were unable to help Jian Wushuang at all. After Jian Wushuang made the arrangements, he departed towards the void above Blazing Moon City. Two apparitions flashed past, and Jian Wushuang soon appeared before the Great Compassion Sect Lord in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang studied the handsome middle-aged man. Is he the Lord of Great Compassion Sect? Jian Wushuang stared at the handsome middle-aged man while his eyes rolled around in deep thoughts. In any case, he could see the other party was a high-level ultimate god, which is incomparable to ordinary ultimate gods like Lei Chong and Fan Jianxian. Are you Jian Wushuang? That handsome middle-aged man also stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were flashing with a strange luster as he attempted to read Jian Wushuang's expression but unfortunately failed. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. Yes, I am. Is Lord Yunzhan here to give me an explanation? The Great Compassion Sect is the recognized top sect in Wuxia Wilderness. If you want us to give you an explanation, you must first prove your strength. It's useless even though you have previously defeated the three supreme elders, said Yunzhan solemnly. I wonder how Lord Yunzhan wants me to prove myself? Jian Wushuang smiled. It's very simple. Yunzhan raised his hand and stretched out 3 fingers. Just accept 3 of my palm strikes. Chapter 2489. 3 palm strikes. Withstand 3 palm strikes from you? Jian Wushuang smiled. He had speculated earlier a tyrannical sect like the Great Compassion Sect would not bow down to him easily. However, the Lord of Great Compassion Sect was more cunning when dealing with issues. He asked Jian Wushuang to withstand 3 palm strikes from him as a means to test Jian Wushuang's strength. If Jian Wushuang was not strong enough, he would die under the 3 palm strikes and the problem would be resolved. However, if those 3 palm strikes had neither killed nor injured Jian Wushuang, Yunzhan planned on making an excuse to retreat so as to avoid getting humiliated. One could not help but to admit that, as the Lord of Great Compassion Sect who made the sect flourish for many years, Yunzhan was good at dealing with matters. Very well, they'll take on your 3 palm strikes, said Jian Wushuang while nodding. Right here? Yunzhan asked. Sure. Let's do it high up in the sky to avoid disturbing the city below, said Jian Wushuang. Yunzhan nodded. Very well. Here comes the first strike. Immediately after his voice faded, a majestic breath of divine powers began to gather within his palm. Everyone around was stunned at that divine power breath was a few times more powerful than a regular ultimate god's. As divine powers gathered to a certain point, Yunzhan's right hand turned into a warm jade before striking forward at the void. The strike seemed so nonchalant, but instantly stirred up a world of its own. Boom! A heaven-shaking energy began forming. A tall, crystallized palm that covered half of Blazing Moon City formed out of thin air. The crystallized palm crushed the void and everything it came across before striking directly at Jian Wushuang. When the palm appeared, countless cultivators in Blazing Moon City raised their heads in shock and desperation. If that palm was to strike down on Blazing Moon City, the entire city would turn into ashes. Jian Wushuang was calmly watching that palm striking heading toward him. He shifted his body and swung out with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. A blurry, almost dreamy sword shadow swept outward. The sword light swept toward the crystallized palm and sliced it apart right in the middle with a shattering noise. A complete trace of sword slash appeared, and the palm was sliced into 2 halves. Large amounts of shattered, crystallized divine power began to fan outwards, causing the void to suddenly become very colorful. However, both divine power and sword essence were confined in the skies, therefore not affecting Blazing Moon City at all. It's proven that you have good battle strength since you're able to shatter the charged palm strike containing 70% of my strength so easily, but watch out for the next one. They'll be using all of my powers. It's an ultimate secret technique that I created myself, said Yunzhan. 1. Just come toward me. Jian Wushuang smiled with excitement shining in his eyes. Yunzhan squinted as surges of divine power began to gather in his palm again. but this time it was more expanded and powerful than before. A thin layer of red light appeared on the surface of his body as his palm gradually became blood red. With the power charged to its maximum, the blood-red palm was suddenly sent outwards. "Giant devil ape!" Yunjun yelled out sharply. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. The ever-expanding red light lashed out together with the palm and began to crystallize. It formed a huge object in the blink of an eye. It was a several hundred meters tall, fierce-looking giant devil ape. The devil ape had blood-red eyes while swinging its pair of thick, strong arms. Its upward roar caused ripples between heaven and earth before its body burst straight towards Jian Wushuang. There were terrifying energies pressing against Jian Wushuang. Perhaps even early-stage ultimate gods such as Lei Chong and Fan Jianxian would have failed to block such an attack. The Lord of Great Compassion sect is truly a high-level ultimate god. His abilities are truly remarkable. Jian Wushuang was exclaiming in his mind as he watched the giant devil ape charging at him. However, in the next moment, the stellar strength within his body began to violently rise. Using the stellar strength within, Jian Wushuang's energy had surged a great deal, so did his strength, which had also increased immensely. He held tightly on Blood Mountain's sword, which was making waves of neighing sounds before taking a leap. Jian Wushuang nonchalantly swung the sword sideways. Just a nonchalant swing without sword light or sword shadows bursting out. There were no ripples either. The void in front of him was calm as well. However, under the calmness, a gigantic sword light appeared out of nowhere. The sword light, as if connecting heaven and earth, was extremely bright and captivating. The moment it appeared, it became the core of heaven and earth, the focal point of it. It had even turned eternal. Throughout the oceans and wilderness, heaven and earth aligned. The sword light appeared before the giant devil ape following a string of whipping noises. The giant devil ape roared maniacally and lashed out violently with its two arms. Boom! A terrifying rumble suddenly filled the air. The entire void was trembling as shapeless airwaves swirled up and swept in from multiple directions. Finally, the giant devil ape was completely dissolved, and the sword light which Jian Wushuang unleashed had disappeared as well. Jian Wushuang's body shook as he took a small step backward. As for Yunjun, he did not retreat even a bit since Jian Wushuang was slightly below his skill level. To be able to take my palm strike just now proves you're already above the 3 supreme elders of Great Compassion sect. However, what I'm going to unleash next is my most powerful creation and also my deadliest strike. It's called Crimson Elephants. Yunjun's voice was cold as his hands had not even stopped for a while as he issued his third palm strike right after Jian Wushuang took his second. Boom! Heaven and earth shook again as blood mist exploded into the air immediately after that. The entire void above Blazing Moon City had turned crimson as though it was inside an ocean of blood. Powerful energies were gathered at the center of the blood ocean. A total of 3 gigantic creatures were formed within a moment. This time it was not giant devil apes that were formed, but 3 larger crimson elephants. The crimson elephants were over 100 meters tall, incomparably huge, and were projecting deadly energy from their bodies. After they were formed, the 3 crimson elephants trumpeted loudly before charging fiercely toward Jian Wushuang. Judging from the crimson elephant's momentum, even a mountain would be shattered into pieces, let alone a mere person. Jian Wushuang's face turned stern, but the excitement in his eyes was burning even brighter. Behind him, a great deal of golden-colored divine power was swirling. 1,000 meters tall golden god shadow was formed. Chapter 2490. Sit and talk. Jian Wushuang wore a cold expression as a powerful battle essence surged from his body. With his sword pointing forward, the energy from the endless cycle began to burst out. Hate, hate, hate. The sword lights that swept out were filled with hatred as it slashed through the void with sword essences, filling up everywhere it passed by as if charting a way to heaven. 2 secret techniques, 7 stars secret technique and divine god of punishment, were mustering in full force and unleashed the most powerful sword technique which Jian Wushuang self-created, hateful path toward heaven. Jian Wushuang had unleashed his abilities to its extreme with that strike. In the blink of an eye, a sword light filled with infinite hatred collided with the three crimson elephants. Boom! Like the collision of two worlds, the boundless blood ocean was almost completely turned over. A pervasive crimson color formed from the terrifying crimson windstorm shrouded the entire void where Jian Wushuang was. The various sects experts who were hiding in the surrounding void and those countless cultivators in Blazing Moon City gazed intensely at the eye of the crimson windstorm. Yunzhan was also staring at the storm when a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. With shattering noises, the crimson windstorm was torn open as a silhouette walked out and appeared before everyone's sight. You're truly the Lord of Great Compassion sect. Your abilities are remarkable. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and was secretly in awe. He had lost in the last clash. The energies of those three crimson elephants were extremely powerful. It had utterly crushed his sword technique and impacted his body. Jian Wushuang's recovery abilities were incredible, hence he did not get seriously injured. However, he was sure that any regular ultimate god expert such as Fan Jianxian or Junju would be doomed if they took the crimson elephants head-on. The battle strength of a high-leveled ultimate god was truly impressive. Although Jian Wushuang could fend off Lei Chong and Junju and Fan Jianxian's joint attack, they were far from being a high-leveled ultimate god. Jian Wushuang was impressed by Yunzhan's ability while Yunzhan was staring at him intensely. That palm strike of mine has completely crushed his sword technique and directly impacted his body, but he isn't even a bit injured in the end. With such physical defensive capabilities, it won't be enough to kill him even if my abilities were twice as strong, Yunzhan thought to himself. Jian Wushuang, my little friend, you've endured 3 palm strikes from me. Now, we can sit and talk. Yunzhan waved his hand as he was speaking, causing a table and 2 chairs to appear in the void ahead. Please. Yunzhan extended his hand. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. His figure flashed and sat on one of those chairs. Yunzhan sat on the other chair with his eyes gazing at the surrounding void. My friends from various sects, you don't need to hide anymore. Please show yourselves. Following his words, many various sects experts who were hiding in the surrounding void showed their faces. Some were even lords of certain sects as all of them stood in the void around the table. Haha, quite an audience here. Jian Wushuang intriguingly looked at them. His soul had power scanned through all of them and realized the 4 great ultimate gods of Great Compassion sect and 2 other ultimate gods, with one of them being Lord of Narcissus Island. The sects that you have gone against certainly are not few. Shall all of us sit down and resolve the issue since they're here? Yunzhan said quietly. How should it be resolved? Jian Wushuang looked at Yunzhan. We and the various sects are truly in the wrong by provoking you, as you only reacted accordingly. The Great Compassion sect and all the other sects should naturally apologize to you. In addition, if you have any requests, please don't hesitate to bring it up, my little friend. Well, not decline so long it's within our abilities, said Yunzhan. Yunzhan was undeniably very sincere. The sincerity shown did not only surprise Jian Wushuang. In fact, the various sects experts, including Lei Chong and several supreme elders, were equally surprised. The Great Compassion sect was the first-ranked sect in Wuxia Wilderness. It had an extremely strong foundation and had always been extremely high-handed when dealing with matters. Yunzhan, as a sect lord, was naturally filled with tricks. However, why did Yunzhan suddenly show humility and apologize to the other party? Even though Jian Wushuang had endured his 3 palm strikes, surely it need not have come to that. My lord, Lei Chong, and Junju, and Fan Jianxian secretly sent inquiry messages. I can't kill this Jian Wushuang, and he naturally can't touch me either, judging from his current abilities. He's still far from being a threat toward the Great Compassion sect. However, don't forget how young he's right now. According to the intelligence we've gathered, he's only in his early 20s. He could survive my attacks at merely his early 20s and a second-class divine demon to boot. Can you imagine what he would have become if given another 20 years? In other words, if he'd make a breakthrough into first class, peak divine demon, or even an ultimate god like you, What will happen then? Yunjin replied to them. Lei Chong and Junju and Fan Jianxian fell silent. It was true. What was most terrifying about Jian Wushuang was not the ability he currently possessed, as it was still within the Great Compassion sect's capability to control. It was Jian Wushuang's natural talent, potential, and the fact that he had abilities that allowed him to fight someone several levels higher. If he was already so strong as a second-class divine demon, what would happen if he finally became an ultimate god? The three Supreme Elders were not so foolish to assume Jian Wushuang would never make a breakthrough into the ultimate god realm. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang's breakthrough into an ultimate god was almost guaranteed. In fact, there was a huge possibility of him becoming an undying saint. As soon as Jian Wushuang became an ultimate god, it would be child's play for him to annihilate the Great Compassion sect with his level-skipping abilities. The decision has been made. What we should do is to form relations with Jian Wushuang, and we should befriend him if possible. It's always better to have a friend rather than a powerful enemy, said Yunjin. The three Supreme Elders agreed and did not argue further after listening to his explanation. Next to the table, Jian Wushuang was sitting there and looking intriguingly at Yunjin. Yunjin's reaction was truly out of Jian Wushuang's expectations, but perhaps because of a lord like Yunjin, the Great Compassion sect could continue to flourish. Jian Wushuang said coldly, seeing that Lord Yun has spoken frankly to me, I shall not be ambiguous either. If you want me to cease feeling resentful toward the Great Compassion sect, you'll have to promise me a few things. First of all, I need some materials for my instrument cultivation. I tried finding these materials through other channels previously. Unfortunately, it's so rare I couldn't get my hands on them. The Great Compassion sect has a strong background. Perhaps you can help me with this. Chapter 2491. Conditions, Instrument Cultivation Materials? Lei Chong and Junju and Fan Jianxian looked at each other and thought it was not a big deal. The Great Compassion sect was able to provide some cultivation materials, of course. I wonder what kind of materials are you looking for? Yunjin asked. 4 portions of Red Sun Secret Essence, 5 red blood fruits, 2 drops of purple shimmer, 100 pieces of spectacular beast scales, and 10,000 pounds of celestial iron ore, said Jian Wushuang. The 3 Supreme Elders were dumbfounded when they heard his request. Various sects experts were also shocked beyond words. Red Sun Secret Essence, red blood fruit, purple shimmer, spectacular beast scales, and celestial iron oregon. All of them were difficult to find. Jian Wushuang was asking that much in one go? Boy, are you trying to put us in an awkward position? All of these are rare materials. Don't tell me you're planning to cultivate a heavenly treasure. Even cultivating regular heavenly treasure doesn't require such rare materials, Lei Chong said in anger. I'm not trying to embarrass the Great Compassion sect. I genuinely need those materials, said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang planned on using those materials to cultivate his life armor. He requested Wu Jian to look for it before, but he could not find any of them. Don't tell me the Great Compassion sect can't even provide some of the materials? Jian Wushuang jeered. Yunjin pondered for a while before raising his head and said, Of the materials you asked, we do have celestial iron ore and red blood fruit and can provide them anytime. As for Red Sun Secret Essence, we only have 3 portions, but it shouldn't be hard to find another portion. Spectacular Beast Scale may prove challenging to obtain. I'm afraid the entire Wuxia wilderness may not even have 100 pieces, but we can use our influence to search for them in other territories. It may take a few months to half a year before we can gather the quantity you asked for. I'm afraid the troublesome one is only the purple shimmer. Can you find it? Jian Wushuang looked at Yunjin. He knew that among all those instrument cultivation materials, purple shimmer was the rarest and hardest to find. The Great Compassion sect only has 1 drop of purple shimmer. As for the second drop, I know who has it, but it's not easy to get it from him. However, I'll try my best to ask for it. If I can't get it from him, there's nothing else I can do, said Yunjin directly. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. 2 drops of purple shimmer was what he needed, but being able to get even 1 drop was quite fortuitous, while the second drop would depend solely on luck. Other than these instrument cultivation materials, I would also need some primordial stones, said Jian Wushuang. Primordial stones contained pure divine powers. Every single one of them had an extraordinarily high content of divine powers. In the market, a primordial stone was comparable to about 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power, and that was purely from a conversion aspect. Primordial stones contained the purest form of divine powers. It was even purer than those 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. Jian Wushuang had tasted the benefit before in divine power ocean within Saint's tomb, so he wanted to rely on his terrifying absorption speed and tempering of divine powers to raise his cultivation stage. Naturally, he needs to have enough divine powers to do so. Absorbing and tempering divine powers from primordial stones were more convenient and effective than absorbing ancient god divine power. How many primordial stones do you need? Yunjin looked over. Not many, 10,000 would suffice, said Jian Wushuang. 10,000? Yunjin was dumbfounded. Jian Wushuang, how dare you to say that 10,000 primordial stones is not many? Lei Chong immediately roared. Why? Is that a lot? Jian Wushuang looked strange. The primordial stones was a request he made according to his needs. He had just reached the second-class divine demon and needed a huge amount of divine powers to upgrade himself into a first-class divine demon. He estimated that 10,000 primordial stones would be enough to make a breakthrough, hence the request. However, it seemed like he had asked too much. Jian Wushuang, the number of primordial stones you ask for is truly too many. You need to know that the market value for a single piece of primordial stone is equivalent to 10,000 ancient god divine power. Many peak divine demons couldn't afford it even after using up all their wealth. Even though the Great Compassion sect has an extraordinary foundation and is the first-ranked sect in Wuxia Wilderness, it's impossible to present 10,000 pieces of primordial stones in one go, said Yunjin. Lei Chong was hot-headed and immediately growled coldly. Even when making an offering every millennium to the territorial lord of wilderness, the Great Compassion sect only offers up to 1,000 primordial stones. Who are you to ask that many from us? Shut up. Yunjin glancing at Lei Chong. Lei Chong held his tongue despite feeling furious. Yunjin was quite kind to Jian Wushuang, but that was out of necessity. Normally, he was extremely overbearing to others. Although Lei Chong was a supreme elder, he was still very respectful and fearful of Yunjia. It looks like my requests are a bit overboard, said Jian Wushuang anxiously. Yunjin looked at him again. What do you think about this, Jian Wushuang? There are many sects that have offended you. The Great Compassion sect will discuss with them and offer you 3,000 pieces of primordial stones. The Great Compassion sect could at most only offer 3,000 primordial stones after discussing it with the other sections. If the request for 3,000 primordial stones were solely directed at the Great Compassion sect, it would have been a huge loss. Jian Wushuang nodded. That's fine. I have one last request. Do tell. Yunjin was being very patient. Lord Yunjin would have probably guessed I would be leaving Wuxia Wilderness soon and adventure to other territories, but I'm afraid that as soon as I leave Wuxia Wilderness, the safety of my family could be at stake. Hence, my last request toward the Great Compassion sect is to guarantee their safety. Otherwise, regardless of what the reasons are, they'll blame the Great Compassion sect if my family is harmed. Jian Wushuang's voice was frosty. That condition was made to ensure the safety of his family. In the end, he had run-ins with way too many sects and severely injured many of them. Although they were shocked by his abilities and would not do anything up front, those who held grudges might use dirty tactics as soon as he left Wuxia Wilderness. He did not wish to see Zhui Yunfeng and his wife being harmed when he returned next time. Chapter 2492. The dust settled. This condition of yours, Yunjin pondered for a while and finally said, I can promise you that after you leave Wuxia Wilderness, I'll assign experts to secretly protect your parents and make sure no harm would come to them. However, your big sister and second brother are both disciples of other sections. They are bound to train in the outside world and might even get involved with inter-sect fights. The Great Compassion sect is unable to guarantee their safety. However, I promise you that I'll warn those various sects experts that other than reasonable intersect fights, anyone who dares seek revenge on both of them due to their grudges toward you will become the Great Compassion sect's archenemy. Jin Wushuang was very satisfied with Yunzhan's answer and praised him in his mind upon hearing that. That's all of my conditions since Lord Yunzhan has agreed to them. I'll bear no grudge against the Great Compassion sect and shall not cause any more troubles, said Jin Wushuang. Thank you. I shall have someone send over the instrument cultivation materials and 3,000 pieces of primordial stones as soon as possible. I must bid you farewell for now, as I still have many affairs to attend to, said Yunzhan. Farewell, said Jin Wushuang with a smile. Yunzhan and the three supreme elders soon left. As for those various sects experts, they looked at each other and felt there was nothing more they could do. They would naturally dare not cross Jin Wushuang any further since even the Great Compassion sect had bowed down. Many sects began to communicate with the Great Compassion sect and discussed how they should be splitting the 3,000 pieces of primordial stones burden. Other sects began to leave, but one sect stayed behind. They approached Jin Wushuang. Wushuang, our young friend. A warm voice came from beside Jin Wushuang as a few figures appeared there. Among them were Elder Wujian, Elder Lingyi, and the seventh elder whom Jin Wushuang was familiar. However, the one leading them was a gentleman in a green robe, who was also the lord of Narcissus Island and an ultimate god expert, Ling Gong. Ah, it's the people from Narcissus Island. I wonder what's the matter? Jin Wushuang was expressionless as his voice turned even colder. Ling Gong and the rest felt slightly awkward. If not for their previous decisions, Jin Wushuang would have still been their disciple and called Ling Gong my lord. However, my young friend, what happened before was truly Narcissus Island's fault for not handling it well, but it was necessary for us to make such decisions at that time. I came here in person today not to ask for your forgiveness and return to being our disciple once again. I only came to ask for you not to hold a grudge against Narcissus Island. That alone would be satisfactory. Please accept these presents that I personally prepared for you. Ling Gong presented an interspatial ring to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang accepted and scanned it before nodding slightly. There were many elixirs, natural treasures, and 500 primordial stones. Please don't worry, gentlemen. I'm a person who remembers others' good deeds. Other than expelling me, Narcissus Island did not wrong me in any way. I shall accept these presents and from here on, Narcissus Island and I'll not have any relations let alone grudges. Please return safely. Jin Wushuang waved his hand. Ling Gong and the rest felt relieved. Jin Wushuang looked at Wujian who stood behind. Brother Wujian, it's rare for you to come and visit me. Stay for a drink before you leave. Well, Wujian was a little hesitant and could not help but look at Ling Gong. Elder Wujian, it's very kind of our young friend to invite you. Why don't you stay a while and drink with him? Ling Gong said. Yes. Wujian nodded. My young friend Wushuang, we shall take our leave since we've said all we wanted to, said Ling Gong humbly. Be safe now. Jin Wushuang's tone sounded rather indifferent. Those people from Narcissus Island left with the exception of Wujian. Jin Wushuang held Wujian's arm and went back to the governor's mansion. Zhuo Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin, Zhuo Bing, and Zhuo Peng were relieved when they saw Jin Wushuang return safely. They were constantly worried about Jin Wushuang's safety. After that, they threw a small banquet. Other than Jin Wushuang and his family, Wujian and the head of the Lin family, Lin Taifeng, were both invited. Everyone was happily drinking. Haha, you scared me to death, Brother Wushuang. That was the Great Compassion sect you were dealing with. Even Yunzhan had personally shown up, but he still couldn't do anything to you. He even accepted your conditions. Thanks. Of all the years I've been an elder of Narcissus Island, I've never seen the Great Compassion sect being so docile. Wujian exclaimed at his seat. If he had not witnessed it himself, he would not have believed the Lord of Great Compassion sect would agree to Jin Wushuang's ridiculous conditions. Jin Wushuang only smiled faintly. Haha, it isn't the Great Compassion sect being docile. They merely didn't dare to show their tempers. That Yunzhan was only testing my strength with his 3 palm strikes. In the end, he knew he couldn't kill me. In addition to my obvious talents and potentials, I would have grown to a level I could annihilate the Great Compassion sect with the flick of a finger in time. He bowed down because he had no choice. If he didn't bow down, the Great Compassion sect would have perished. That's true. Wu Jin laughed. Meanwhile, Zhui Yunfeng and the others sigh in relief. That was the Great Compassion sect, the first-ranked sect of Wuxia Wilderness. For Zhui Yunfeng's son to have the potential to destroy the Great Compassion sect which forced them to bow down, such abilities were just... Zhui Yunfeng was just incredibly proud of his son. Oh yes, brother Wu Jin. As I was talking to Yunzhan, Lei Chong mentioned the Great Compassion sect would offer the Territorial Lord 1,000 primordial stones every millennium. Who exactly is this Territorial Lord? Jian Wushuang asked. The Great Compassion sect was the dominant sect of Wuxia Wilderness, but they still had to offer 1,000 pieces of primordial stones to the Territorial Lord every millennium. Jian Wushuang got curious about the Territorial Lord's identity. Wu Jian's expression turned serious. Territorial Lord? I know about this Territorial Lord, and what Lei Chong said is true. Not only Great Compassion sect but every sect in Wuxia Wilderness would also have to offer a certain number of primordial stones every millennium, including Narcissus Island. The Great Compassion sect would gather the stones and send them to the Territorial Lord. As for his true identity, he's the Lord of Northern Darkstar Territory. Northern Darkstar Territory? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. The Northern Darkstar Territory was a place he read about from one of the records. Chapter 2493. Territory Lord. Ancient God domain was vast and borderless. Wuxia Wilderness was only a small portion of the ancient God domain and was easily ignored. In normal circumstances, only when multiple wilderness combined would a star territory formed. When multiple star territories combined, it then became a domain. For example, Crimson Stone Saint was a domain lord in his mortal life who established the Crimson Stone Fort and was in complete control of a whole domain. There were a total of 381 star territories within his domain. A domain lord was a prominent figure in ancient God domain. Usually, only experts who were an undying saint or above were qualified to become the lord of a certain domain. Although a star territorial lord could not be compared with a domain lord, to be capable of leading so many wilderness would require one to have possessed extremely high abilities. As far as I know, Northern Darkstar Territory has at least 100 wilderness. Our Wuxia Wilderness is merely one of them. Every millennium, sects from each wilderness would honor the territorial lord by offering a certain number of primordial stones, just like how Federalists in mortal worlds would make offerings to their emperor every certain period. Of course, a star territorial lord could be considered an emperor on his own, said Wu Jian. Jian Wushuang nodded quietly. The territorial lord controls the entire star territory, which contains many wilderness sects who made offerings every millennium. The number of sects from the accumulative wilderness were so numerous that those primordial stones a territorial lord received every millennium were huge. A territorial lord must be very powerful to force sects from every wilderness to provide primordial stones tributes with every millennium, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. In the ancient god domain, almost every star territorial lord is at least an earth ultimate god, with some even being heaven ultimate gods in order for them to keep the entire wilderness under control by themselves. Furthermore, every territorial lord has his official army, which has extremely high battle strength filled with ultimate gods and divine demons. They are also the territorial lord's means to stay in power, said Wu Jian. Is Earth ultimate god the weakest within the ultimate god cultivation level? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. In the ancient god domain, ultimate gods can be further subcategorized to regular ultimate god, earth ultimate god, heaven ultimate, and grand ultimate god. The four categories of ultimate gods had tremendous strength differences. When one broke through to a new cultivation level, his ability would have fundamental changes. In Wuxia Wilderness, the ultimate gods Jian Wushuang had met were merely regular ultimate gods. For example, the three supreme elders were only at primary level regular ultimate god. The Lord of Great Compassion sect, Yunzhan, was only a high-level regular ultimate god. Above high-level regular ultimate gods were peak regular ultimate god. Only after going through that could one have the opportunity to make a breakthrough into the ranks of Earth ultimate god. In many wildernesses under Northern Darkstar territory, regular ultimate god is already the highest rank they could achieve. It's difficult to produce an Earth ultimate god. Even if one was produced, he or she would choose to wander into the larger territory. They would seldom stay at a star territory to become the local authority. As for this territorial lord, he had the battle strength of an Earth ultimate god and a powerful official army under him. That's why many sects within the wilderness had to make primordial stones offerings. If he made an order, no one within Northern Darkstar territory would dare defy him, Jian Wushuang exclaimed in his mind. Jian Wushuang, you could very well become an Earth ultimate god since you have such talents. If you are willing, you could also find ways to conquer a star territory and become a territorial lord by then and enjoy your position as a local authority, said Wu Jin in jest. Haha, we'll see by then. Jian Wushuang laughed. Wu Jin thought Jian Wushuang was only answering him perfunctorily. He had no idea the thought of becoming a territorial lord had begun growing in Jian Wushuang's mind. After all, as soon as one became a territorial lord, one would receive a huge number of primordial stones every millennium, and Jian Wushuang needed primordial stones. However, he knew very well that if he could not even defeat a high-level regular ultimate god such as Yun Zhen, he was truly far from becoming an Earth ultimate god. Wu Jin stayed at the governor's residence for 2 days before returning to Narcissus Island. Jian Wushuang did not try asking him to stay. The 3rd day after Wu Jin left one of the Great Compassion Sect's supreme elders, and Junju arrived at Blazing Moon City. These are 3,000 pieces of primordial stones that we and all those sects had gathered. Lord Yunzhan instructed me to bring you these 3,000 pieces first. As for the instrumental cultivation materials, the Great Compassion Sect will collect them and Lord Yunzhan shall personally send them to you, said Junju. In that case, please thank Lord Yunzhan for me. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. After Junju left, Jian Wushuang found a secret room and sat down cross-legged. In front of him was a collection of 3,500 primordial stones in total. And Junju had sent 3,000 while another 500 pieces were given by Narcissus Island. Jian Wushuang randomly picked up a primordial stone and a terrifying ingesting power exploded. In a short moment, the pure divine powers that filled the primordial stone were completely absorbed by him. As expected, Jian Wushuang's eyes were twinkling with light. Although one primordial stone's worth on the market is equivalent to 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power, the divine powers contained in it is worth more than 10,000 drops of ancient god divine power. Most importantly, divine powers in primordial stone are a few times purer than ancient god divine power, hence it helps me quite a lot. A total of 3,500 pieces of primordial stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. The terrifying ingesting power exploded once again as it ruthlessly ingested and refined the primordial stones. His speed of ingestion and refinement was unbelievable. Within a day, he had finished refining all 3,500 primordial stones. The primordial stones had also turned into regular stones with some even cracked. Phew! Jian Wushuang exhaled lightly and gradually opened his eyes. Compared to absorbing ancient god divine power from divine power ocean, absorbing primordial stones is more effective. It's a shame that the number of primordial stones is not enough. Although refining 3,500 pieces of primordial stones helped increase my divine powers, it didn't help me to achieve a breakthrough. It's even a little shy from reaching the peak of 2nd-class divine demon. If I want to make a breakthrough to 1st-class divine demon, I'll need a lot more primordial stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes had shown a little desire as he once again thought of the Northern Darkstar territorial lord. If I ever have a chance, I should try becoming a territorial lord. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.